Good morning, Chair Jody. This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and we are having an issue with our broadcasting stream. So we are working on fixing that right now, and then we should be able to begin the meeting.
Last meeting of the year. I'm really happy to have worked with the four of you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ted. You too. All four of you.
I had a conversation with one of my campaign people, and they said, "Wow, this year went by really quick." And I said, "Not for me."
You and Mo have my empathy for starting during a pandemic.
It's had some challenges. I would have liked to have been a little bit more out in the public, but it's been hard to do so.
Yep.
Excuse me, this is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. I just wanted to update you guys. We are having issues not only with our equipment, but it's actually an issue with Granicus. The entire encoder is currently down. We're working on rebooting it. We'll let you guys know as soon as we have something.
Mr. Chairman, if do we have any sense of how long this is going to take? And if it's going to take a while, should we consider maybe going to closed session?
This is CEO Angelo, and I would like to answer that question. However, right now we have not only our clerk staff, but our RT staff frequently working on this, including being on the phone with Granicus as well, since it's a larger problem. I don't know. I should be hearing something shortly, and then we'll let you know.
So, Carmel, this a question I have is: are we, maybe this is for you or for County Council? Are we allowed to go into closed session before we've opened the meeting on television?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. I mean, I would think if we could go into closed without going into open first, we would have done that. So, and I don't know, there's Christian, so maybe Christian heard the question and could answer. Christian, are you there?
Yes, they were just promoting me to panelist. So we do need to open in open session before we can go into closed. So there does have to be an opportunity for the public to address the board on any closed session item as part of, usually that's as part of public expression, but that part does need to happen first.
And Christian, for clarification, or maybe Carmel, if anybody is signed up to watch the meeting, are they able to see this part of the meeting, or is it only, is no one able to log in unless they're a panelist right now?
I don't know. Right now, Lindsay and Atlas are both working with IT, so I do not have that. Well, here comes Lindsay. We'll find out. So Lindsay, we talked about possibly going straight into close, and Christian explained to the board we can't do that. We have to open first. And then Dan, could you please state that question again for Lindsay?
Well, not every public meeting is on television, even though ours normally are. But I just didn't know if there was a way with this limitation we have for the people who signed up to participate in this meeting to be in this meeting, even if we can't go on television right now, or it can't be web streamed.
I hear you. I had that thought. So everybody who's on the Zoom can see you right now. They're in a waiting room, but they can see and hear everything that we're doing. So I had the thought that, you know, we weren't always live streamed. We haven't always been on TV. And the person who is managing our IS for this meeting is able to record the meeting from the booth without the encoders or the server, I believe. So I don't know if that gives us an option to record this. Record us going into closed session and
Lindsay,
then yes,
the public is watching. They can hear you talking right now.
Yeah, I just got several messages saying the same thing.
okay. Oh, well, that's good news. Okay, so it sounds like everything's working again. Let me let Atlas know and we can get started. Chair Jurdy, this is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. If it meets with your approval, I think it would be best at this point in time to open the meeting. We are live, and then immediately go into close.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. So at 9:13, excuse us for our technical difficulties. We are convening the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors into session. Could we have a roll call?
Supervisor Williams,
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Here.
Supervisor McGorty,
Here,
Supervisor Mulherin,
Here.
and Supervisor Haschak.
Here.
Thank you and good morning.
Okay. All right. Well, let's have pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I'd like to invite the clerk to invite members of the public to comment on items not on today's agenda or on closed session items or on consent. Do we have any public comments?
We do. Starting off with public expression, we have Carrie Shattuck, followed by Jamie Pritchard, and a voicemail. Carrie, you can begin when you're ready. Carrie, you can begin speaking when you're ready.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Good morning, I'm Carrie Shattuck. If we were in board chambers, we wouldn't be having technical difficulties. I'd like to start with the fee increases that are being proposed. As I've stated before, 21% of county businesses closed between January and July of this year. McGorty mentioned that some businesses were still robust, therefore fee increases were appropriate. Have you missed a paycheck? No. All of you supervisors have been insulated from all of this economic downturn, as well as isolating yourselves from the community with these closed meetings. The Board of Supervisors' annual budget is $859,396 for 5 of you for the 21-22 budget. You're all making over $100,000 per year. You can afford fee increases, while the normal working folks and struggling businesses cannot. This timing is absolutely terrible, especially at a rate of 300% on some of the fees. It's really interesting how the COVID update agenda item is no longer being included in the agenda. Also of interest is the California State Association of Counties annual meeting that the board attended in Monterey County with 58 other counties. So the hypocrisy continues by not having a COVID agenda item, which is the reason these meetings are closed in the first place, and that you can meet hundreds of other people inside, I'm sure, from 58 other counties, but yet the board chambers are closed to the people that you are supposed to be representing. Let me remind you of the board's mission statement that reads, the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors' mission is to create and maintain a responsive and responsible government that enhances the quality of life of the people of Mendocino County. The county's mission is to deliver services that meet public safety, health, social, cultural, education, and so on needs of our communities. Please tell me how you're enhancing the lives through these unprecedented times by raising fees, consolidating departments, and keeping us locked out. You are showing no transparency here, which isn't surprising given that our governor, who recently extended yet again the state of emergency, while himself going to Cabo and on book tour to New York, which, by the way, left the lieutenant governor in charge, and she also left California, leaving the Senate president, who is third in line of succession, to assume the governorship. If you are not all seeing the hypocrisy of all of this, then your eyes are glued shut. Again, where is Corin's update? The longer you keep these meetings closed, the more suspicious it looks to the public. You can attend meetings with 58 other county representatives, but yet won't allow the very people you represent to congregate in our own board chambers. These are the people's chambers. Open our meetings and be transparent. Thank you.
Next in the line is Jamie Pritchard. Jamie, you can unmute and begin speaking when you're ready.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I'm ready. My name is Jamie Pritchard, and I moved to Mendocino County in the fall of 2020 after accepting a position with Family and Children's Services. When I moved here, I aggressively hunted for apartments and found a small 2-bedroom house on a vineyard just outside of Ukiah for $1,400, which was a great deal even then. However, this past summer, I separated from my husband and was in need of my own housing fast. If I wanted to keep my rent as a third of my income, which is often a requirement for rental agencies, housing costs could not exceed $1,200 a month. I couldn't find anything, let alone in my price range. I ended up temporarily renting a studio in Philo I found off Craigslist. It was essentially a room with a bathroom, no kitchen, just a hot plate and a mini fridge. I paid $850 a month for this space and was forced to put the majority of my belongings in storage. I ultimately had to move to Clear Lake Oaks in Lake County to find a decent sized home that I could afford. I have over an hour commute to the office. Moving twice within the span of a few months was costly and stressful, and I'm so grateful my team members were so supportive of me during this time. I can only imagine the struggle those we serve are facing when I, a relatively well-paid county employee, am living paycheck to paycheck. Any unexpected expenses would send me spiraling further into debt. With student loan payments set to resume in January, I can't even fathom when I'll be in a position to begin saving money to buy a house one day. I've basically given up on the dream of home ownership, and I know that my experience is not unique. I consider myself to be among the lucky ones weathering this housing crisis. We need more housing, and we need affordable housing. SEIU's housing report contains recommendations that embody the kind of creative problem solving necessary to make this happen. I'm asking you to please invest sufficient resources towards developing an adequate housing supply and to adopt policies that support those struggling to find and pay for a place to live in Mendocino County. I love my job and want to fully be a part of this community, but I don't see how this will ever happen unless you take action. Thank you.
Next, we have a voicemail from Michael Katz.
Hello, Supervisor. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I'm calling to provide some good news on things that have been happening in the county this week already, and wanted to share that. It's been provided to me that folks are hearing from the equity program. The equity program is apparently working late into the night, scheduling people to sign their grant agreements and working diligently with the auditor's office to ensure that some checks are provided in this calendar year. I believe it's possible that the first checks may even be provided to applicants this week. So that's huge. We sincerely appreciate the board and the auditor's office and MCP hearing the struggles that folks are going through and working to ensure that we can get funds out this year. Additionally, I wanted to thank the General Government Committee yesterday for going through the MCA memo that was provided on the county legislative platform, really digging in and adopting the resolutions that we were proposing, recommendations we made about additions to the county legislative platform to support our local cannabis community and small cannabis farmers throughout the state. So we sincerely appreciate that and look forward to continue to working with the board and the cannabis program in the coming year to improve conditions on the ground for everyone. Thank you so much. Hello.
And we do have one more additional public comment, and that is from Elizabeth Swenson. Elizabeth is no longer on the line, so we will be moving over to consent calendar. First in the line for 4C, we have Ron Edwards.
Good morning, Board. In regards to 4C, I was around and Chairman Jurdy was there when the board had a pay increase proposed. And at the time, I said I was hoping that I would see more effort and more work coming from the board. And at this point, I can say that I'm happy with the improved meetings, the more schedules, and some urgency on some items. However, I feel that this item really should be pulled. To have such a raise, to not know what the full benefit package are, to see the county continually sued, I think that the public and we all have interest in wanting to know what this increase is and what the expected work results would be. In item 4P, this one is really interesting because in seeing local news reports, one of the sheriff's office was interviewed about the destruction of cannabis and to see if it was recorded, and it was not. And I'm not sure why the county sheriff department has a lesser standard than the cannabis community. In metric, that product needs to be weighed, it needs to be put into the system, it needs to be photographed, and I think that protecting the county going forward, if you had a better, more secure method of destroying that cannabis, that I think in the long run, that would be very helpful for the county. And just in closing, I would like to say that I really appreciate these meetings. The access, the ability to participate is greatly improved, and I know that you're working on making that access even better. This weekend, I was at the Emerald Cup, which was open. It was a really nice event, but you had to show proof of being vaccinated or a valid COVID test to enter. And I think that that made a really safe environment, and it made everybody feel more comfortable. And I see as we're opening up, which is happening in Healdsburg, there are people bust in to protest. I believe we'll probably see that this evening at the school board meeting in Ukiah. And so I just hope that the people who are saying open it up really want to. I'm not sure what they're missing, but there is plenty of access, and I really appreciate the ability to get into these meetings. As far as scheduling goes and some housekeeping, if you're going to go in closed session today, what is going to be happening at that lunch hour so that I could go ahead and plan my day and reschedule some things so that I can continue to participate? Thank you.
That concludes public comment and the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. And to clarify, we're going to have closed session in the morning and during the lunch hour. So we just have quite a bit in closed session. All right, now on to consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled for separate consideration? Okay, I'm not seeing any from board members. So do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, at 9:27, we're going to go to closed session. We have items 9A through B, 9C for closed session at this time.
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty, and we are just working on getting the chair back in the meeting, and then we can begin.
Welcome back. This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. We do have one voicemail for public expression that was not played earlier, so we're going to play that. Here it is. I believe her name is Elizabeth.
My name is Elizabeth Swenson, and I'm speaking to public expression. I'm a member of the Housing Action Team of the North Coast, HAT, and I'm calling to talk about the problems with short-term rentals as well as workforce housing. The community constantly is talking about the noise and other problems in neighborhoods and about neighborhoods being overrun with short-term rentals. We don't have workforce housing because there are so many vacation rentals. We have learned that more about vacation rentals, that one thing cities and counties reported once they began to find ways to locate their actual reported vacation rentals from their real, there were 20 to 50% more vacation rentals than they had on their tax rolls. So just yesterday afternoon, HAT put up an interactive Google map on our website, and we're inviting the community to participate in locating and confirming vacation rentals and reporting to HAT using the map. The map is on our website at hatmendocoast.org. It's very easy to enlarge the map and see every unit. Anyone can check an address in the search. Already in less than 24 hours after putting in the announcement on the community listserv and on Facebook, there are more than 10 unregistered and non-paying tax vacation rentals reported. The map comes directly from the county list, where there are roughly 500 short-term rentals on the coast and north and south, and another 50 or so spread out through the county. We've also recently learned that there's apparently a growth of vacation rentals in Anderson Valley that may not be registered. For the county, unregistered vacation rentals as well as unreported income means this already economically stressed county government is not getting the tax money it should.
That concludes public expression.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I stand with that commenter. Chair, can you explain who has authority to ensure that we're collecting every dollar that's due?
So it is the treasurer that maintains a list of the vacation rentals, and it's the auditor that verifies, if verification actually occurs, that the full payment was made.
And as I understand, it's not happening. I don't think it's an isolated case. I feel responsible, but I don't know what authority I have or as part of this board to remedy the problem. I don't want to drop the ball. Where do we go with it?
Well, hopefully this will be part of additional discussions. I do appreciate the effort of the Coast Housing Action Team, and hopefully members of the public will identify businesses that are running as vacation rentals that are not on the list, and we can work with the treasurer and the auditor's offices to get full compliance. It may not be, we may not be seeing full compliance at this point, as indicated by the community members. Okay, so I want to make sure, have we reported out of closed session that direction was given to staff?
I believe we just did.
Okay. Okay, so the next thing on our agenda this morning is we have an update on the strategic planning session, and want to make sure that, so Supervisors McGordy and Hashak are working on this project directly with our consultant BJ Bischoff, and I know that she has a scheduling conflict later this afternoon, so it looks like she's now joined us in the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a report. I want to keep the board updated. Both Supervisors Hashak and I have been working closely with the Strategic Planning Committee, and we have a very active agenda. And I didn't want us to go too long without finding out some of the things that have been going on. And I'm pleased to introduce BJ Bishop to discuss where we are in our plan at the moment.
Thank you, Supervisor McGordy. May I have the opportunity to share the PowerPoint or from my screen, or do you want to do it from yours, Atlas?
This is Deputy Clerk Lindsay Doherty. BJ, we do not share screen on behalf of people, so you can go ahead and share when you're ready.
Okay, I'm looking for that option. Where would I find that option? Doesn't seem like I have it. Thank you very much.
And you'll just need to unmute yourself again, BJ. I believe when I promoted you to a panelist, it muted you.
Thank you. How's that?
I can hear you.
Thank you so much. So again, we are really delighted to give you an update on where we are with the strategic planning process. And Gary, unfortunately, won't be able to be with us today, but I will do my best. And I'm sure that Supervisors McGordy and Hashak can help us. And also, Ann Mulgard is available for making comment as well. So let's go ahead and move forward. So just to remind you of the process, of the planning process, you've seen this slide before, but this time the highlighted area where we are is moved down into the November, December timeframe. And in this period, we did an employee survey. We'll share those results with you. We've been doing community focus groups, and we're just about ready to refine the plan again based on what we've done so far. Can you all see me okay? Just want to make sure, is my camera turned on? Supervisor McGordy, is my camera, can you see me okay?
No, we cannot see you actually. So I don't know if your camera is on or not.
Let me try that. All right, there we go. Thank you.
Thank
Just want
you.
to make sure we're all put together here. Thanks. So we are at the next stage. What we're doing is we're going to revise the probably more along the lines of the objectives, refine some of the goals as well, and the pillars will stay the same, the strategic priorities. And then in the future, next month, we're going to be doing some town halls, finalizing the plan, and getting some additional feedback from you. So we'll go ahead and share with you what we've accomplished and where we're going. So just to recognize, again, public recognition for the wonderful task force that has been working with us. And you can see the names of the individuals here. And we're just really grateful for all the support that we've had from Supervisors McGordy and Hashak, and certainly the project manager and Mulgard. Just wanted to give a shout out to those folks especially. So the accomplishments, what we've done, we've continued to meet with the task force 2 times a month. And we've been getting ongoing input and edits from the task force on our process and the deliverables that we've created. We did an employee survey, and we're pretty excited that we had a 36% response rate from the employees. And we talked to some folks that do the wellness surveys. Katie Ford does that, and she thought that that was a remarkable response rate compared to some of the other surveys that have been done. We've done 5 community focus groups specifically cities and towns, community-based organizations, businesses, public safety and healthcare. We average about 4 to 5 people per group. Some are much larger, smaller, but it averages that. And that's what we want. We really wanted some very targeted small groups that we can really dig into the specific goals and objectives. We still need to conduct focus groups with the Latinx community and tribal council leaders. And I know that with the tribal council leaders, I know that Supervisors McGordy and Hashek will be personally reaching out to some of those leaders so that we have a peer-to-peer invitation. And we've got 3 town halls planned for January 4th, 5th, and 6th, and we'll dig into that just a little bit. So to remind you of the 4 strategic priorities, remember that in the center is that effective county government organization, and then the other 3 priorities of having a safe and healthy county, a thriving economy, and a prepared and resilient county. So just to keep this in mind that those have not changed. So in the survey that we did with employees, we asked the employees, all 1,203 of them as we currently stand, we've asked the employees to rank the importance of the goals within each priority, within each pillar. We asked them to choose their number 1 goal that they thought was the most important for each of the 4 priorities. So they've got 1 goal and 1 priority, top goal and a 2nd priority, top goal and a 3rd, et cetera. And we'll share with you what that is. And then we asked for open-ended comments, and we got, I don't even know how many pages, like 100 pages of open-ended comments. And just yesterday, Sarah Sturch on our team, our research director, compiled the information from the survey to do some high-level ideas and recommendations from employees. And we'll make that document available to you for review. She boiled it down to about 7 pages, but if you want to see the full PDF from the Survey Monkey, we'll be glad to have you do that if you want. So let's move forward on what the employee said. So regarding the first pillar, an effective county government organization, 28% of the employees said that creating a thriving organizational culture is the top priority for this particular pillar. And then the second was 25% said defining clear roles, responsibilities, and processes for government leadership. Those were that was the second one. So I would say those 2 are really, really considered important to the employees, and you can see how the percentages significantly drop off with the rest of them. Not to say that they're not important, because within the survey, we asked if they thought they were very important, somewhat important, et cetera, used a 5-point Likert scale. Pretty much everybody thought everything was important. So that was what we wanted to hear, meaning that that's why we need to keep everything in the plan with some changes, of course, a few modifications. So for those of you who like pie charts instead, this is how this appears, with the need to have a strong organizational culture and clear roles for leadership really being very important. The next pillar, a safe and healthy county, the 2 that were ranked the highest, number 1 was increased access to behavioral health services. The employees thought that was extremely important, 29%, followed by 24% felt helping people feel safe in their communities was second important in this particular priority. And then also very important was the sustainable environment, 22%, still pretty good. And then the other 2 fell off. So if you're looking at, again, if you're visual, we have the pie chart for you for your review. Moving on to the 3rd priority, a thriving economy. Clearly, 63% of the employees felt that supporting increased housing stock at a range of various affordability levels was the top priority, significantly high, followed by supporting a vibrant economy and then broadband communications. And then in the 4th area, there was, the pie chart for that. And then in the 4th area, a prepared and resilient county, for some reason on the survey, these first 2 in this question appeared together. So they they had a choice of ranking these A and B together or C, and A and B combined, which are very, very similar actually. The disaster and emergency preparedness and resiliency and then ensuring access to rural fire protection and emergency medical services was ranked 67% as their top priority. So visually, you can see a big difference between these two. Now, we wanted to dig a little bit deeper into the survey because I think it's important to you, it's certainly important to us to know how the employees feel about this particular plan. So we'll just be honest and tell you what the major themes were that we've been able to call out of this. A lot of employees feel that the strategic plan is a waste of time because goal-setting efforts have failed in the past due to leadership failing to honor these goals. And that says a lot to me in terms of what needs to happen in terms of implementation. The staff was concerned that the county doesn't have enough employees to implement the objectives proposed in this plan. And support for affordable housing for the middle class and seniors was considered a major theme, as well as supporting ways to identify supplemental funding sources to implement priority road system improvements. Those were 4 of the major themes, the top major themes that we saw coming from this survey. And then let's go ahead and dig into the 4 different priorities. So in the first priority, an effective county government organization, one of the themes that we found, the employees saying that county leaderships need more oversight and increased accountability. They believe that, again, these are perceptions. I just want to clearly state that these are employee perceptions. These issues may or may not be true. They are just perceptions from employees. They say that leadership is too top heavy. The county should stop hiring contractors or consultants to do work that employees can do. I cringed when I heard that one, of course. Prioritizing hiring and retaining employees and the urgent need to fully staff all departments because many are understaffed at this point, no surprise to you. And this is important, I think. Exit interviews should be prioritized and completed without delay, always making sure that there are exit interviews when people leave to find out why and what can be done to improve the culture of the organization. To continue on with this, they stated that employees should be paid living wages across the board. Now this is something that when we presented this one to the task force said this wasn't necessarily true anymore. They were critical of county leadership receiving salary increases when employee wages remain stagnant. The task force believes that is not true. But again, this is perception of what the employees believe. There is support for the goal to redesign the hiring process to drastically reduce cycle time from open requisition to new employee start date. And there's a desire for increased communication between departments and from leadership to staff. So those were the important things that the employees said regarding that first pillar. The second pillar, the safe and healthy county, they really believe that employees really believe that public health needs more funding, more staffing, more experienced leadership. There was really a desire for more mental health services. There was concern about cannabis and water use. Some were even going to the point of suggesting that cannabis permitting be stopped due to water use concerns. And there was concern about the county going to all electric vehicles because of the wait time for charging EVs. Maybe plug-in hybrids would be easier to maintain and operate, and some electric vehicles just wouldn't get the job done for all work. So moving into a thriving economy, employees across the board felt a real strong support to implement policies and practices, making it easier for businesses to start up and expand. That's permitting, that's zoning, things along those lines. Diversification of the economy was important to move away from traditional agriculture or tourism into more manufacturing trades and technology, doing that more in an intentional way. And again, the emphasis on working with middle class to make housing more affordable to the middle class. And again, supporting broadband infrastructure. And with the final pillar, employees were supporting the EOC objectives, and they really want to find more funding to do what's already on the list of priority road system improvements. Now, in the focus groups that we've been looking at, the general trends that we found in general across the board, general support for the goals, but again, they want to see the implementation plan because they want to witness progress against the plan. There's a history of seeing more talk than action. So we're seeing that theme from the outside, from the community, as well as internal from employees. That was interesting to see that. There's broad agreement with the strategies, the focus groups, and really the employees really like the strategies. They like the content so far, wary of additional costs, knowing the county's already financially constrained, same as the employees. And the key concerns were in the areas of water, housing stock and homelessness, and helping vulnerable populations related to behavioral health needs. Certainly a mirror reflection of what you saw from the employees. Underwater, I didn't necessarily group these by those pillars. I just wanted to just give you some themes, because we're still going through the focus group details, and we still haven't finished them. We still have 2 left to go. So we're not in the place where we're putting them in pillars yet. There's a deep and broad concern about future water sources, and we should be thinking about storage as opposed to just supply. The ag community feels really misunderstood about its use of water and energy and resources. Housing issues, again, a major theme, that again, we should consider a focus on senior housing, upper income housing to free up other units for working and middle class families. No employees equals no economic growth, same as what we heard from the employee survey, and a need to understand the situation from the developer's perspective, we've heard. And of course, you would hear that when we go to the community. Homelessness is certainly recognized as a major issue, especially in the cities and towns. And a thorny issue of homelessness was acknowledged as because the intersection where homelessness intersects with mental health, drug addiction, and unemployment, all of those issues are something that community is concerned about. Vulnerable populations, broad support for more satellite offices and easier access to services. We heard that in several focus groups, and certainly it's built into the plan. And so the community supported that. There is shared concerns about food insecurity. We certainly mentioned that in the plan. And a lot of people are discouraged about Measure B. They're not seeing positive impact on the population in need. Continuing on with the vulnerable populations, there seems to be some tension regarding law enforcement's role with mental health. And the economy needing to re-examine and maybe revise the general plan to consider rezoning in different areas, waiving fees, providing incentives for businesses, and again, more broadband capacity. One of the suggestions that came up was that, I heard this a couple of times, that why not have all county facilities have Wi-Fi and then make those available for public use? Certainly we noticed during the pandemic, a lot of people didn't have access, and it was very difficult for them to communicate. So those were the major themes we saw from the community groups. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the future. We're planning to have 3 town halls and we're going to do it so that we're focusing on the 3 outward facing parts of the plan. Those are pillars 2, 3, and 4. So in January 4th, we're going to be having one on the safe and healthy county. On January 5th, we're going to be digging into a thriving economy. And January 6th, a prepared and resilient county. So we're going to be able to have people in the community talk about one issue in depth on each night. Each of these are 75 minutes in duration. There's Zoom webinar, and there are live streams on YouTube and Facebook Live, and there can also be real-time email. These are going to be modeled after about a dozen or so of these that I've done in Sonoma County over the last year and a half, on everything from COVID recovery to cannabis ordinance, cannabis EIR, to climate change. So we're really modeling those kinds of webinars that we've done for Sonoma County. We're going to have the community type into Q&A, and then we'll be moderating those and talking about those. There'll be Spanish interpretation. We're going to be engaging the Spanish interpretation firm that Sonoma County uses, that we've worked with on all 12 or 14 or so of those that we've done before. So we're very comfortable working with this team. And we're going to have an official welcome from Supervisors McGordy and Hashak. And we really encourage all supervisors to attend as many of these as possible. Next steps, we're going to be conducting focus groups for Latinx community and tribal council leaders. If anyone has any great ideas on ways to specifically reach out to the Latinx community to get their participation, that would be great. The way that we're going to be doing this is one of our team members is a facilitator who's bilingual in both Spanish and English. And so this group will be conducted by Zoom in Spanish. So it makes it really comfortable so you're not doing an interpretation back and forth to waste time. We're going to be getting feedback from you after we do the next version of the plan, after we incorporate ideas from the town halls and the focus groups from the community and the employee survey. We're going to be, again, I call these town halls community conversations is how we refer to them. We're going to finalize the draft document. We're going to be spending 2 hours with you in a session in January to really spend some time going through that draft document, making some final changes. We'll go back to our computers and make the changes that you recommend. And then we'll be developing a final plan for your review and adoption, and then spending time with appropriate staff as recommended, as needed, to talk about implementation strategies and developing a reporting dashboard, again, as needed by the staff. And so any questions and comments? That's all we have to present at this point.
Thank you, BJ. Supervisor McGordy.
Well, first of all, thanks for all the employees. That's a very robust response of 36%. That's quite good. I think the information that we've received, we have a fair level of confidence that it's representative of a lot of the people in our organization. And I just want to assure everybody that as long as I'm supervisor, this will be a plan that I refer to all the time. And that's how strategic plans become really effective. And I know Ukiah Unified uses their strategic plan to drive their budget and then even their agendas. And I suggest that we do the same when we're ready for that. We also have the backup of RCRC, who Pat Blacklock is a real believer in strategic plans and has helped Yolo County through some really major changes in government with them, who's also quite committed to working with us if we need help beyond what we're getting from our consultants. So I just want to assure everybody that this is very much for real and very, very important to this board. I've heard every single board member one time or another recognize the importance, and this is really the first time I can remember in Mendocino County government doing a strategic plan, and I think it's absolutely critical for our well-being as we move forward.
Thank you. I see Supervisor Williams has a comment.
So Glenn, I agree with that. And I think these are, although lofty, I think these are really good goals. This is where we, as a county of about 100,000 people, where we want to head. I am concerned. I would have framed this as a strategic plan for making the most out of the resources we have. And I am reading it as, in an ideal world, if we had the funds we need, what we would do. Almost every item in this plan is about spending more money, spending money we don't have. Fully staffing departments, you need $45 million a year to make payroll. Living wages, it'll bump up that again. Roads, I mean, Howard will tell you $698 million over 10 years. We spend 5.8 a year. This county has a serious financial problem. All of these items that we want to fix, the solution is spend more money. We don't have the money. And I know you've highlighted the need to seek grants. And I support that. And I think we should have a grant writing staff. But I think we've got to be somewhat realistic. This plan calls for literally hundreds of millions of dollars of spending of money that we don't have. And I want to be careful to convey to the public, I support the goals as lofty. I hope we can get there, gives us a direction, but I don't think we can carry out this plan. Something drastic would have to change with funding.
Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, BJ. Yeah, we talked about this in the task force and how the strategic plan will be like the guiding document for our budget considerations. And I was wondering if CEO Angelo had anything to add to that, because I think that it'll be crucial for the board using this document to be working with the CEO to move these items forward without breaking the bank.
So Chair Jurdy, would you like me to respond to that at this time?
Yeah, please do.
So the first thing I'll say is that Gary and BJ have reached out to me, and we will be doing a Zoom meeting, I think December 22nd. And the goal of that meeting, and I will have Assistant CEO Darcy Antle in that meeting, will be to discuss what is coming out of the strategic plan, the goals for the strategic plan, or that will come from the strategic plan, and what the options are as far as funding. So that's the first thing. So there definitely is a concern, I would say, by the staff and by the consultants. I would also say when I look at the PowerPoint, I want to thank BJ and her team. I think the PowerPoint looks good. It's actually very good information. There are some things that are not new. One is that the thought that the strategic plan, like other plans that have goals and measurable outcomes, could land up in the round file. And I think that concern speaks to what Supervisor Williams is saying, that my concern with anything with the strategic plan, or anytime we work with the community or the staff, is that we don't overpromise and underdeliver. And so when you have a group of a dozen people in a room that are saying there's one thing that they want, then I don't know how the consultants could document anything else. But just because it is written in a strategic plan doesn't mean that it's possible. And that's where I would agree with Supervisor Williams. So to answer your question, Supervisor Hashtag, once the strategic plan is in a final draft and it's brought to the Board of Supervisors, the 5 of you at that point in time will decide what the priorities are in that strategic plan. Once you do, then you will direct the allocation of resources to those goals in the strategic plan. So I think that it's anybody's guess right now, and I will say this, and I'm not being negative, but I'm not being positive, that it's anybody's guess right now what those priority goals will be of this board. I do believe, as Supervisor Williams stated, that there are more goals in that strategic plan that there are resources for. And even when we do grant programs and we get funding from the state and federal government, we always have a line in all of our contracts, all of our funding, maybe not all of our contracts, that may have changed, but the one line we use all the time is as funding permits. And the reason we use that line is because it's true. We don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So we may have the best strategic plan in the world, but if the resources aren't there, it's not going to happen. And I do want to say, I will not be here. This will be the Board of Supervisors and the staff going forward. But certainly I will meet with you, BJ and Gary, and I will do what I can to answer any questions. And certainly the will of the board is what myself and my staff have always done. But I would caution and encourage everyone here not to overpromise and underdeliver. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so on that note, I don't feel good about it. I've got to step back on this one. I think, ethically, we're promising the public that we're going to make good on all these directions. I think next year and the year after, we're going to do what we're doing today. Unless the only way that could change is we decide we're going to cut some dollars. If we were to have another list of what we want to deprioritize, to say we're going to cut blank in order to do blank, that sort of, you get rid of a position, you add a position to bring the county government in line with public expectations. I could support that. I think that's very realistic. But this plan is just, hundreds of millions of dollars of spending. I think the CEO is being overly polite and politically correct. It's just not possible. It feels so out of touch. Unless somebody knows something that I don't know, that we're going to get a lump sum of money from state or federal. If we want to put in that plan, we're going to collect all tax revenue that's due. maybe there's 10% on the table that we don't collect today, and we're going to allocate that to one of these top priority items. Great, let's say that. But, just approving this plan is setting us up to fall short. Am I alone?
Supervisor, and you've got a comment. Yeah, thank you for.
Well, BJ, we probably all have seen budget software that is online sometimes with local governments that they'll ask the community to prioritize, limited resources. And I'm just curious if you've worked with any community on an outreach program involving that kind of software, that kind of budgeting software, to let the community give some input as to their priorities, because as Supervisor Williams and CEO point out, the resources of the county could potentially expand a little bit, certainly from collection of all taxes actually due to the county, but there's a limit to how much that would grow the county revenues. And so ultimately there is a finite amount of money to spend and virtually unlimited potential needs out there. So I'm just curious, have you worked with any community on that kind of outreach?
I have not, and I talked to Gary, he has not either, because we work at this beginning phase and then the county takes it and goes on with it. Although Sonoma County may have, I know that Gary's checking on that, I don't know, but I'll tell you, RCRC might be a really good resource for you to tap about that. But I know Ann wants to say something, but one thing I do want to share, the most important part of this from what we're seeing is that first pillar. The importance of really shoring up your internal culture. That doesn't cost anything to improve upon. And we're hearing from everyone how important that is. And we're going to, so keep in mind, if you would, about the importance of having a strong culture, because that doesn't cost anything. Ann?
I guess what I would add is that I don't think Supervisor Williams is wrong in the sense that the current plan, if it were adopted today as presented, of course that's overpromising. But I think perhaps Supervisor Williams doesn't realize that what we're doing is presenting this over and over again so that we're honing it each time. This is not the plan that's going to get passed. The plan that's going to get passed, I would assume, will have a list, an appendix or something that says, here's all the great ideas that employees and the board and the CEO and the public had that we are simply not going to be able to anticipate getting to in the next 5 years. Even if we do the 10% tax increase collections, and even if we do 10% in grants, you're right, 20% increase, that's not going to cover everything. But our job as the committee is not to weed that out for you. Our job as the committee is to present it all. Now, if you would like us to go back and do that streamlining work for you, we certainly can. But we were, I don't know, BJ, correct me if I'm wrong. We actually thought that our job was more to put it all together and then have more of an iterative process with you all to streamline it. But if I'm shirking our responsibility onto you all, let me know, because then we'll do that work and you can just do the minor edits.
Yeah, we were not given any budgetary constraints when we were given our charge to move forward. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I have to agree with what Supervisor Williams said. Obviously, we're not going to build housing and fund the broadband and fix all of our roads. Okay, so we're not going to get that done. But this is something that's important to people, obviously, and as we think about the future. But I also agree with what BJ said. We can control things that don't cost a lot, like organizing ourselves well to increase communications with internally and externally, have real key expectations about what we want the workplace to be like that we work in. Those are all things that we can do, and it doesn't cost a lot of money. So it's not all money solutions to how we move forward into the future. There's a lot of it is what I talk about, making Mendocino County a good place to work. And that's something that doesn't necessarily cost a lot of money. Money certainly helps, but we also are going to have an opportunity as a board. We have 2 hours planned where we will narrow down the list of what is realistic for us to do. And that's where we can kind of drop out the ideas. No, we're not going to pay for housing or repave all the roads in Mendocino County. That's not feasible, but there will be other things that we can do. And that's what I expect to come out of this exercise.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
So it's not a matter of repaving all the roads in Mendocino. It's the direction roads are on right now. We're going to be, a board will be deciding which roads to convert to gravel. There's no plan to have enough funds to maintain the roads at the current level. And I mean, the fuel tax is based on the number of registered vehicles, not the amount collected at the pump. We could go to the state legislature and show this isn't a fair formula. We have a large visitor economy, for example. The votes are in Southern California. We're not going to change that formula. So we sort of have, this is the funding we have is what we get to live with. So constructive feedback, I hope we can find common ground. I would appreciate if we could go through all of the bullet points and annotate which we can fund today, which we believe don't have a cost to the county, which we believe can come from grant sources, identifying the grant. It's not enough to hear, well, we could look for a grant for roads or for water infrastructure or for broadband. If it were that easy, it would have been done. When I go to Howard and talk about roads, he points out if the idea I'm bringing were so obvious, he would have already done it. He's making use of every dollar he has. In fact, what I've seen is he's recognized as a leader in this area across the state. He has a lot of credibility. We're getting the most out of the dollars we have. Problem is we need more dollars in that pool. So a little bit of annotation, and I guess I could find support for the plan, but that would allow us to tell the public, these are stretch goals that we don't think we can meet. These other ones, we're a little bit off, but we think these specific grants sources may help. There's a few that don't cost us anything. And what do the others think?
Oh, yeah.
My colleagues, how do you feel about annotating these bullet points and slides with what we can actually afford?
And Supervisor Mulheron's had her hand up for a while.
I was waiting for the chair to recognize me. Yeah, I appreciate Supervisor Williams' viewpoint on this. When I reviewed this list, I was checking off boxes of things that we are already doing. These are already balls in the motion, millions of dollars that go into homelessness in this county. The report received from the grand jury on housing, as well as the report that we received today from SEIU. I mean, these are all ideas that the board has supported and is trying to implement to improve our housing stock. So I'm looking to the ex officio representatives in the project team really about before these additional town hall conversations are had. I would love to know, or I would hope that you would put together a list of, here is what is happening with Measure B. We are going to open the CRT this week. We have a second outreach worker that's coming on board. I mean, these things, many of them that are listed as goals and objectives, those we are rolling on those. So I guess I'm seeing an opposite viewpoint of Supervisor Williams on this. Obviously there's a lot of work to do. No, we're not going to have enough money to fund roads, but some of these boxes are getting checked. So I'd like to hear from the team about that. I also was pretty surprised at how small the focus groups really were. I think we get feedback from a lot of people in our community, and 4 or 5 people, we have many more critics than that, frankly. And to not have them at the table to hear what we're doing and to come up with possible solutions. I mean, I think we're missing some people. So I'd like to hear more about that as well.
I mean, is that a question for us or?
Yes. Well, or I guess maybe it's feedback. I'm not sure. If nobody wants to answer it as a question, then it's feedback.
And do you want to make any comments about the focus group sizes or anything at this point? Or
I think that I agree with you that that I was surprised that they weren't bigger, and that's why we're doing the 3 town halls to make sure that they are. There's also a lot of busyness right now. There's a lot of it's just hard to get participation when there's not a specific item on the table that you're trying to get feedback about. Here at Public Health, oh, I can give you feedback up the kazoo. We get emails and calls every day. So you're right, it's not a question of people not weighing in. It's just that they didn't use that particular format to weigh in, I think. But I also appreciate the fact that a lot of things are already happening, and that is one of the problems with asking for public input. Every member of the public doesn't know everything you know. And so when we're taking their input, we can't just say, oh, that's already happening. Oh, that's already happening. So we take their input. But you're right, if we don't then in the same document talk about what is going on, it could look like there isn't anything going on. And that's the same to Supervisor Williams' point. If we're gonna annotate, we can do all of that. We can annotate about possible future directions, possible, we don't see any immediate funding sources. This is probably going to be on the back burner. And here's what's in progress so far. Here's our next step. So for example, for the CRT, we would be saying we'll do a 6-month and a 1-year evaluation, both qualitative and quantitative, and see, is this our best investment or do we need to make changes to it? I agree. I would appreciate taking the time to do that. We were originally trying to get this on your agenda by December, and there just wasn't enough time on your agenda. So now that we have January, we might as well use it.
Okay. Thanks. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Dirty. Yeah, when I look at this, like the second pillar is a safe and healthy county. And it says increase access to behavioral health services. Well, like Supervisor Mulherin said, we're opening up the CRT. We have a lot of things going on in our county with the Measure B funds and help people feel safe in the community. You know, we have increased code enforcement. We're trying to provide more deputies and get that beefed up too. Are we on the right track with these? When we look at a thriving economy, the number one is support increased housing stock at a range of affordability levels. Are we doing that? Well, we're not going to build the houses, but like Supervisor Jurdy and I are on the housing ad hoc. We're talking with planning and building to see what we can do and what their plans are, and trying to stimulate that kind of conversation. So I think that we're on the right track with these things. And a prepared and resilient county, increased disaster emergency preparedness. We have an agenda item on today for $1 million to from the PG&E money to provide for our fire districts. So if we look at it like a guide, are we on the right track, and are we doing things that support these items? I think we are.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt. I have a meeting that starts in 1 minute. It's an important appointment. So as you knew before that I had to leave. So Sarah on our team, our research director, who didn't know she was going to be here, is going to be taking notes in my stead to hear what you've said, and I'll listen to this part of the meeting later on YouTube. Here you go, Sarah. Thank you. Sarah.
Okay, thank you, BJ, and welcome, Sarah.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams.
Well, that last comment really gets to the difference in views here. I don't think we're on a good track. I think we're a bit out of touch. I don't think having meetings with planning is helping with housing. I think our planning department needs to be staffed at a level that it can turn around an application to a permit quickly. But that's our role in workforce housing. County doesn't have funds to subsidize housing. And, a lot of the ideas I hear from community sessions, if you just get rid of the CEO, the problems would be solved. She's going to leave soon. We're going to have the same problems on our hands. Don't have an attorney or don't pay a market rate. And no, if you don't have an attorney, look at all these problems that it will create. Government moves at a glacier speed. We're in this checkmate of, we don't have seed funding to head in one of these new directions. And I don't think it's going well. I think we have some major problems, and we need to be more transparent about that. And I don't know how that feeds into the strategic plan. Certainly, we don't want to say, well, we're in a bad place right now, put that down in the plan. The whole point of having a plan is to set that North Star. We're going to head towards it. But it has to be somewhat realistic. And I'm not seeing that realistic perspective here. I'm seeing goals that are just so far out of reach without a strategy to get there or any sort of ranking. Ranking would be if we do it in a certain order, the sum will be more. Maybe we need to work on solving the housing first, but what does that mean? This plan is silent as to what it means. It points out we need more workforce housing. Everybody in this county knows we need more workforce housing. This plan should highlight how we think we're going to get there. And if that's make cuts to roads so that we can have planning turnaround permits quicker, generate more revenue, and then put that back into roads, great, there's a plan. I don't see the strategy in this strategic plan.
Okay, Supervisor Williams. So I'll just add that I don't know that the plan, others can say otherwise, but I'm not sure that the plan has to, in every case, specify how we're going to get to our objectives. I think what I see with the strategic planning process and a follow through in the years ahead is a continual check-in with the plan and see how our work, whether it's by us, it's by county staff, it's by community members, how our collective work is advancing those goals. And I think actually it's a helpful framework because if we're constantly checking back with the plan, if we're constantly reporting back on our progress towards those objectives, I think it actually builds momentum and builds morale. I think one of the things that organizations, and I think Mendocino County as an organization is one of them, sometimes they suffer when people have victories but don't take time to recognize those victories, and they leads to a misbelief that no progress is occurring, when in fact progress is taking place on many fronts, but it's not often recognized. And I do think that we have a number of opportunities, in spite of our limitations, to move the ball forward on probably most everything on this list. What do we accomplish everything on the list in every conceivable way? Probably not. But do we accomplish significant progress on everything on this list? Yeah, probably. Supervisor McGordy.
I kind of like what Supervisor Mulheron said about how some of these things are already going on, and what strategic plans do for you is they help you sort out the noise, and it does tell you as an organization what you think is important and where your priorities should be. Do you accomplish everything that's on it to 100%? Probably not. I think you're right, Supervisor Williams. Would take more money than we could imagine, and it's not inside of our resources. On the other hand, it helps us sort out what's the important things that our organization needs to focus on and accomplish, and then when you have focus, you get things done. Otherwise, what ends up happening is you're just responding all the time, and you're responding to whatever the loudest noise is in the room. And that's why we're doing this plan, at least from my perspective. I mean, I wouldn't have bothered if I thought, how do we make Mendocino County perfect with one plan? And the answer is you don't. But on the other hand, you do start to focus your attention on things that are really, really important to your organization and your community. And that's what our strategic plan is about. And having gone through strategic plans with other organizations, we didn't solve everything that was the organization needed, but we sure made things better, and we sure got a good work plan out of it for the organizations I work with, being University of California Cooperative Extension and Ukiah Unified School District. So I believe in the strategic planning process, and I think it'll help us as an organization overall.
Supervisor Mulhern.
I just wanted to clarify, I really think, this strategic plan and the priorities is something that the 5 supervisors, every executive level staff, every department head, every employee with the County of Mendocino looks at our work every day and sees, does this fit into the priorities? Is this the direction that we all want to be headed in? And if you take that and review every agenda item, every budget item, you're able to discern what's a priority and what would be nice to have. And that's been an ongoing conversation of this board over the last year, is we really need to narrow down what are priorities, and the strategic plan doesn't mean we're going to get everything done in 1 year, but we have a roadmap to move forward, which this county has never had before. So having an opportunity to have a document that exists that people can refer to and check in with before dollars are spent, I think this is a great opportunity. I would love to figure out how we get more public input in those town halls. I don't know what the numerical goals are for attendance, but we really need community input. So however the team can make that happen, I think that would be critical.
Okay, looking to the ad hoc committee and also Anne, appreciate the update. Is there anything else that you're looking for with today's session? Obviously, we need to go to public comment on this agenda item. Is that where we get to next? Supervisor Hatchak?
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize that, those town halls will be on January 4th, 5th, and 6th, dealing with one pillar each evening, and they'll be from 5 to 6:15. So, it would be helpful for everyone to help spread the word.
Okay. Looking at the clerk of the board, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
There's no public comment on this item.
All right. Well, a question I have, so given the time, it's just about 12:30. Should we take a short half-hour lunch break at this point and come back into open session at 1 o'clock?
Oh, yes.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. So we'll conclude this item then at this point, and we'll go we'll adjourn and resume at 1 o'clock on our agenda.
Welcome back, everyone. Chair Judy, we're here and ready to begin when you are.
Okay, well, thank you, Atlas. I believe the next item on our agenda is item 5A, which is discussing possible action, including recognition of our employee service awards for eligible employees with 15 to 40 years of service with the County of Mendocino. And this is being brought forward by the Human Resources Department.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO. And yes, we are pleased today to be bringing the service awards forward for 15 to 40 years of service. We do have a PowerPoint up on the screen that will recognize the individuals. And I'm going to be turning it over to CEO Angelo, and she will read the names of the service awards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is CEO Angelo. First of all, I would like to thank Human Resources for all their work, particularly Katie Ford, who has done so much in the way of service with our employees and development and education and training. So thank you to HR for keeping us going with all of the service awards. And again, to Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson, who continues to have an active role in human resources at this time. So we have the names of our employees. Pre-COVID, as we know, we would have our employees come into the board chamber and we would go ahead and give them their award, and their supervisors would make a few comments as well. We hope to get back to that post-COVID, but for now, we're still in this pandemic and we continue to do this remotely during our Zoom meetings. I am announcing the employees today because as everyone knows, I will be retiring soon, and this may be the last time that I get to do this. So I take this as a privilege. I want to thank the county that I have the privilege of announcing these employees. So we will go ahead and get started. And employees achieving 15 to 40 years of county service during the period July 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 are the employees that we are recognizing today. That's not to negate all the employees that have 1 through 15 years of service. So 15 years of service, we start with Kirsten Alvarado, Shannon Cox, Jessica Hoagland, Candace Prairie, Matt Richardson, Adrian Thompson, Sandy Kennedy, Kelly Ford, Deanne Pallison, Deborah Pullins, Marcella Runnings, Jesse Van Voris, David Corcoran, Josephina Guevara, Kimberly Pickering, Stephen Purcell, Danielle Shields, and Miguel Vasquez. And we could go through those 15. Great. Okay, and 20 years of service, we start with Billy Arms, Angelina Contreras, John Fleming, Gregory Hernandez, Joanne Johnston, Chris Keir, Lori Lundquist, Soledad Munoz, Matthew Purcell, Terry Ramus, Deborah Turner, and Mary Ellis Wilford. And thank you for your 20 years of service. 25 years of service, moving on. We have John Bednar, Maribel Craig, Melissa Kendall, and Alec Kyle. And then 35 years, we have James Scogans. So again, thank you to all these employees. We appreciate not only your service, but your dedication. And you are a shining example to the rest of the 1,200 county employees. And as we say when we do orientation, our new employee orientation, we don't want a county operation full of county employees. We want a county organization of public servants. And your years of service prove that you are public servants. So thank you very much. And at this time, Chair Jurdy, I'll turn it over to you for any comments that the board members would like to make.
Well, thank you, CEO Angelo. I actually ask a question of maybe Katie Ford or HR or Sherry. Is there any kind of ongoing programs that the county has with employee engagement that that kind of recognizes all employees throughout the year, or at least gets their feedback on items. I know that the employee survey that we just heard about through the strategic planning process was one effort to do that. But are there any other efforts that are underway to just sort of stay in touch with and get the input of county employees?
Thank you, Chair, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. And I'm going to turn this over to Katie Ford, acting HR manager, as she's our leadership coordinator and very active in the employee engagement team. Thank you.
Hello, Supervisor Jordy, members of the board, Katie Ford, acting HR manager. So to answer your question, yes, we do actually have a recognition program that the engagement team put out in 2019. This allows supervisors or managers the ability to recognize their staff through predetermined areas. So innovation, teamwork, customer service, leadership at all levels, general excellence. So we have supervisors and managers continuing to use that throughout the year. We also provide a peer-to-peer recognition program with a lot of resources. So coworkers are able to identify, fellow coworkers or colleagues that are doing a great job and provide them with kudos, and using recognition toolkits, the ability to appreciate and recognize them sideways as well.
So Katie, thank you for the information, and I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Supervisor McGorty?
So as someone who spent 33 years assigned to Mendocino County and basically the people surrounding me, even though I was a UC employee, the people who I worked with day to day were Mendocino County employees. I thank all of these people who've spent considerable amount of their lives working for Mendocino County and making a contribution to our organization and community. And I commend them for their longevity and their caring and their desire to show up and work every day, even when some days aren't easy. We hope to continue to work on making this a better place to work. At least you certainly have my commitment for that after 33 years. And there's a lot of good things about working here and some things that we could make better. So I'm committed to that, and thank all of you. It means a lot to me to see someone who stays as long as 35 years. That's longer than me. That's really something. And anyway, congratulations and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Supervisor McGorty. Any other thoughts or comments? Well, thank you, Katie and Sherry and Carmel, for continuing to do this even during COVID. I think it's an important, I don't know if it's annual or a semi-annual event. I think it may happen twice a year. But it's a good agenda item. Thank you. Okay, all right. Well, do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
There's no public comment.
All right. Okay, well then I think that brings us over to item 5B, which is the Williamson Act. And I think this item is coming from perhaps the Clerk Assessor Recorder's Office. Just a question, perhaps County Council could also introduce this item. My understanding is that I want to look to the clerk of the board. Was proper notice established for, this is a public hearing?
Yes, proper notice was established.
Okay, all right. Well then at 1:10, we'll open the public hearing and look to the clerk of the board just to confirm that all correspondence, all telephone calls received were distributed. So if there were any public comment on this, correspondence received, just looking at the clerk of the board, was it, acknowledged?
Yes.
And filed? Okay.
Yes,
thank you.
all correspondence and phone calls were noted.
Okay, thanks. All right. Do we have someone to present this item?
We are currently in the process of reaching out to the Assessor Clerk Recorder and the Agricultural Commissioner. It looks like they were both sponsors on the item. We don't have either one of them on the line currently.
Mr. Chair, if you want, I could have a deputy come in and speak to this just a little bit. We don't have a whole lot of involvement or background, but we might be able to just give you a little bit of context. If you give me just a moment, I'm trying to get one to jump in right now.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We might have surprised them by coming back at 1 instead of 1:30. Is there another item that we could take, maybe the Hopkins fire recovery update?
Okay, I'll look to the clerk of the board's office or CEO. Is that item ready for presentation?
Chair Judy, I think that is, but the next item would be 6A. If Supervisors Williams and Mulhern are ready, we could do that item as well.
Okay, the PG&E funds. All right, so we'll not open the public hearing just yet. And we will go to item 6A, which is the PG&E funds being distributed to the fire departments. Supervisors Mulhern and Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Supervisor Williams, do you want me to start?
Yeah, that would be great.
Supervisor Williams and I have been working with the fire ad hoc to determine an appropriate use for $1 million of the PG&E funds to be distributed equally amongst the fire departments. I'm really proud of the work that the fire departments, their districts, and their chiefs were able to do to come up with agreement on the plan that they've proposed for us. And all of the items really go towards supporting fire service and bolstering fire service in Mendocino County. And there really and truly are never enough dollars for what we need. But I think that this is a pretty good start and gets us headed in the right direction. And Supervisor Williams, if you had anything to add.
Just that the fire districts put a lot of work into this. We asked that they show us the line items, and they have. If you scroll through the attachment, I mean, you can see they're talking about helmets, coats, hoods, extrication gear, cordless sawzall. It's very detailed. And we think this is a fair way to distribute the money. And on a lot of this, with a lot of this equipment, it doesn't really matter where it is, because if there's a major incident, it's all being pooled. You know, departments across the county are bringing what they have to help each other. So I see this as a net win for the entire county, that we're bolstering our level of preparation. And as Supervisor Mulhern pointed out, this is still a Band-Aid. Everything we're doing with fire and EMS is a Band-Aid, but it's a pretty good Band-Aid.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Judy. Yeah, while I'm supportive of this, and I think that the fire districts certainly need the funding, I do think that we need to figure out how we're going to replace this money into the PG&E fund, because it would be great to have a couple $1 million set aside for emergencies, the disaster emergencies that we're going to face in the upcoming years. And that was the intention of putting this money aside, but I do support this item. Okay. I would just like to figure out how to replace that money.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Hashak. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I kind of agree, and there's two issues here. One is to have a contingency, so that we do have an emergency and we do have to reach for funds, for matching funds or bridge funding or whatever, that we have some money on hand. There's that issue. There's also other things that that still need some attention in our county, including our park system, which is, we work on that, is woefully underfunded. I don't dismiss the needs of the fire departments around the county, and they're extraordinary. When we had issues this summer in my district, they were there so fast. It was really amazing, and they saved property and lives. It was extraordinary. So I totally support them. I think though that we should have a discussion about keeping a contingency on hand for emergencies. And I don't know if Supervisor Williams has some thoughts about that, and if he does, I'd like to hear them.
Can you qualify that just slightly?
Yeah. So again, as we think about our needs when something comes up, like the water emergency we had, like the Hopkins fire, we needed to have money on hand to spend for that. So as a board, what do we want to do for contingencies? The PG&E money was pretty handy for that. And there was a way to have a fund that was like a revolving disaster loan fund that we could take money from and put back in so that we could be very nimble to respond when an emergency occurred.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I think we need to have an operational strategic plan for county finances. What are we doing with money? How do we make sure we're collecting every tax dollar that's due? How are we ensuring that we're putting some aside for emergencies? We're going from one emergency to the next. But I think what's difficult is if we have a large pot of money, millions of dollars as a contingency, and we're not meeting the core mandated services, which I would argue today. I'm terrified. There's a great part of Mendocino County where you get in a traffic collision and look at the resources. You have some very well-intentioned volunteers. You might have career firefighters driving a great distance with rusty trucks, hand-me-down equipment, hand-me-down turnouts. Not only are we asking the firefighters in this county to largely go unpaid, we're not even providing the adequate training or equipment. So it's hard. I would think it would be difficult to have a large pot of money, millions of dollars, and not address the problems at hand. And the hard reality is we don't have enough to do both. I don't think we're meeting the level of service the public expects. And frankly, I don't want this to derail too much, but when we talk about, say, $174,000 for town hall meetings Move 2030, I'm looking at, we have hungry kids in this county. We have people that can't get to work without losing suspension on the car, driving over potholes that are unfilled. We're not prioritizing the core services and mandated functions of government. And you hear my frustration, and I know the four of you share it. You want these problems fixed as well. I'm not feeling like we're on track to solve it. But I support this money for fire because I know of all services, when somebody calls 911, this will make a difference. This will save lives. We don't know which lives. We know we're saving people from suffering.
Okay, well, thank you to the ad hoc for bringing forward this proposal that was discussed at previous board meetings about allocating additional funds to the fire departments. I'm trusting that we'll make sure that these various allocations are duly noted in next year's budget presentation to be memorialized there. Would like to just look, do we have any public comment on this item?
There's no public comment.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? Supervisor Hashak.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Mayor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, looking to the clerk of the board, were we able to round up someone from the clerk recorder assessor's office and from the ag department?
No, we were not able to do that. County Council Curtis did invite one of his deputies, but at this time we do not have the assessor clerk recorder or the ag commissioner on the line.
Okay.
And I would say chair's discretion as to how to proceed. I'm happy to just give a little bit of background on this. This is one of the annual requirements related to the Williamson Act contracts. We weren't particularly involved in the preparation of this item, so I don't know that I'm going to be able to answer a lot of specific questions. But if the board would like, I can just provide a brief introduction.
I think you can just proceed. It is a pretty routine, it's an annual item. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, this is related to the Williamson Act contracts. There was a mechanism that was placed into state law. As I understand it, initially the state, when they were creating the Williamson Act contracts, essentially provided funding to the counties to offset the lost revenue that was going in the form of essentially a tax break to the properties that were under Williamson Act contracts. However, the state subsequently decided it didn't want to fund that, and therefore it created a mechanism that would allow a reduction of the contract period from 10 years to 9 years as a way to sort of offset some of the loss for those years in which the state hadn't funded it. And my understanding from the agenda summary is that this is the state did not fund it this year, and my understanding is they haven't funded it for quite some time. So this would be the findings that would be required to essentially establish that the state had not provided the funding and to allow this mechanism to continue for another calendar year.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And at 1:21, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Supervisor Williams.
Right, so tailing on the comments from the previous item, what will this cost us?
Well, this is an action to try to increase revenue, not to decrease. So I can't tell you exactly what the figure would be. I think we need to have the assessor here for that. But my understanding is that when it's a 9-year contract instead of a 10-year contract, that changes the valuation such that we're able to get a little bit more tax revenue from the properties in question. But candidly, I'm not super solid on all of the details on that.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Well, it says in the summary of requests that for the fiscal year 22-23, the foregone tax revenue is approximately $1,092,683. So Mendocino County will receive 0 in Williamson Act funding from the state for fiscal year 22-23. So it sounds like we're foregoing $1,092,000.
Well, and just to be clear, that is my understanding is that's the amount of money that has been foregone by virtue of the Williamson Act contracts. This action would reduce that, as I understand it, reduce the amount of offset or foregone revenue. I don't know what that figure would be when we're going from the 10 to 9.
So just to follow up on that, my understanding is counties are either in the Williamson Act or not, and this was a provision to reduce the loss to the general fund by, I think, about 10%. So do we have any public comment on this public hearing item?
We do. First on the line is Devin Bower.
Good afternoon, board. Possibly it is Devin Boer, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. And in our comment letter, you get the history of why the legislation was put in place back in 2010, following the state's decision to put the subvention funding statewide into the Williamson Act contracts. So seeing the writing on the wall at that point in time, Mendocino County Farm Bureau supported the legislation, and 8 counties, including Mendocino County, back in 2010, adopted AB 2530, which allowed for the shortening of the 10-year cost to the 9-year contract. So that has been supported ever since. To the questions that were brought up, and I would be hesitant to move in this direction, would be a couple things. One, this is a voluntary program, so to the point of Supervisor Williams, that to honor the allowance of production agriculture for this benefit program. And I don't think this was included in the action item today to consider moving forward from a complete non-renewal of the contracts of the Williamson Act. My second point was also included in our comment letter, and this is something we've advocated for in several in the ordinance is compliance document. The county, through various committees and such, has reviewed about 50,000 acres out of the program for non-compliance. Nothing had been done since. So in 2019, I believe it was, working with the Lands Committee, the Ag Commissioner, and the assessor, there was a rewrite of the compliance forms that were submitted. However, that was, sort of concurrent with other issues that were going on. And to the best of my knowledge, I have not seen anything come back to the board for non-renewals considerations for non-compliance. So there are checks and balances on the fiscal side for maintaining compliance with the Williamson Act. The county just has to go forward and make those applicable. So I wanted to remind you that you do have some checks and balances in place to continue to honor the program for those who are legitimately in production agriculture. Thank you.
Devin, we lost a little bit of your audio. Are you still there? If you can unmute, we lost a little bit of your audio. Could you just reiterate the part of your discussion where you talked about the compliance program that you worked with some of the county officials to put that in place? Could you just repeat who those different county officials are that you worked with?
Sure. Sorry for that. Things at one point in time when Tony Litter did it back in, and so that was a makeup of the ag department, the assessor, and then there was a representative planning and building, I believe. I'm not sure if the same committee balance is in place for the recent documents that were sent out. I believe it was into 2019 going into early 2020. So it's in the assessor and the ag department. I believe we're working on that.
Okay, thank you. So it's a work in progress, it sounds like. Do we have any additional public comment?
That concludes public comment.
Okay. Do we have any final staff remarks?
Not for me, unless the board has any questions.
Okay. Any final questions from board members? All right. Well, then at 1:28, we'll conclude the public hearing and go back to the board.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay. All right. It's close tie. I'm going to give it to Supervisor Hashak for the second. And we'll have a roll call.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, well, thank you. That takes us, I believe, now to 5C, which is the Hopkins update. Is there someone here available for the Hopkins update?
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board. Travis Kilmer with the Perm Department here to give you a Hopkins fire update. I'm going to share my screen. Can you guys all see my screen? Okay. So before I jump into the information on the debris removal
So
process.
Travis, we do see it, but it's a little bit small. Do you have the ability to enlarge the text?
I don't know if I can enlarge it.
Okay, well, if not, that's fine. I just thought I'd ask.
Okay, sorry. Well, is that better?
A little bit, yeah. That's better. Yeah, thank you.
I might have to scroll down for you when we get to the bottom, but okay. Sorry, before I jump into that part, I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge some of our nonprofit partners that have been helping us throughout the Hopkins fire recovery. I just wanted to, give them a little acknowledgement for all that they've done with case management. And so, we've worked from the beginning of the fire with North Coast Opportunities and also United Disaster Relief of Northern California. Both of those organizations have client lists from the Hopkins fire of almost 40 people. And I just wanted to, just sort of acknowledge what they're doing, kind of filling gaps that county government is not able to, handle, just with more direct assistance, helping them find housing, fill out forms and applications for things. So I just wanted to take a moment to do that. And now we'll go to the more direct Hopkins fire recovery information. So phase 2 of the Hopkins fire recovery, the debris and hazard tree removal contract has now been awarded to a contractor. That happened on the 10th, and that contract actually began yesterday. So at this point, PERM is still collecting the right of entry permits, and that's pretty much the only thing that's holding us back from a start at this point, is collecting more of those. As of right now, so in phase 1, we assessed and cleared 35 properties. So that's kind of the goal for how many properties are going to be going through this process. We have 11 right of entry permits that have been submitted and uploaded to the state's database. 6 properties have applied for the permits to go through the alternative private program. So they have to get demolition permits from planning and building and a few other steps for that. So we're still waiting on, I believe it's 18 properties that we need to know if they're which program they're going to use. These are the only 2 options. You can't just clear off your property without permits. So we're going to be reaching out in the next week or so to those other properties to make sure that they get their right of entry permits submitted so that we can get moving. Because the contract for the debris removal here in Mendocino County, it was lumped together with several other small fires in other counties. And so the contractor, whoever gets their ROEs in first, that's where they're going to start. So the sooner we get all these in, the sooner we can get this all cleaned up. And so originally, PERM had a deadline for the ROE submissions of last Friday. We've extended that deadline to this Friday. And I will be reaching out to all of the people that we still need to hear back from to try and get all those in as soon as possible. So we're looking fairly good for the debris removal and hazard tree work once we get all these ROEs in. And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about was just the SBA disaster loan program. So I have some statistics that I got from SBA. So they've only approved 2 loans right now. There's still some that are pending, but people can still apply for these loans. The loan program for individuals, which is open to property owners, renters, and businesses, they can still apply until December the 27th. So I would encourage people, if they are having some financial difficulties and they were affected by the Hopkins fire, to apply for these programs, because they've got fairly favorable terms, and it's still open. And so the information here, you can reach out to SBA, you can go to their website, which is disasterloanassistance.sba.gov. You can call them, email them, but I would highly encourage people to apply for those loans if they need additional assistance, because the window is closing soon. And I guess with that, if anyone has questions, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Travis, can you just repeat the deadline verbally to the audience?
Oh, yes. So the loan deadline is December 27th, 2021. And that would be for, homeowners, renters. If you have a business and you're applying for a loan, that is open until July 26th of 2022. But I don't believe we had many businesses in the Hopkins burn scar area.
Okay, all right. Do we have any board member questions at this time? Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I'd just like to thank Travis for working with the ad hoc. We've got a meeting for Friday to look at an ordinance for cleanup in these kind of situations. So thank you, Travis, for your work on that.
You're very welcome.
I want to thank you, Travis. You're one of the very dedicated county employees in the organization. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
There's no public comment on this item.
All right, thanks. Okay, all right. Well, then I believe that takes us to the next item, which would be, let's see, I believe it would be item 5E, which is discussion possible action regarding the standing committees and final report out. Going to the executive office on this.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy and members of the board. I'm Lindsay Doherty, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board, and agenda item 5E today is a annual item to sunset any standing committee referrals that have already been handled this year and carry over any that need to be continued into next year for further consideration. So you'll see attached to this agenda item, you'll see a list of the existing standing committees from this year. So we would just like to have a report out from the General Government Standing Committee as our one active standing committee on these items, and go ahead and clear any of these from committee that are complete and move any to the next year that need to be completed next year.
Thanks, Lindsay. Supervisor McGordy.
So there's two that Supervisor Williams and I were on that I think we're done with. One was a public workshop on the sheriff budget. We completed that. And then the second one was an ad hoc on sheriff's office budget issues. For now, I think we're done.
Okay, Supervisor McGordy, I think at the moment we're on the item regarding the standing committees, and then next we'll go on to the ad hoc committees.
Sorry, jumped the gun.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I didn't know if Supervisor Williams wanted to address some of these. I don't believe that we are done yet with the countywide contract review. I think that that's going to be an ongoing review by the General Government Committee. Supervisor Williams, do you agree that that's an item that should remain?
I agree with your perspective.
Okay. And then at our meeting on Monday, we discussed both the social media handbook, the legislative platform, and the directives. And the social media handbook and the board directives were actually had more work to do before coming back to the General Government Committee in January. And the legislative platform, I believe we completed our discussion on that and it'll be coming for the full board in January.
Correct.
Do you agree with those, Supervisor Williams?
Yeah.
Did you need anything else from us?
No, I think that's it. So I will go ahead and sunset those that have been already completed. The legislative platform is one that's a standing item too, so that will always be on there to take up next year. So we're good to go there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor McGordy, do you have your hand raised on this item?
No, I do not.
Okay, all right. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
We do. First in the line is Ron Edwards.
Thank you, Supervisors. I also jumped the gun on this item and I will hold my comments for 5F. Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no other public comment, then I think we can conclude this item and go on to item 5F on the ad hoc committees.
Okay, so this is our next annual item to do some housekeeping around ad hocs. We have had a lot of them this year. So we need to take a look at them laid out on the spreadsheet and just sort of let me know which ones are ready to be sunsetted and which need to be carried over for further action next year.
Let me just start at the top of the list in order of date. So for 2019, Supervisor Hashak and I formed an ad hoc on roads, one way in, one way out in communities. And although we still have neighborhoods that have that situation, I'm going to look to Supervisor Hashak, but I think maybe we could probably conclude the ad hoc, even though the issue remains and individual supervisors could still work on that issue. But I'll look to you to see what you think about that.
Yeah, I think you're correct that there is a lot of work to still be done. And I've been working with Sherwood Firewise and County Council and the Department of Transportation on this CSA3 issue. But I think the ad hoc can be disbanded at this point. And I think that the work I'm doing can be transferred. It's a pilot program, so if other people have interest in it, it would kind of free up that information flow in a way, if we didn't have just the ad hoc working on it.
Exactly. I think the model of Brook Trails could be applied to other neighborhoods throughout the county, and Department of Transportation now has new information and practices in place to do that. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, I would like to definitely consult with Supervisor Hasjack about this because certainly we have a project potential here in the first district, and this will make it much easier if we can do so.
The other neighborhood that saw some success, there were two possible routes in or out of the Simpson Lane Mitchell Creek neighborhood, and CAL FIRE worked to reestablish an egress into the Mitchell Creek Simpson Lane neighborhood. So you know, it wasn't maybe the perfect solution, but it was a big improvement over what existed prior. Okay, so we'll disband that ad hoc, and then just going down the list. The IT ad hoc, it's still pretty active, even though it does date back to 2019. Supervisor Williams, I think, you know, it's to my mind, it's been pretty helpful as a feedback loop between the supervisors and county staff. But what are your thoughts?
I agree.
Okay, so if the board's okay, we'd like to keep that one active. Then the next one is ad hoc to work on Measure B staffing. So Supervisor Williams and Hashack, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that we did a lot of work with Measure B, and we had that combined meeting of the Measure B Oversight Committee with the Board of Supervisors. And I think that was helpful. And as far as the business plan, I think that's actually on the agenda for the Measure B committee for tomorrow, and development of a PUF unit that is coming forward in January. The feasibility study that Nocton Lewis is doing. So I would say that we could disband that.
Agree.
So that one's disbanded. Then the next one is ad hoc Supervisor McGordy and myself to work with planning and building services for best management resources. You know, I think we've seen stabilization within the planning department with Nash Gonzalez moving in as interim, and some staffing adjustments, staffing reforms. It's still clearly a department in the rebuilding phase, but I think they're on a good course. Supervisor McGordy, do you think that we should keep the ad hoc or not?
So we accomplished a lot, basically kind of teasing out the cannabis department, and then also working with code enforcement a bit to improve their situation and staffing. I think we probably could continue to work with the planning department, but if I understand ad hocs, they're supposed to be a short-term kind of assignment. So it could be that we would form another ad hoc as more issues come up specific to the planning department that need attention.
I agree. I think the purposes of this ad hoc probably have been fulfilled in that the planning department under Nash and Julia Krog have, I think they've really adjusted the staffing levels in a positive way, bringing back the planner tech position, which means that they don't have a planner of the day sitting at the counter and then getting distracted from their projects. That person can answer many questions, and then also elevating some positions to chief planner, so that there's multiple chief planners to take on specific areas of the planning department. I think that should result in successful recruitments for the top leadership in the department. So I'm hopeful that that the department has adjusted its staffing descriptions in the most beneficial way possible. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I was just going back to, you skipped ad hoc committee of Supervisor Williams and myself. So I just wanted to make sure you went back.
Okay. All right, we'll go to that one next. Sorry. Lindsay, do you have a question or comment?
No, it was covered by Supervisor Hashak. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we'll disband that particular ad hoc on planning and building services. Of course, there are many planning and building issues that are of concern to the public and the department and the board. Okay, going back to the ad hoc committee of Supervisor Hashak and Supervisor Williams related to the management and issues in the illegal marijuana issues. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Well, I'll just say that, I worked with Sheriff Kendall and Senator McGuire, and we were able to get that additional $600,000 for the county for dealing with egregious cannabis grows. And Sheriff Kendall did provide information to the Senator's office so that we could get that money. So I think other than that, that committee's work is done.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, do you concur?
Agree.
Okay. And I see a hand raised in the clerk of the board.
Yeah, Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. I support what the board wants to do here and disbanding this ad hoc, though I will say that this $600,000 that we did get from the state for this particular item, I think it will be important for the board to follow this. We have this money for 3 years. It's basically for overtime dealing with illegal grows. And I think it will be important for the board to get regular updates, maybe quarterly updates from the sheriff's office as to what's happening. You could get updates from the executive office because the way this money is, it comes into the executive office and it's our budget team that actually manage this money. And so the sheriff's office has to claim against it. It's not like giving the sheriff's office $600,000 to do this activity. It goes to the county via the department, the finance team, and then the sheriff's office and also others. So it could be the sheriff's office, it could be code enforcement. Quite honestly, it could be fish and game. It could be a state department as well. They could bill against this money. So I think it would be important, I don't want to lose this, that the board gets regular updates. We can tell you, and we can include that on the CEO report, how much of this money is being spent. But I think the board needs to know what's happening. So I realize you're disbanding this ad hoc, and an ad hoc has a very narrow focus. But I would encourage this board to continue to ask for updates on what's happening with this money. Thank you.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So with that said, I would like to have the board request of the sheriff to provide an update in January about if any of the money's been used, how he's using it, where he's using it, that kind of information. So we can be informed about what's being done with that money from the state.
Okay. Sounds like a good suggestion, maybe January and then quarterly thereafter.
Right.
Okay. All right. Can we note that for correspondence with the sheriff?
But Chair Jurdy, we will take that as a board directive that we will ask the sheriff to come back in January, do a brief presentation to the board, not only what's happened so far, but what the plan is for the money. So we'll go ahead and handle that for the board. We'll take it as a directive. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I believe next on the list is the ad hoc to work with the Noyo Harbor District to assist them in implementing their sustainability plan. This ad hoc was established at the request of members of the Noyo Harbor District. They did have new staffing that came on at the Harbor District. It's a very small special district. I think they've got a very capable harbor master, but with the exception of maybe one meeting, we haven't really had a chance to work with them. And I do believe that they'll be pursuing this project more aggressively in the coming year. So I'm looking to Supervisor Williams, but I think it'd be worthwhile keeping it at least for another 6 months to give the new Harbor District staff some time and board to work with us to see if there's a role for the county.
Agree.
Okay, thanks. So we'll keep that for at least another 6 months. Next is the formation of the ad hoc committee to work with staff on the strategic planning. Of course, this has been a very active ad hoc of Supervisor Hashak and McGorty. Any thoughts on keeping this? I assume so.
Yes, definitely. We're not done yet.
Okay, so continue for the life of the project. Okay, so then we'll go to the ad hoc working with developing the 21 legislative platform, which is Supervisors Williams and McGorty.
Well, we're not very active at the moment on this. I assume that there's other avenues to get things into the legislative platform than this ad hoc.
So general government met this morning, and one of the items was the legislative platform update. I think we could probably disband this ad hoc, and it's not clear who will be on general government next year, but I'm sure any two of us could continue the effort.
That makes sense to me. And if I'm understanding this correctly, that was relating to the 21 legislative platform. And so the General Government Committee, I assume, is working on the 22 legislative platform that we'll be adopting hopefully early in 22.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, it's a living document, so I'm not sure if the date has a lot of significance.
Okay. All right. So it's agreed, then we'll disband that ad hoc. Then we go to ad hoc to work with County Council to bring back revised version of the Public Safety Advisory Board ordinance, and that was Supervisors Hashak and myself. I believe we've completed that work. I'm looking to County Council. Is there anything left on that item? Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I believe we're done. We set up the ad hoc and we just need to get people to be on the committee.
Yeah.
That board.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and for anybody who lives in the 4th district, I've spoken to a few people who are interested in public safety issues and diversity issues with the county. And so far, the folks I've spoken with just don't have the time at this point. So I'm looking for people in the 4th district to appoint someone to that Public Safety Advisory Board. Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, I put out the word too for the 3rd district. I hope everyone's putting it out in their districts that we need people on that Public Safety Advisory Board.
The 5th district is already appointed. And if any other district can't find somebody, I have more on my list.
This district's hot on the trail. We'll have somebody, I'm sure, by the end of the week.
And so I would just say that we can disband the ad hoc committee.
Okay, by agreement, we'll disband that ad hoc. All right, then we've got the ad hoc to identify and reduce fire fuel management relating to the Air District Board of Directors. Supervisors Williams and McGorty.
I think one of the things we wanted to do is to try to look at putting together a combined fire permit for burning, a burn permit, and we have not accomplished that yet. Right now, you need to really technically have 2 permits, one with the air quality and one with the local fire department. We were thinking it should be combined into one, but at least that's my recollection of a discussion that we had, and we have not accomplished that at this time.
Supervisor Williams, would you like to just continue on until that's complete?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, all right, thanks. So we'll keep that ad hoc. Then next we have an ad hoc to work with staff on development of the Oak Woodlands ordinance. And that was Supervisors McGordy and Hashak.
So this is definitely on our radar. We're, trying to clear our plates a little bit with the strategic planning. I think has been my big initiative for the year, because I think this is also going to be quite big. I've had discussions with several Oak experts about how we might reformulate some of the ordinance, and we plan to have discussions perhaps as early as January or February for sure. So we want to continue this, at least I do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, we'll keep that ad hoc. Next, we have a committee to work with the county's COVID response. Supervisors Williams and Mulhern. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I think that we should disband this ad hoc. This was originally during the time when we were ramping up vaccine clinics. And I think it's no longer necessary. Vaccine clinics are rolling right along, and anybody that wants to be vaccinated certainly can find a convenient location to do that.
Agree.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. Disband that ad hoc. Next, we have an ad hoc to focus on economic development within the county. Supervisors Williams and Mulhern. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. This originally came about, I had established in 2020 a meeting of city managers, city council representatives, and county staff regarding COVID and economic recovery. That group still meets once a month. Supervisor Williams attends when he can, but I don't think it needs to be an ad hoc, a formal board ad hoc at this point.
Great.
All right, we'll disband that ad hoc. Next, I believe we have ad hoc to work with the community partners and staff on drought-related issues. Supervisors McGordy and Hashak.
Well, if I could jump in here, that we had a meeting yesterday on water extraction and hauling issues. We've had a series of those meetings every month for the last 3 or 4 months. We're trying to come up with some policy regarding that. For people, water extraction, wells, selling the water and hauling it off, those kind of issues. And we also, as the drought task force, we have a meeting on Thursday, which we've had every month also for the last 5 or 6 months, I think. So I think we continue to be active, and we've got some issues that are hard to solve, and we're working on them.
Yeah, it would be great if this situation would go away, much less the drought ad hoc. But as long as we continue to be in kind of dry status and our reservoirs are fairly empty, I think it'd be prudent for us to keep this effort going.
Okay, so we'll keep that ad hoc committee. All right, so then I believe next would be the ad hoc to work with the Library Advisory Board on library budgetary issues. Our ad hoc Supervisor Hashak and I did meet with the Library Advisory Board on a couple of items. I believe we got some concurrence on some changes to the fees. They kind of encountered, once again, something that happened a few years ago where some items maintained on their list of library properties, and so therefore they were charged inappropriately A87 or administrative fees. My understanding is that was straightened out again. I hope that that's resolved now. Supervisor Hashak, do you think that there's anything else that needs to be resolved there?
No, I think that was our purpose, and it got resolved. So hopefully we're moving on.
Yeah, it's a challenge when a department submits items that should not be on their inventory, and if the auditor's office doesn't remove it from the list, the department can get charged 87 costs. So hopefully that'll get straightened out in the auditor's office. Okay, all right, then we'll disband that ad hoc, and then we have ad hoc committee to work with the county and cities on tax sharing agreement. Supervisor Mulhern and I are in process with meeting with the city. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I was just gonna say the same thing. We did accomplish the working with the Ukiah Valley Fire District and the city of Ukiah to complete their annexation and tax sharing. And there's more work to do with the 4 incorporated cities, changes in the auditor's office. And sort of, we've been a little bit in limbo, but I hope to get those meetings back on track starting the 1st of next year. So I'd like to continue the ad hoc.
I agree. So we'll keep that one active. Next is an ad hoc to obtain approval from Sheriff Kendall to conduct and participate in a public workshop on the Sheriff's Office budget and develop questions and obtain information in advance of conducting the workshop with the Sheriff. And that was Supervisors McGorty and Williams.
I think we finished this as far as I'm concerned. We did have the workshop this past year, and the sheriff shared with us the budget as he understands it. Supervisor Williams.
So I thought this was a different item.
Mm-hmm. What was your understanding?
Well, I think we closed that one earlier that was related to financial workshop.
Okay.
But I think as soon as there was a lawsuit, we decided to drop both of these. So
okay.
I'm happy to disband it.
Okay, so we'll disband that ad hoc committee. Okay, then next is the ad hoc to work with community partners on fire and emergency medical service issues, and that's Supervisors Mulhern and Williams.
We met recently, a few days ago, and I think the effort will continue.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, I don't think we've even truly been able to get into the EMS issues sufficiently yet. So there's still work to do on this one.
Okay, we'll keep that one active. Then we've got an ad hoc to work with the Sheriff's Office on budget issues. It's nearly identical agenda item. So again, Supervisor Williams McGorty, is your thought to disband that at this time?
Yes.
Agree.
Okay, right, that one's disbanded. Then there's the ad hoc to look at funding unfunded county roads in need of repairs. And I know that Supervisors Mulhern and Williams have been meeting with staff. Do you want to keep that one active or not?
I'll let Supervisor Williams take it.
Well, we could report out, but it's really depressing. I mean, add a couple zeros to your estimate. I think we can probably disband it.
Well, I just a question on that. So do you feel like the situation is hopeless, or do you think
we're on track to decide which roads will turn to gravel? Literally, there's not enough money to maintain the roads at the current level. That's my read of the situation. And it's I think our DOT is doing a really great job with the funds they have. I don't see that there's room to optimize. We can fight over which district gets the better roads, but no, I don't think there's any solution in sight. And we talked a little bit about could we have a benefits zone? Could we have a tax? The amount that we would need, I don't think the public would ever support.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it is dismal. I think that, the work that we do at the legislative level to make sure that rural counties have their place in the state and federal budgets is really important. Any opportunities to receive grant funds for quote unquote new projects is helpful. And also the county DOT on their website has the 20-year road plan, and reviewing that and really, frankly, having those conversations with our constituents. If your road is not on that list, it's looking pretty bad for you to be able to get your road updated. So there really isn't a solution that we were able to come to. So no need for the ad hoc, but the 5 of us certainly should continue to have this as a high priority in our minds, because we know that our roads face many, many challenges.
One detail that I flashed on as we were meeting as the ad hoc is as we update our housing element and we plan for areas of density, let's make sure that density ends up on a state highway.
Well, or perhaps has a benefit assessment district built into the subdivision, so that the neighbors would maintain at least the neighborhood streets. I've visited neighborhoods in other communities, other states, where the main collector road is a public road, and they're all open to the public. There's no gate. The neighborhood streets are maintained through a benefit assessment district and or homeowners association, basically, so that the homeowners have a really nice public road that's in front of their leads to their neighborhood, and then they're within their neighborhood, they know for sure that they're going to have well-maintained neighborhood streets. So it seems to be, maybe the best, most cost-effective model, because they maintain through their own homeowner association those neighborhood streets. Supervisor Mulhern?
And frankly, 3 of our incorporated cities have a streets tax or a specific tax for streets repairs. So as much as we can work with the cities as they build out their housing closer to the urban cores to incorporate county roads to become city streets, I think that's definitely something that we also need to be looking at.
Yeah, and if I could just take a step back. So basically, the federal gas tax has not increased since 1993, 94. And so I believe it's still 18 pennies a gallon. The state gas tax has increased more recently, and it's now brought up to the same purchasing power it had in 1994. It also was previously not raised since 1994, but was raised a couple years ago. So then the third leg of road funding comes from local taxes, and that's also been struggling since the 90s or 80s. And so that's kind of part of the problem. You've got like a 3-legged stool, and it's only being supported by one leg that's indexed with inflation, and that's the state leg. So that's the core of the problem. And the cities, all have successfully obtained voter approval for a street tax, but in large part because the city residents, we know as a city resident that we've got county residents and we've got tourists spending tax dollars, in our city. And so we get a lot of bang for our buck with a 0.5-cent sales tax in city limits. And the county, unfortunately, has a small fraction of the sales tax relative to population and road miles. So even if we were to go to the voters, and even if they miraculously approved, an identical 0.5-cent sales tax for roads, it just wouldn't generate, as you've reported out, it just wouldn't generate enough money to make a sizable difference for the county roads. The deficit is so great. So it almost seems like we're kind of in this position, if there isn't going to be a true up of the federal funding where it's brought up to the purchasing power it had back in 1994, that maybe what we should be looking at is an organized retreat. It's nobody wants to be the one that pulls the crew out of Vietnam or out of Afghanistan, but ultimately it had to happen. And it's sort of the same situation with the county roads, that there needs to be an organized retreat and not just kick the can down the road and let someone else deal with it 5, 10, 20 years down the road, because ultimately it is happening de facto, and that there are roads that are never being paved, and they won't be paved because the funding isn't there. And that's the neighborhood type streets. The major roads will be paved with those state funds. So yeah, I mean, maybe we should create an ad hoc next year to work with staff to describe what does that organized retreat look like? How do you have a systematic, fair process that's fair to everybody in Mendocino County, that's based on users, road miles, et cetera, that's not based on a purely political decision that, you could design a system so that all the roads in one supervisor district are preserved at the expense of the others, or you could have a logical system that would be consistent throughout the whole county. Supervisor Mulhern?
My district will never be consistent throughout the whole county. So I volunteered to not be on that ad hoc.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I wanted to nominate you to that end, cannabis. There are two sort of no-win. There's, the state has structured this in a way where local can't possibly fix it. And I don't know, I think the supervisor with the most seniority and experience, I nominate you, Dan.
I could work with someone else on it. I think it should come from 2 supervisors, though. I mean, But again, I think the premise should be that whatever the ideas are, that they should be consistent throughout the whole county, and it's based on some metrics.
So I support the concept out of general fairness. I think there's an element of needing to do public outreach. I don't want it circulating that the supervisors are talking about writing off roads. Right? There's a financial understanding that needs to be abundantly clear to everybody before we begin the process of deciding which road becomes gravel.
I agree. Well, let's look at this next year and see if it's appropriate at that time to create an ad hoc, and maybe in the meantime, I'll meet with Howard DOT staff and see what they would like to do. Okay, all right. So, but to confirm though, that the existing ad hoc is being disbanded.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. So then we have another ad hoc on the greater mental health services outcomes. Supervisors Mulhern and Williams. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams and I have met several times with VHAB staff and service providers, and we are very close to bringing forward an agenda item. So I'd like to keep this one going until we can have one more round of review with those two groups, and then bring forward an agenda item.
And I agree. The contractor did come through with raw data and explanation of the data, and it's standardized. It's really good. We're just working on the final detail with how to present it to the board.
Okay, great. All right. All right. Well, then the next one would be, let's see, ad hoc to work on new countywide depreciation plan. Supervisors Hashak and McGordy.
That's depredation, but I'll let Supervisor Hasjack lead on this one.
Well, thank you, Chair Jurdy. You know, Supervisor McGordy and I have been meeting quite a bit about this. We have an RFP out that animal care is overseeing, and that's to take care of, you know, the urban pest, the animals under the house, in the house, those kind of issues. And then we're also looking at creating a program for the big animals, the carnivores, the bears, the mountain lions, those kind of issues. And so, you know, we're looking at using the gas tax money, the money that we were spending for wildlife services, and trying to create these new programs. So it would be no revenue increase to the county, but we want to provide a transitional program for people to go from the wildlife services to this more exclusionary approach. So that's what we're looking at.
And I just want to let you know it's really a challenge, because for some of I don't have a sort of a good paradigm shift for how to deal with something like a mountain lion coming into town and eating somebody's goats. I don't know what to tell you is the most effective way to stop that from happening. You know, I think normally in the olden days, mountain lions wouldn't come near town because they'd get shot at, and now things are changing. People's attitudes are changing, and we're encroaching on habitat maybe where they weren't, but the episode that we had in Anderson Valley left me feeling really inadequate about how you respond to something like that. And the only thing that we've come up with is that you better lock your vulnerable animals up. And then the fact that this is people habitat too, because it's very close to downtown Boonville, really concerns me, but I don't have an easy answer. I know my cats are really afraid of vacuum cleaners. But I don't know, you know, noise, lights, other things that might distract predators from wanting to come into where people and pets and domestic animals are, I guess, is part of an integrated management approach.
And I would say that we are reaching out to CDFW to see, you know, what their requirements are for depredation permits. And we have had a good response about the Anderson Valley High School situation, you know, from the Mountain Lion Society or some group out of Sacramento that came in and provided some extra, you know, fencing and also, you know, some of the bells and whistles to keep the mountain lions away, you know, those kind of scare tactics. And so, and we're working with the Coyote Project and Rich Molinari from Animal Care, Animal Control. So we're trying to figure it out. It is a difficult problem though, and we're trying to do the best we can. So we do have more work ahead of us.
Keep this one active.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Okay, all right, great. So next we have an ad hoc on Parks Needs Assessment Phase 2, and that's Supervisors McGorty and Mulhern. Supervisor Mulhern.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We are meeting monthly, and likely we'll have something that'll come before the board in February or March with a proposal or at least a conversation about what to do with the county parks and access points.
And like our county roads, they're notoriously underfunded and still used and appreciated and loved, and nobody wants to give anything up, which makes it really a challenge because like our roads, you just can't abandon them because people want to use them. So I do appreciate Supervisor Williams with his standoff with PG&E from keeping them from cutting down our redwood trees in Faulkner Park. So, you know, they are public spaces should be treasured. You know, I mean, it's having access to wildlands and wild areas is something that's very, very important, I think, to the well-being of our community, and especially for those who live inside of the more urban areas of Mendocino County. It's nice to be able to go to a wild place. And you know, where our parks have all kinds of deferred maintenance and needs. So Supervisor Mulhern and I are got our work cut out for us, and we're trying to think creatively about it.
Okay, we'll keep that ad hoc committee. And then next one is for the fiscal year 21-22 budget process, which of course we're still in the fiscal year. We're only halfway through the fiscal year 21-22. So Supervisor Williams, I think I intend to keep that one active for the term of the fiscal year.
Agree.
Okay, the next one would be the ad hoc focused on housing issues. Supervisor Hashak and I are meeting individually and then collectively with different community members and groups that are interested in workforce housing and other housing issues. I think we want to keep that one active. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of work to be done in that area, and we're just scratching the surface right now.
Okay, then the next one would be again, these are the most recent ad hoc, so the answer is probably going to be on all of these to keep them active. Human resources issues, Supervisors Hashak and McGorty, you want to keep that one active?
Yeah,
yes.
We're just getting started, so we're scheduled to meet, I guess, this week or sometime within the week, and start working on the process of getting a person on board and kind of bridging the gap in between, so that we still have leadership and staffing enough to keep the HR department functioning.
Right, and we have a meeting tomorrow, I believe, and we have met a couple times about it. We haven't had any successful recruits yet, but we're working on it.
All right, and then I think, and just looking to the group, the last three items were all ad hocs were either created in November or December. I assume we want to keep all of those active. They just started up. Is there any ad hoc that people would not want to continue in next year in the last three? Okay. So let's keep obviously those last three, they're brand new ad hocs on short-term rental crisis, the CEO CAO ordinance, and also on the ordinance dealing with the fire cleanup matters. So we'll keep those last three most recent ad hocs active as well. It's now 2:20. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do. On the line, we have Ron Edwards.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Yeah, I was very interested in the $600,000 for the sheriff. I know that CEO Angelo had said that Fish and Wildlife had a say in that and code enforcement. And I wanted to know if those would be included in that quarterly report or if the sheriff will be coordinating with those for those funds on that. And also, I did not know there was the cannabis ad hoc committee that was created in November. And I didn't know if that was going to continue because I think that was very helpful and would like to see that continue. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Supervisor Hatchak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I think both of those comments were very right on. And so for that direction that we gave to county staff to reach out to the sheriff about an update on that program, I think that it would, if CDFW and code enforcement are involved in using those monies, I think it would be appropriate to add those in. And also with the cannabis ad hoc committee, it's really this one that says, we're supposed to create a workshop, schedule a workshop. And I think that what Supervisor McGordy and I have been working on is the equity grant and the portal issues. And so we are continuing to work on those. So if that's any bit of information for Ron Edwards and the public.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Supervisor McGordy.
I just wanted to make an observation that I think it's very healthy when you look at this list, that if you look at all the permutations, is that all the supervisors somehow or other are on an ad hoc with each other, and that's a good sign in terms of our ability to work as a group. And I really appreciate that we're dedicated enough to do that, and we don't let personalities get in the way. Even when we don't always agree on things, we still find a way to work together, and that's a good sign.
Okay. Thank you for the comment. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, question and clarification. I appreciate that Supervisors McGordy and Haschek are working on the equity and the portal. Just to remind everybody, ad hocs don't have any authority. Two supervisors can't direct staff. So by working on the portal, fixing the portal, I imagine that means ideas from the ad hoc are coming back to the full board. You're not directing staff directly. And I'm sure of that. That wouldn't happen, but I want to point it out because the public isn't always aware of the process. And I know there's been a lot of pressure to create a cannabis ad hoc. I would actually support it if I saw tangible ideas. I understand that there are a lot of problems in that industry. I'm of the mind we can't solve them. These are state problems, and it's giving a false sense of security that the county will take it on and fix state policy. If ideas came forward that would actually accomplish that, of course, I would get behind it. But it doesn't take a committee to work on those issues. If one supervisor wants to go work with that community and bring forward specific proposals, meaning, red line changes, I imagine it would certainly make it on the agenda and we would all give it consideration. So, ad hocs are a really valuable tool when you have two supervisors who want to collaborate, but it's not needed. One supervisor could take on that work.
Okay, Lindsay.
Yeah, it occurs to me, I just want to say for public awareness that clerk of the board, we do our best to update this list. at the end of every meeting and have it up online and out to staff, within 24 hours. So it is posted online. You can find it on the Board of Supervisors section of the website under the special assignments page. And it's posted there, as I said, within a day of all of these new ad hocs being created. And I have a lot of good direction today. I will get this list updated and sent out by the end of the day today and posted online.
All right, well, thanks for the clarification. Okay, it's, I see a hand raised in the clerk of the board's office.
Chair Jurdy, thank you. This is CEO Angelo. My only comment on this is that the board over the past year, you developed many ad hocs. This year was probably the highest number of ad hocs that we've had. I think given our COVID experience, it would make sense that there were more ad hocs, plus we've had more issues. One of the questions that has come to me about the ad hocs, actually another statement, is that the ad hocs are not reporting out regularly as the ad hocs have done in the past. So what I'd like to do, starting in January, is that on the CEO report, we have the directives that are attached. So monthly, you could go over the directives and see where we are in the progress, what's been done, what is still outstanding. I would like to include the list of ad hocs with the CEO report. And at that point in time, then it also gives those ad hocs an opportunity to report out. I could do that, or what we could do is the clerk could have the list of ad hocs, and once a month, not every meeting, but once a month, the ad hocs could be called upon to give a report out. So we could either do it with the CEO report, which might be quicker and easier, or we could have the clerk once a month call out the ad hocs and have them give an update. But I think given some of the calls that I've gotten about the ad hocs and wanting to know what the ad hocs are doing and not feeling like there is a regular routine report out, I think starting in January, if this board chooses, they're your ad hocs, not mine, that this might be a really good thing to do for the public. So please advise. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I appreciate those comments from the CEO because, it says in our rules and procedures booklet that the ad hocs are supposed to report out every meeting. I think that, it's a disservice to the public if we don't report out at least every month about what the ad hocs are doing. And it lets everyone else know on the board, what other people are working on, since there's that Brown Act wall between us a lot of times. So I think that every month we should be giving a report out, even if it's 1 or 2 sentences about what's going on in our ad hoc.
I agree, Supervisor Hashak, and I think it seems to me the best option would be for the brief update in the CEO's report. So if the board could work with the clerk of the board and CEO's office to understand the deadlines, the timeframes that you need for that report, then we could, the ad hocs could then provide, like a 1 or 2 or 3 sentence update on the ad hocs. Sounds like the best option.
Angelo, thank you. I would agree with you and the board that would be the simplest way to do this. And we'll work with Lindsay. Nadia Tipton from my office is the person who puts the CEO report together and also follows up on the directives. So I'm sure that Lindsay could work with Nadia. We could get the time frame and have this as a regular item on the CEO report. So that will be a monthly report out. Each board member or the ad hoc can report out in between the time of the CEO report if there's something and you would like to. But I think you will know the consistency once a month that there is a report out. And when you get to the rules of procedure, you may want to do that with the ad hocs to change it from every meeting to monthly. Thank you.
All right. Well, I think that might conclude this item. It's 2:30, and just looking at the clerk of the board's office, next item I have on our agenda is the continuation of the master fee schedule. It's a public hearing. Would it make sense for us to take, I don't know, a 5-10 minute break? We've assumed about 30 minutes for that item, or would we want to go ahead with the public hearing?
The consensus here is that a break would be beneficial.
Okay, right. So it's 2:30. We'll come back at 2:40. Okay, looking at the clerk of the board's office, are we ready to resume?
No, we are still waiting on just one or two more people to get back to the conference room.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome back, everyone. Chair Jurdy, we are here and ready to begin when you are.
All right, well, thank you, Alice. Okay, so we are now on item 5D, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution amending the Exhibit X master fee schedule effective January 13th, 2022, unless the code or policy require longer, but including but not limited to cultural services agency, clerk of the board, behavioral health, planning and building and services, and public health and environmental health. And this is a continued item from December 7th. Going to go back to the executive office as a sponsor and looking to confirm that as we did on December 7th, that proper notice was established for today's public hearing.
Proper notice was established.
Okay. All right. Well, at 2:44, we're going to open up today's public hearing. Looking at the clerk of the board to confirm that they have noted any correspondence or telephone calls received.
Yes, all correspondence and telephone calls have been noted as received.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's go to the staff report.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. As you mentioned, we're here before you today with a continuation of the fee hearing from last week. I would like to point out in 2010, this board at the time made a motion to adopt full cost recovery. Full cost is defined as a sum of direct costs plus departmental overhead costs plus any external indirect costs as calculated pursuant to Federal Office of Management and Budget Curriculum A87 cost plan for the county. So at this time, we will continue. I'll turn it over to Tim Hallman to go through the presentation by the departments.
Good afternoon, Supervisors, Chair Jurdy, CEO Angelo. Last week, you had already heard from the Cultural Services Agency. I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to Janine Miller. She's brought forward some fees for the Redwood Valley Training Center.
Good morning, good afternoon. Boy, it feels like morning still. Good afternoon, Dr. Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. And as everybody knows, this is a new facility that was purchased and renovated with Measure B funds. Part of the plan was to have a regional training center that individuals could rent to use for trainings. And so we needed to come up with some funding schedule as we have to be able to pay for long-term expenses of the facility. We also need to be able to pay for the maintenance of the electricity being used, janitorial services, trash, Wi-Fi, phone services. And so we really looked at how to put a fee schedule together that really was similar to what the county currently does. We use the veteran halls that we rent out through the county to really come up with this fee schedule as an example to use. And really, this is our first year that we would have fees, and we did rent that facility out for training to the sheriff's office in December. That was the first training. And we have been several requests to use this facility going forward. So we have requests that are being made. We have an application process that we aligned also with the veterans halls that we rent out. And so this is what we're coming forward with as a recommendation for this next this next year, starting in 2022, so that we can start getting that facility used and rented out. And I can take any questions.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Dr. Miller, I see that it's only for per day cost, like 500 for public use or 350 for a nonprofit organization. Did you consider about hourly or half day cost if a group doesn't want to use it for the whole day?
We did consider that. We figured that we could divide those fees. If they needed a half day, it would cut the cost in half. So if it was a regular 500, if they only needed it for 4 hours, we could do 250.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
Hi, Dr. Miller. So when I was there for the CIT training, the audio visual wasn't working. Is that going to be remedied soon so that they have both PA and the ability to have PowerPoint presentations?
Yeah, so we have still a projector that needs to be installed, and we have a smart board that's being installed. And IS is working on getting Wi-Fi to the building. So that was something, some of those were put on hold because we used that for a crisis support center during the COVID surge. We weren't able to install that stuff while we have clients in there. And so now we're just finalizing those. We also wanted to make sure all the construction was done before we put that in. So those items will be added and will be available for use.
Fantastic. It's a very nice facility.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So do we need to state that on the master fee schedule, that there will be a half day, half price? Because if it doesn't say it, can we charge that?
We can definitely add that into this cost is in the application, so we can make sure that it has been added into the application and to make sure that it's clear that they can get a half day cost.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that exhausts questions on behavioral health items. What would be next?
Coming up next is Clerk of the Board. I believe we have Lindsay on the line here.
Yeah. Hi, Chair Jurdy and members of the board. Lindsay Doherty, Senior Deputy Clerk of the Board. I have before you today our very small fee schedule. Clerk of the Board doesn't have many fees. And I'll just lead by saying that the fees that we do have not been raised in over 10 years, while the cost of everything and the amount of manpower, human power it takes to host an appeal has gone up tremendously, even in just the last couple of years. So this is about cost recovery. And I'll just make myself available to answer any questions.
Okay, Lindsay, not seeing any questions from board members on those fees.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we have Planning and Building up next.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Nash Gonzalez, Interim Director, Plan and Building Services. As far as our fees go, our fees are last were adopted or last updated in 2018 as a result of the board looking at salary increases for planners and building inspectors for retention. That caused a minor increase in the fees. And so as a result of looking at our fees periodically, we've gone back and looked at some of the additional fees over time, especially those fees that had not been adjusted since 1991, which are a lot of the building division fees, including grading and so on. And so Again, very similar to what the other departments are looking at is cost recovery. Review time has increased across the board for a lot of the planning and building fees. Things have become more complex over time. And so again, this was all based on time studies that have been done since 2019, looking at the fees. And so the staff report pretty much outlines the rationale for the fees as well as the proposed fees. Be happy to answer any specific questions that the board may have.
Nash, I don't have questions about the fees, but piggybacking on what Supervisor Williams talked about at the last public hearing, certainly, at least as it relates to the coastal zone, permits in that area, of course, it is more complicated because it's the Coastal Act and the county's coastal program. But the biggest comment I get from members of the public who are applying for permits in the coastal zone because of the complexity is just the time it takes. And I understand some of it's beyond the department's ability, because if there's a study that needs to be done and maybe it's in the spring, or there's some botanical studies that need to be done sometimes. But there's just a general concern that when staffing levels are down in the coastal office, that there's a delay in getting the permits reviewed. So with these fee increases and just with the general reclassification of positions and recruitments, does the department have some optimism that the positions will be filled in the next 6 to 12 months, and that the processing times will go down over in sometime in the foreseeable future?
If I may, Chair Dirty, yes, I feel very optimistic. In fact, what we're looking at right now is bringing on another planner for the coast office. In fact, that planner has been hired, is going through training here in Ukiah, and anticipating sometime in the next 6 to 8 weeks, stationing that planner more on a full-time basis. He's actually working in the Fort Bragg office 1 or 2 days a week, training with the senior planners right now. But we are still currently recruiting for a chief planner. As far as the, I'll say the time it takes to process applications, each year it becomes much more complex in the coastal zone to deal with applications. And you are absolutely correct, especially when we're dealing with things that are out of control. When somebody submits an application during certain times of the year, they may need to do a botanical study, which requires a study to be done in the spring. Those usually take quite a bit of time, and applications sit idle until such time as those reports are submitted. I do feel optimistic because one of the things that the board may recall, or at least the PBS ad hoc, is that I was looking at bringing on the use of consultants. And we've had success with utilizing both out of area and local consultants. In fact, we have one person who's local who works for SHN, who formerly worked for the county and the city of Fort Bragg, who's actually helping us with quite a few of those applications out of the coast office. So we've had numerous applications move quickly through the process that would have taken months, only took weeks to get to a public hearing. So, and I actually witnessed that because now as a coastal permit administrator, having had very loaded agendas these last 3 months, which again tells me it's really working. So again, as far as the chief planner on the coast, that's really going to depend on how many applicants we get and so on, but we're continuously recruiting. I'm also looking at a cross-training process where our Ukiah planners are going to be taking on more coastal applications to process. I want to make sure that this department is multifaceted so that inland planners can do coastal work and help out the coast office. So hopefully that provides you with some background and information on what we're doing. And again, thank you for your comments earlier on when you're discussing the ad hoc. Yes, there's a lot more stability. And I would say that in the last year, we've actually had a 30% increase in productivity.
Okay, thank you, Nash, for the update. It's helpful. Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. The Farm Bureau wrote a letter and said, some of this is real sticker shock since some of the fees haven't been raised for 30 years. And so is there a plan going forward to systematically reconsider the fees every 5 years or 2 years? Or is there going to be a process in place moving forward?
So Supervisor Hashak, Supervisor Williams and I were assigned last meeting to meet with staff, and I think we've got something to report out on that front. So hopefully we're hoping it does address that issue so that we don't have the situation where fees are not revisited for 5, 10, 20, 30 years. So the plan at this point is to ask additional work out of the CEO's office, and that is to look at all of the fees throughout the entire county, and based on cost projections for all of the departments. Again, the departments have originated the actual fees and based on their own time studies, but to do an annual update. And so the intent is for the CEO's office to look at projected salary increases throughout the county organizations from each department, et cetera, and then make a projection of what the fees would be correspondingly increased in each department, send those projections to each department head with a deadline to respond. So then that would put the onus back on the department heads to review their times needed for the work product for these fees for service, and get back to the CEO's office once a year with either confirming that the CEO's office estimate was accurate or make an adjustment. But that was the best path forward that Supervisor Williams and I, speaking with CEO staff, felt that we could create to assure that each year, each department would review all of the fees if it was initiated by the CEO's office first.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And the other question is, the Farm Bureau made a point of, are we, with the sudden rise in some of these fees, will we be providing a disincentive to people who otherwise might get fees and go legally versus just doing it on their own, not going through the process? And are we, in essence, undercutting ourselves with this fee increase? So I guess it's a question for Nash Gonzalez.
If I may, through the chair, Nash Gonzalez, in looking at the difference between incentives and disincentives, right now we've looked at, for example, grading violations, pond violations, and so on. It's about a 60-40 split on what is actually come in, 60 being proactive in applying for permits, and 40 that were basically caught grading without permits. And so will there be an incentive or disincentive? That's really hard to say, but I think you still have more people complying than not complying. And so I would say that on those fees that are being brought forth to this board for an increase, it's really to cover the cost of the services. And yes, we will be providing the services. In fact, I spoke with Devin Jones before the meeting and provided some clarification, and she may be on the Zoom to weigh in on comments, but we did provide clarification and so on. But yes, it does provide for the inspections that need to be done. It does provide for the level of service that's being requested, mainly because we're in a more complex environment now when it comes to grading and stormwater runoff. But as far as your answer to your question, we will always have folks that will never comply and get caught out there. And then the majority of the people do comply because they understand the need to obtain the proper permits and go through that process.
Okay, thank you for that.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is that a lot of these fees were not raised in quite a long time because, one, the department was not supported by previous boards on the grading. Number two, it had not been supported because of the recession, and that was very understood. So for that reason, we didn't bring these fees forward over the years. And again, we've been losing money on these fees, not having them brought up. And now this is where the service is going to still be performed but we're actually going to recover the costs when for at least 10 years, we weren't covering our costs.
Well, and I hope that with some of the grading that's going on with any kind of cannabis program, that it can be covered with the local jurisdiction assistance grant or the equity grants. So.
Supervisor McGordy?
So this is a question to Nash Gonzalez. So what would the impact be if we waive fees for solar installations? Because solar arrays are addressing a very serious problem, which is our climate crisis. And again, a kind of a public investment by Mendocino County on this is something that certainly I support. So if we were to waive fees for installing solar arrays and backup batteries, would that break the bank, or what's your philosophy on that?
So if I may, through the chair, we did an analysis of the waiver of the fees. We're looking at approximately $175,000 in fees annually that would be lost, or the loss of 2 positions. Again, we're looking at making sure that we're covering our costs. And for that reason, we really need to look at those costs. And, there's electrical, there's the analysis of whether or not somebody is installing this in a safe and sane manner. And so I've got both Adrian Thompson and Mike Oliphant here who deal with these types of permits on an everyday basis.
If I may, through the chair, Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building. I'll just add on that the solar fees are capped by the state. So a maximum building permit is $450, which is our flat fee at the department. And if anyone applied online, they'll see that solar online permit fee is a flat $450 for a building permit. And then we charge a minor $21 records management for the permit and the admin time to put that record together and the permit fee itself. So it's really a minor fee, although it generates over $175,000 in revenue annually, which, as Nash said, would cover a building inspector and an admin staff position in itself. So if the county was to waive that, we could be forced to reduce our staffing levels, which will slow down all of our plan check times. I don't know if you wanted to add on, Mike.
No, I would, if I may, Mike Oliphant, building official, I would agree with Nash and Adrian that it could result in a loss of a staffing person, maybe 2. And because these are such important plan reviews and field inspections that occur daily, it would just be a big loss in revenue for the department.
So Michael, could you clarify, Michael? So the estimate is that the waiving of the fee specifically for solar installation, there are enough of those permits that they generate about $170,000 a year. Is that what the estimate is?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Surprising number of solar panels are being installed in Mendocino County.
Oh, that's tremendous. Yes.
That's why I wanted to ask the question before we went much further on this, because I don't want to be seeing us lose staff. If it was substantially less than that, then it might make some sense, but I'm very worried about not being able to, for planning and building, not to complete their mission, because in our discussions as an ad hoc, lack of staffing has been a real critical roadblock for them to keep their commitment up for speedy service. So that's why we're having this discussion.
If I may, through the chair, I just want to go ahead and add a couple of comments. When the board ad hoc looked at planning and building and looked at the fact that we were low on staff, and then when the board looked at mid-year budget and realized that the department was definitely shorthanded in the staffing area, we looked at, number one, stabilizing the department by bringing all these positions back up. And when I mentioned a few minutes ago about the productivity being up quite a bit, is we did increase staff levels as quickly as we could earlier this year to address a lot of the backlog. In fact, I want to say we were probably 3 or 4 months out on plan check at any given time, and now we're in weeks as opposed to months. We're hoping that it gets better. In fact, I remember the good old days when we were 10 to 30 days out. to realize that we were 3 to 6 months out. That's unacceptable. And so we've been trying to move in that direction of trying to get plan checks out sooner rather than later. And so Mike and his staff have been doing a tremendous job in trying to utilize the resources. Again, we added another building inspector. We're really looking at the increase in the presence in building to give us that stability when it comes to reviewing plans and getting them out the door. We've brought on some additional clerical help that's really been beneficial at the front counter, that's trying to get through all the backlog. Because again, it really starts with the staff assistants who prepare, receive, receipt in, and then submit everything to building for them to begin their plan review process. Again, we were low on staff in all divisions.
Supervisor Williams.
I think we owe it to applicants to turn around applications rapidly. As an applicant, I'd rather pay $450 than be stuck waiting. So the idea of losing staff and having delays, I think, is not a good move.
No, I agree, and my heart certainly is in the court of trying to do what we can to improve our reduction of greenhouse gases and fixing carbon dioxide, but not at the expense of being able to accomplish our mission. So, that's why I thank you for providing us with information that helps us make good decisions.
Okay, at this time, it looks like there's no more questions about the planning and building fees from the board.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jurdy. This is Tim Hallman, Principal Analyst with the Executive Office back here. Our fourth and final department presenting is Environmental Health, and they are on the line right now.
Hi, thank you. Ann Mulgard with Public Health, and we have our three managers from Environmental Health, Marlena Bourbonnais, Kirk Ford, Brian Boy, and we also have our consultant, Dave Jensen, and a big shout out to May Payne, who put our workbook together this year. We just have a few slides here to share. If that worked. So you've heard about this, the appropriate fees allow us to do and improve public service and thus keep our county safer and healthier. Public health includes environmental health, nursing, community wellness, and our COVID response, but people sometimes forget everything that's used in environmental health. So for the public, not for you all who know, it involves land use, hazardous materials, and consumer protection. So Marlena.
Hello, part of the land use team, which currently consists of myself and 2 staff in our Fort Bragg office. We every day are processing this list of permits and programs. We have viewed over 100 system plans and issued over 100 permits this year. We're also heavily involved in permitting of water wells. We are well over 300 so far, reviewed and approved. We also review proof of water for projects that require a proof of water. We are also in the review of building permits, and we've done well over 2,000 this year. I'm really proud of our staff for being able to do that on such a small amount of people. And I also sit on the subdivision committee, which reviews land divisions and all boundary line adjustments. Our coastal staff review all of our coastal development permits. Use permits are reviewed evenly. And on the coast, they also go out every Tuesday and sample 5 of our beaches, April through October, to make sure our beaches are safe to swim in. And we also year-round collect shellfish to make sure that the county's participating in the state's poisonous shellfish program. And we respond to a very wide variety of complaints received from the public year-round. And I'll pass it on to Kirk.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Curtis. My name is Kirk Ford. I'm your Hazardous Materials Program Manager serving environmental health. It's a pleasure to speak to you today about something not COVID related for a change. Although talking about fees isn't particularly exciting, it's the resource that allows us to continue to provide services and protection to our community and our environment. While this slide is up, I'm just going to go ahead and give you a brief summary of the fee changes for the hazardous materials side of things. The fee changes before you today are based on evaluation of the required staff time to complete the task or service that is requested. You might remember reviewing this work early last year when the team and I had a good hard look at the services that we were providing and the fees associated with them. At that time, we brought forth both fee increases and decreases, with only the decreases being approved, specifically to our monitoring wells and soil boring services. Using that same evaluation method, I have several fee increases and a handful of deletions. Those deletions are all within the solid waste program and have to do with permit review for new or existing facilities, of which we have very, very few. The low number of new constructions of these facilities, coupled with our infrequent review of their build process, make it difficult to accurately predict the staff time required to oversee the project builds. So I opted for an hourly rate instead of an upfront permit cost. You'll also see modest increases across all hazardous material facility fees, including underground storage tank fees. These are not blanket increases, but just a reflection of the time required for each category. So some categories receive less of an increase than others. As a reminder, any business in California that handles or stores hazardous materials must maintain an operating permit with the local jurisdiction. That's us. Submit a hazardous material business plan and be inspected per state mandate. These fees go to cover the cost of implementing that program. This adjustment brings us closer to neighboring counties for the cost of a hazardous materials operating permit, with the exception being the construction of new underground storage tank facilities. Our county leads our neighboring counties in its dedication to protecting our drinking water from underground petroleum contamination. This can be seen with how much time and energy our underground tank inspectors spend becoming deeply involved in the construction and build phase of the gas station. They work with the owner, operator, and installers to ensure robust components and intelligent designs are incorporated to provide the system with good foundation for years of trouble-free service for the operator and an assurance of continual confident protection of our aquifer in return. We have found a real relationship between the amount of time we spend on an initial permit and how well the facility can maintain compliance over decades of service. And that's something that is really important. Our underground tank inspectors are some of the best trained in the northern state and have even taught classes in our annual statewide training conference, which is just a shameless plug about how proud I am of our program to protect our county's delicate water supply. Last but not least is I have a couple substantial increases to our emergency response fees. I've been working in environmental health for over 15 years, and to my knowledge, we've never adjusted this fee since I've been here. I'm referring to the emergency response per hour fee. This fee usually gets triggered when someone has been naughty with hazardous materials or something has gone terribly wrong. It could be an oil spill from a train or an overturned fuel tanker truck. Environmental Health, as the lead agency, shoulders the majority of the burden of maintaining the county's hazardous materials emergency response team, known as the Redwood Empire Hazardous Incident Team, or REHIT. Many other counties rely solely on fire agencies to provide equipment, tools, and trained personnel to hazmat emergencies. We have an agreement with our fire agencies in that the county, in this county, that environmental health will also provide the tools, equipment, and training, as well as personnel. So we have 2 duty officers that can respond to any emergency day or night, 24 hours a day. These duty officers are highly trained to deal with any hazardous material release, from propane to chlorine gas, fuel to phosgene, and everything in between. This training did not come cheaply. It costs about $3,000 per week for 6 weeks of intensive schooling. This hourly fee is an attempt to recover that initial training cost, as well as provide maintenance and upkeep of the tools and equipment required to be prepared for these emergencies, such as the big red hazmat response apparatus, which is beginning to feel the toll of age. Additionally, funds generated by this fee will be used to assist in the cost of hazmat training for our local volunteer fire departments. Fire personnel responding to hazardous material spills must be trained at a level similar to our duty officers if we expect to field a competent team. This fee will work towards rebuilding a pool of knowledge and experience in our emergency responders that has dwindled with attrition over the years. Our local fire partners are mission critical to responding to hazardous material emergencies. and building a fee structure that uses monies generated from negligent or careless hazardous material handlers to pay for this training and growth of our most unfunded sector is a worthwhile endeavor, in my opinion. That summarizes my changes for the hazardous materials fee increases this year. I'm available for your questions or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. Brian?
All right, I'm Brian Hoy. I'm a Consumer Protection Program Manager, and welcome to everybody in attendance. And thank you for letting me speak. I'll try to be brief, and if you have some specific questions about some of the intricacies of the individual programs, I'll be happy to answer them. The Consumer Protection Program covers multiple of areas, also like the parts of environmental health. We inspect and permit retail food facilities and also cottage food facilities, which are part of the retail food program, but they are for people who are doing little startups in their home and are able to use their home kitchen under certain circumstances prescribed by the law in California. We also have trained people in their food handler education, food safety certification. That's been on hold because of the pandemic the last couple of years because of it's a proctored exam that we have to give. So, but we are hoping to return to that this next year. We also permit and inspect community events, and which includes along with farmers markets. And again, I expect this year, after the last year and a half having very limited number of community events, that people are anxious to get out and start doing things again. And we want to get out there for those places and review and do the inspections of those events. We also permit and inspect body art facilities, and we register the body art practitioners. And most people, if they're not familiar with body art, just think of the tattoo shops. That's probably the most common, but people also get piercings, permanent cosmetics like eyebrows, for instance, and also they will get, with piercings, they will get implants. And we don't have any in our county at present, but that also includes branding. We also inspect and permit organized camps. Think of like the Boy Scout camps or Boys and Girls camps. They have people who stay at those facilities, and they provide food, and they also, there's a lot of crossover with us in our land use program because they have, most of those are out in the remote areas. They aren't on the public water or sewer, and often are on septic, and they, in some cases, own their own private water. Detention facilities includes the county jail and juvenile hall, also the holding facilities that at the courthouses, and also over in Fort Bragg at the Avila Center, next to the Avila Center. We inspect those for their kitchens, but we also check the conditions of the facilities themselves where inmates are kept. We also permit state small water systems, which are kind of an in-betweener between full public water systems and individual private water systems that most people have, say, at their residence. And those account from 5 to 14 connections. We also inspect and permit public pools and spas, and also one splash pad that we have that is up in Willits. We're responsible for foodborne illness investigations. So when somebody reports that they got sick eating at such and such a location, we investigate the facility and try to at least determine if there's a problem there and what may have happened, and then make sure that there's any corrections that need to be made. We also do complaint response and resolution in those programs, and we have had probably less foodborne illness investigations with the pandemic because people have not been eating out maybe as much. Complaints, we did not get too many, except for with the pandemic, we, along with the rest of environmental health, were also emergency responders, and so far that we were handling a lot of things that were COVID-19 related. So we had staff who were running samples to get them tested early on, and then also arranging for the testing, and then also vaccinations, as well as investigating complaints for people who weren't compliant with the orders from the county health officer. So it's been many years. 2 years ago, we did raise some of our fees, but we wanted to continue and adjust for all those fees that we hadn't raised since the last time was been 10 years ago. And we are down 2 staff persons at the moment, and we just did interviews. We had 3 people who were good candidates. 2 of them we offered positions to, who declined. We offered to a 3rd person. We're waiting to hear from that. The 2 declined, took positions elsewhere. They felt they had better offers. So one of the things is getting our fees adjusted is so that we do have payroll, so we can pay for to keep staff. For our retail food facilities, it is required by law that we are registered environmental health specialists, and unlike some of the other programs where it's not necessarily a requirement to be a registered environmental specialist, for inspecting food facilities, it is a requirement by law. So it takes a little more training and education to get the registered environmental specialists to do the food facilities.
Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
Yep. So, so as the managers have been saying, they were, everything's been mostly unchanged. So the cost recovery gap has widened, especially since 2010. I did want to make sure that the public knew that although 4 people or 4.0 full-time equivalents from environmental health were working with the pandemic over the last 20 months, none of that is considered part of how we calculate the fees. So I didn't want anybody in the public thinking that we were paying for COVID work through the fees or anything like that. It's all very on the up and up. And it's the same tool that has been used previously, developed by the auditor's office. So in this proposed fee adjustment, which is, pages and pages, 11 fees were eliminated, 13 lower because we increased efficiency. Increases were capped at 50%. 28 fees were capped below the actual cost in these areas. And that was just because we didn't want the public to receive too much of a change. In the meantime, since submitting this, the CEO pointed out to me that is your call, not our call. And I should have given you both numbers, what the full recovery cost would have been and the lesser amount. So I'm sorry we didn't do that. We can certainly get that information to you. Cannabis unchanged just because there's so much going on there. And just really quickly so that you know, currently before what we're proposing today, here's a comparison with our neighboring counties. So you'll see that even though we have some proposed changes, we are still going to be way below Sonoma, way below Humboldt, a little bit higher than Lake for septics. And then for body art, we're still going to be way below all of them. And then that's it. So any questions?
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, first of all, this is probably the widest array of services that I've seen in any department. It's remarkable the inspections you guys can field from whether or not a restaurant is safe to eat in, to whether or not a septic tank is properly functioning, to underground storage tanks. So I admire your ability to field diverse services. I'm kind of curious though about the tanks, because the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board appears to be ready to strike with a lot of new requirements for septic tanks. So I'm just wondering what's the lead of your department on that, and what the implications might be, and how much control you'll have over that and what's going to happen to people with septic tanks.
Marlena and Dave?
I can start off there. So we did a big update with the local area management plan, which was required by the state aughts policy. And we were successful in updating our septic code about 2 years back. So hopefully most of those changes have been dealt with there. We were really fortunate that we had a very robust program before the water board and the state had the aughts policy. So we did our best to keep things business as usual. And we were already doing a lot of the requirements that for some counties are going to be a big stretch. So I don't foresee major changes. What I do know was pending for our county was what was going to be involved with the Russian River watershed. And we're all still participating in that program. We participate with the regional board and give comments for what we think will be practical. And they adjust and come back with more revised plans. And so far, they've been responsive to what our county has mentioned. Mendocino County is listed as a low priority in that plan. So having specific requirements is not anticipated for a couple of years.
Yeah, I guess the biggest concern is monitoring, because it sounds like in some places they're going to be requiring active monitoring of septic systems to be sure they aren't failed and that they're functioning properly.
And we have a program that exists for some of our experimental systems that we do monitoring on, that we would need staffing and to invest some more time in, but it does already exist, and we would probably be updating that as needed. I saw Dave pop in.
Supervisor McCordy, David Jensen, former Director of Environmental Health for several years. And I will just add to what Marlena said. She's right on in her assessment. And we have been working closely with the Regional Water Quality Control Board since the early inception of their plans for improvements, if you will, to septic systems all along the Russian River drainage. And I've attended those meetings, I've given public testimony, and I've worked closely with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And my read on the situation is that in the big scheme of things, the great problems along that river are really located in Sonoma County. And to echo what Marlena said, I believe that we're very well positioned to answer any concerns that they will have about Mendocino County. You can never tell with the state, but quite honestly, I feel very good about the situation as it impacts the residents of Mendocino County. Thank you.
Well, thank you both. Our concern always is that sometimes there's a tendency to go with one size fits all with regulatory agencies. And if they hold us to the same standards that they do in Guerneville to Mendocino County, we could have some issues cost-wise.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
When can we learn about the cost recovery without the 50% cap? And I ask because I too want to avoid sticker shock, and I don't like rising fees, but I recognize 100,000 people in this county will be paying for the privilege of some businesses not paying their fair share, right? So there isn't any free money here. It's a question of we're taking from some to give to others. And I think for the business expenses, they need to pay their own way. Is that information that we could see, or can it come back soon?
It sure can. It sure can. We could bring it back either in April, we can do it then, or we can get it to you by next week or by next week. It's just unhiding a column in all the work we did. So it's not difficult to provide you. I do want you to know though, that the money isn't taken from other people directly. It's taken from realignment funds within public health.
Which could otherwise be used for another public benefit. So
you betcha.
It's all in the same pool.
It is. It's just not quite as direct. I didn't want people to feel like they were physically doing it, but you're right. You're right.
And then for assistant CEO, are any of the other fees as presented today, not following the full cost recovery?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, if I may, through the chair. To our knowledge, this was the only department that chose not to present full cost recovery. I know when we had our huddle with the team prior, all the departments that are on, they had all brought forward full cost recovery.
Does that include, for example, appeals makes use of a lot of information services time and equipment? Is that included as an A87?
Tim, can you help me out with that one?
I'm uncertain as to whether or not the clerk of the board, their fees go out to 87. That would probably be a better question for the auditor's office.
Okay, so information services, there's an ad hoc of Jurdy and Williams, and they do an awful lot, duct tape basically, holding the IT together. And it's arguable that each department should pay for their share of information services. And so I don't know if we can do it today, but it would be great to get those sub items included if they're not already, as a way to bolster IS, right? Because if they're dedicating time and resources and we're able to recoup that from the individual departments, we should be able to better staff our IS.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, if I may, through the chair. Yes, that's something we can look at and bring forward as the executive office fiscal team has, as we look at redoing policy 47, as we kind of had discussed with ad hoc.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. So, Ms. Mulgard, with this, the capping at 50% or so for some of the increases, so we prevent the sticker shock. What is the plan for getting at the full cost recovery? Do you have okay, if we cap it at 50% this year, then within a year, we'll be able to get the cost recovery, or have you figured that out?
We had planned to do it within a year exactly, because there's fee hearings every 6 months, but that was going to be a discussion with the executive office and with the auditor's office. And to be honest, although we turned in our materials on time, I don't know how much time the executive office and the auditor even had to plunge into all of this. So I think that that's what happens when you haven't raised fees in such a long time. It kind of all comes to a head. So. Okay,
so the idea is within a year, it would be at full cost recovery.
That's what environmental health was thinking, but we would certainly take direction from the board and the executive office.
Okay, thank you.
All right, not seeing any additional questions at this time. And it looks like staff has concluded their remarks. Are there any members of the public that want to address the board on these fees?
There are. First in the line is Devin Bower, followed by Ron Edwards and a voicemail.
Oh, am I going now? All right. Thank you, board. In looking at these, I know in the past when we've looked at cost increases, Supervisor Williams has always come up with some nice technological solutions to these. And I'm wondering if there is any type of online portals or things that are being looking at. I didn't hear those mentioned from any department that might help this. And also when it comes to, and I didn't hear it specifically, but it seems like with the cannabis department, it's going to be a little complicated because you're going to be using state funds to boost salaries. And I'm wondering if that is going to be pulled out of the cost when we're talking about fee recovery, because that would be an artificial increase. And then is there a plan to replace that when that money runs out, or will there be a staff reduction? I'm just wondering if we're planning that now so that when we get to these situations, they'll be covered. Thank you very much.
Next on the line, we have Devin Bower.
Good afternoon, Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. I do appreciate the conversation, not only by Nash Gonzalez and his willingness to answer some of my questions earlier today, and those that were brought up by Supervisor Haschak based on our correspondence last week. I guess just a couple of things I'd like to reiterate again is that, I believe it was stated by Mr. Gonzalez that this is a 30-year process simply because there have been some designations in the past in terms of approval of looking at these fees on a more regular basis. So I do think that some of these going up 300% is going to be a little bit of a sticker shock. And I would just encourage this board to work with the department heads moving forward in looking at annual fee review so that we're not, seeing significant increases on an annual basis or, every 5 years, what may be it. So that's the first point. My second point is I still want to reiterate the fact that several of these fee schedules brought before you today by various departments, do compare our current fee schedules to other counties, which in some ways is understandable. However, in some ways, you need to also look at the economic standards for some of these adjoining counties, such as Sonoma. Sonoma has a very different economic standard than compared to Mendocino County. The housing markets are different. There's more money for development. There's more money for agricultural products, such as wine grapes. So it is somewhat frustrating to always do an apples-to-apples comparison to some more affluent counties, such as Sonoma, when it comes to rate recovery. So just 2 points I wanted to bring back for consideration today. Thank you.
Next, we have a voicemail from Michael Katz.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, calling regarding Agenda Item 5C from the 7th, which this week is going to be Item 5D regarding the master fee schedule. We have provided a memo that has indicated that, especially considering the challenges being faced by many members of our community right now with finances, that these exorbitant fee increases may wind up making it harder for folks to maintain compliance across the county, certainly with regards to the cannabis program. And we certainly would recommend the consideration of extending the increase of these fees over a more substantial period of time so as not to create challenges for people who are already challenged by the economy. We certainly would recommend that when analyzing cost recovery for the service our county provides to the public, it's important that fees are structured solely on those internal Mendocino County costs and not influenced by other external fee schedules. So the costs for something in Sonoma or Humboldt or Lake County may not have any direct representation of costs that are happening in Mendocino, and so those comparisons don't necessarily align with determining what our budgeting fee should be. Further, we recommend a mechanism be set in place for an applicant to be able to demonstrate that if requirements have already been satisfied by outside state agencies, the county need not impose duplicative requirements that increase workload for staff and incur unnecessary additional fees to the applicant. And this relates to both grading and ponds in our memo. And certainly with water storage being a key factor in the drought conversation, we would like to see the creation of ponds be made more accessible for more folks in the county, as opposed to more expensive and less accessible. We further recommend that the proposed ag exempt fee increase of 50% only pertain to structures that require engineering, as identified in number 14 of the ag exempt building permit application form. And finally, we recommend that the county seek reimbursement for taking on reviews from agencies, not passing fees on to the applicant. And if the goal is stated as truly cost recovery for some of these items, then some of the increases definitely indicate more than cost recovery. And specifically, thinking about incentivizing compliance when a permit has gone past its renewal date, is putting on a 10% fee would potentially be much more reasonable and support the compliance goal as opposed to substantially increasing the fee, which seems to go beyond cost recovery. So we recognize that you must balance the budget and maintain cost recovery, but if fees are...
That concludes public comment.
I'd like to maybe try to follow up on one item brought up by Mr. Edwards and one by Ms. Barr. And so I think that one of the points that Mr. Edwards was bringing up, what Ron Edwards was bringing up, was maybe not strictly the cost of a fee, but the convenience of paying a fee. And when he was talking about technology. And so what I'm curious about is not necessarily specific to these particular fees today, although they're the ones in front of us. Would there be a way for all of the departments to sort of evaluate both the clarity of the applications and also the ability for those applications to be online and signed off online by at least by the applicants? So whether it's DocuSign or something where they could just sign off online and submit. Anyway, it just seems to me that convenience of paying the fee is for some people probably more important than the actual dollar amount, because some cases they don't even live in Mendocino County, but they're doing business here. So anyway, so it's just a question. And again, here we have environmental health. This isn't specific to environmental health, but this is a question for all fees that the county collects. It'd be nice to be able to see that kind of systematic review take place over time. And then on to her point about just the annual fees, I wanted to clarify and maybe see if the CEO's office would like this recorded as a directive or as part of the motion. But in our discussions the other day with the fiscal year 21-22 ad hoc of Supervisor Williams and myself, we discussed the concept of the CEO's office taking on the extra role of each year, looking at all of the fees, estimating the cost increase with salary increases for each department, and then providing an estimated fee to each department, which again, they've already originated the fee estimates. It's just an update, it's sort of a COLA applied to those fees, and then expecting the departments to then respond within a certain time frame, so that each year we could be assured that the fees are adjusted in sort of a consistent and moderate level. So would that be helpful if that was part of today's motion, or just recorded as a directive? Looking for input from staff about what would be the best way to memorialize that idea.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, to Chair Jurdy. If this board is ready to move forward with that as a directive, we will certainly move forward with that under a directive as of today, unless I think we have County Counsel Curtis believes it needs to be part of the motion.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I didn't quite catch the details on that.
So the question was the concept that Supervisor Williams and I discussed the other day with county staff about asking the executive office to make an estimate and provide that estimate for an update of fees to each department, and then with a time frame for the department to get back to the CEO's office for the annual, or I guess semi-annual fee hearings. Is it best that that's recorded as part of this motion or as a directive from the board?
I don't know that I don't know that there's going to be a significant legal difference. I think directive would probably be more in line with our usual practice.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO, just for County Counsel Curtis, this would be a change to policy 47. Right?
Okay, so to the extent that the board wants, and sorry, Mr. Chair, are you thinking of that being a long-term policy change or sort of a one-time directive?
So if I understand it correctly, it would be a directive of staff to bring back a revision to policy 47.
Yeah, in that case, I believe that you could go ahead and just direct staff to bring back the revision.
Okay, right. And then just on the general concept of, it's probably not a one-year project, but just a review of the permits to see that they're as user-friendly as possible in terms of signing the documents, ideally electronically, submitting them electronically, and paying electronically. That involves, again, all of the departments and all the fees. But I think for many people that moving to that kind of a system would be appreciated at least as much as keeping the fees down. So is that something that the CEO's office would like some more time to mull over, or would they welcome that as part of a directive today?
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. Yes, we would like that as a directive, as we will need to work with IS on that, and probably County Council, Information Services, as well as County Council, to go about that process.
Okay. Great. So it's at 3:47. We've, as far as I know, we've received and heard all public comment. So if that's the case, we'll close the public hearing at 3:47. Any additional board member comments, or would a board member like to make a motion?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Question, is that with the modification that Supervisor Jurdy, Assistant CEO, agreed?
So for clarification, I think that I heard staff say that could be recorded separate from the motion, but as a directive, as two directives from staff or board. Okay, we're getting confirmation from the County Council. Okay, we've got a motion on the table. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy, yes.
Supervisor Jurdy, yes.
Okay, so then we would like to record two directives to the CEO's office to, one, work with all the departments on a procedure for providing estimated increases in, or estimated fees for future hearings, and with a time frame for each department to get back to the CEO's office. And then also a second directive to ask the CEO's office to work with all the departments to assure that payment and sign off on fee applications are as simple and user friendly as possible for the public. So hopefully that gets captured. And if that's the case, I think we can go on to our next agenda item.
Darcy Antle, Assistant CEO. From the Executive Office staff, we are clear on those two directives, and thank you for the motion.
Okay, all right, thank you. And thank you for taking on the extra work. All right, well, thanks. Okay, so now we're on to item 7A, which is discussion of possible action, including approval or proposed prioritized list of applications for Carl Moyer program funds, authorization for district staff, this is for the Air District, by the way, to fund projects as proposed and enter into a contractual agreement with each of the applicants that outlines the requirements associated with these funds, and authorization for the transfer of funds to each of the applicants upon receipt of proof of work completed. And this is again from the Air Quality Management District. Do we have, looks like we have Barbara Moed, Director of the Air District here.
Good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, Vice Chair Williams, Board Directors, Carmel Angelo, CEO. The California Air Resources Board administers the Carl Moyer Grant Program. The program creates incentives in the form of grants for private companies and public agencies that operate heavy-duty diesel engines in California. These grants are used to cover an incremental portion of the cost of purchasing new replacement vehicles, replacing diesel engines in existing vehicles, or equipment with cleaner burning engines, or retrofitting existing diesel engines with abatement devices. The district has been participating in the state Carl Moyer program since the year 2000. During that time, approximately $4.1 million has been awarded to reduce emissions from diesel engines in Mendocino County. The Carl Moyer program provides funding for projects that meet the following guidelines. The guidelines of the program require that the project must be diesel powered, on-road equipment must be over 14,000 pounds gross vehicle weight, emission reductions must equal or exceed 30%. Equipment must be operated in California at least 75% of the time, and projects must meet program cost effectiveness standards, currently set at $30,000 per ton of pollution reduced. So on April 7th, 2020, the district board, did we reconvene? Pardon me. Did we reconvene as the district board?
I announced that this was an item for the air district. I guess I'll look to the clerk of the board or county council if we needed to.
I'm sorry, it just struck me.
Was the announcement sufficient?
I believe you're covered, but just for clarity, for anyone in the public, the board is currently meeting as the Air Quality Management District Board.
Thank you. Okay, so on April 7th, the district board adopted resolution 20040, authorizing the Air District to participate in the Carl Moyer grant program for fiscal year 1920. The district received 40 applications from subsequent solicitation for projects. 16 of those projects were determined to be eligible for funding, with a combined total cost of $962,384. Program grant award for these projects were projected at $741,521,000. The district currently has approximately $272.73 in funding available for Carl Moyer Year 22 programs. So you have before you two tables ranking the eligible projects in two ways. Table 1 lists all eligible projects by order of cost effectiveness, with one project allowed per applicant. Table 2 lists all eligible projects strictly by cost effectiveness. The district is requesting approval of the Carl Moyer Year 22 project eligibility list as proposed in Table 1. That and authorization to enter into contractual agreement following program guidelines with each applicant as funding allows, and authorization to transfer funds to each of the applicants upon receipt of documentation of project completion. I'm available for questions, and yes, I'd appreciate your vote on which of those tables you would like to see implemented.
Okay, thank you, Barbara.
Sure.
Any questions or comments from the Air District Board? Okay, not seeing any at this time. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
We do. On the line, we have Devin Bower.
Good afternoon again. Devin Bohr, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. First, I just want to reiterate the importance of a couple programs to the California Air Resources Board. Barbara has alluded to today's item, which is the Carl Moyer program. Another program that is specifically geared towards assisting with agricultural diesel engine replacement is called the Farmer program. And Farm Bureau has been highly involved in both of these for several years now. A couple of things just for clarification. I wanted to make sure that I understood these allocation charts correctly. So my understanding based on the memo is the first 6 projects that were ranked are being slated for funding. And I just wanted to verify that that was correct. And second of all, I wanted to see if the Air District could clarify, pending the approval of these allocations today, what the notification process will be to those awardees. I did contact several of these individuals on the list to let them know this item was coming forward. And so there is a significant interest in understanding the follow-through process. And finally, I just wanted to reiterate to the board and to the Air Quality District concurrently that farmer monies were reallocated this year through the governor's budget program. I have been in contact with the California Air Resources Board and their farmer staff, and it looks like there may be additional opportunities this year for Mendocino County Air Quality Management District to be a standalone applicant for those funds. In the past, we have been combined with 18 air quality districts in a competitive process. So I just want to reiterate the importance to the Air District and to the board to continue to maybe contact Farm Bureau or to work with the state farmer staff so that we do have those funding allocations that are able to be distributed to assist our local agricultural industry with replacing stationary, mobile, and portable diesel engines. Thank you.
Devin, can I ask you a follow-up question and for Barbara? So if I understand what you just said, that there will be applications that our air district could apply for directly that are in addition to the typical funding stream. Is that what you just said?
Correct. My understanding is, premised off of 2 things. One, the California Air Resources Board did a new assessment of agricultural equipment statewide. And I believe Mendocino County has been put into a over 1% tier, and we're barely over 1%, but that would allow us to qualify for our own independent funding pool. Whereas in the past, we've had to be part of a shared funding pool with 18 air quality management districts in the North State.
Yeah. Okay. So based on that, Barbara, I think everybody in the Air District Board knows this, but I don't know if the general public knows this. You're retiring, and
Yes.
There is at least a interim gap in some of the staffing at the Air District.
Yes.
And so do you foresee a scenario where that even as we try to fill that gap with contracted help, et cetera, in the interim basis, would there be an opportunity for Air District staff to work with the Farm Bureau or some outside groups to help package the grant applications, just to make sure we don't miss an opportunity?
Well, okay. So you're specifically referring to farmers now, farmer grants?
Well,
yeah,
that was the grant program that was just referred to. Yeah.
So what through the chair, what occurred was that certain counties in the shared allocation pool for farmer program were offered the opportunity to have a standalone farmer grant program. At the time that was offered to the district, we did not and still do not have the staff to run that additional program. So we delegated our money back to the shared allocation pool because of staffing shortages. And let's see, to answer Devin's second question, the district does maintain a mailing list of public agencies, private companies, and individuals for notification when Carl Moyer program or farmer program, funding is available. In addition, the district sends out press releases to local newspapers and radio stations announcing the availability of funding. The district also posts an announcement and links to applications on our website, mendoair.org.
So I just want to get clarification. So
yes,
the Air District Board Supervisors, we obviously want to, secure as many state and federal grants as are available to either the county organization, the Air District organization, or the community as possible. So is that an irreversible situation where the Air District, reverted the funds back to the state, or is that something that we could reverse and still working with community members seek those funds?
So I'm not certain, but my impression is that the decision has been made, and it's been reallocated to the shared allocation pool. I don't think it's, well, let me put it this way. The ARB is reallocating the grant money that we were offered to run our own program back to the shared allocation pool at this time.
So I realize that county staff, district staff make decisions all the time that the board's not aware of. Personally, I would like for a decision like that to be brought to our attention and just to see if there's a way to work around it. Again, I understand that the district staff has at least one critical vacancy and is about to get a second through your retirement, but it just seems to be ideal that the board would be aware before we would pass up on a grant opportunity. Supervisor McGordy.
But just to clarify, Barbara, what is the grant cycle? So is this something that comes up every year, or?
Yes, yes. I assume that yes, my understanding is that the farmer program will continue to be funded, and it is funded on an annual basis. Yes.
And when does that decision have to be made as to whether we participate in it or not?
Well, actually, let me see. It was made earlier this fall, probably 6 weeks ago.
Because I agree with Supervisor Jurdy that in the future we should, if it comes up, I think there would be well subscribed, given that we're an agricultural community. So
sure,
I would hope that we have a chance to work with your department, even if you're not here, so that we don't miss an opportunity if there's funding on the table.
So again, through the chair, I hear your comments and requests. Just to clarify a little bit on district resources, until a year and a half ago, we had 2 staff members who worked with applicants on these grants. We now have 1, and there is more funding available. So that has been the issue. We really would have to hire to process more grants.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this agenda item? Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
With which table?
Table 1.
Table 1.
Okay, so we've got a motion for adoption of table 1 in the grant allocations. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
We will leave the Air District meeting and go back to our Board of Supervisors meeting. Item 6B, which is discussion and possible action, including acceptance of an update from the Drought Task Force Ad Hoc Committee. Supervisors McGorty and Hashak.
Supervisor McGorty, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to let Supervisor Hashtag cover yesterday's meeting that we had on water extraction and sales. I see that we have Josh Metz, who's been our drought task force manager on board, and we'll let Josh kind of give us a briefing of what's happened and where we stand today.
Thank you, Supervisor and members of the board. It's nice to see everyone after a nice rainfall. And I think I was just looking outside while you all have been in this meeting, and we had some hail where I am, just a little south of you. So nice to see the weather happening almost like it used to. But the work on the drought remains. We're not quite where we would love to be, but are making progress. And so the strategic activities around water planning remain. And as you know, you've approved a contract with GEI consultants, who are going to take on a water agency strategic planning activity. And that'll lead to, I believe, longer term resilience for the county when it comes to water. Regarding the drought, the Department of Water Resources recently released a new funding program called the Urban Multi-Benefit Drought Relief Program. And you have taken action on that as well to contract with Larry Walker and Associates to develop a proposal under that program on behalf of the county related to water resiliency planning and improving monitoring and response capabilities in the future. We're also continuing to have our biweekly. Actually, we've kind of downscaled those. Actually, now they're about once a month since the rains came. But as we had that big dry spell, people kind of came back with interest with our local area partner meetings, where we have water managers from the coast and meeting at one point in the morning, and then a little later we gather with folks from the inland part of the county to hear what the actions they are taking with their local communities and what their concerns are. So we know that there's been a number of grant submissions and either made or in process related to county water resources. City of Fort Bragg has been proactive in moving ahead, both with kind of long-term infrastructure grant funding requests, as well as looking at increasing their storage capacity out there. So those are important for county jurisdiction outside the city boundaries, because as we saw this year, many of the users south of the city are dependent on the water supply in Fort Bragg to get through the dry period. So I think it's a wise move to stay tuned in closely with Fort Bragg and encourage their continued strengthening of their water portfolio. One of the things that did happen this year that'll be quite relevant next year, if we're in a similar situation as we were this past year, is the installation of a desalination unit, which provides for about 45 acre-feet of water capacity that can be drawn in from brackish water in the Noyo River. And so that'll extend for about a month the supply that the city has to work with, and also will then extend parts to points south. I think there's some strategic opportunities to work with the city in the more medium term to probably the quickest path to increasing water supply on the coast may be to work closely with them. So the good news is their public works director, John Smith, is actively engaged in our operation area partners meetings and routinely joins our ad hoc committee meetings. So I think there's a great partnership there. We also heard from the Mendocino Community Services District folks, and they are submitting grant proposals under the Urban Multi-Benefit Program. Supervisor Williams, you may be tuned into that, but I think there's been some, recognition of the importance of taking this action. They have a engineering consulting firm under contract to help them develop those proposals. And then coming out from our drought funding workshop that we put on back, I guess it was in late October now, we know we're tracking close to 7, if not a few more proposals that will be bundled with the North Coast Resource Partnership, who are putting together a grant proposal under that same urban multi-benefit program. So there's significant resources being focused on improving water resiliency on the coast. And I see Supervisor Williams has his hand raised.
Yeah, I was curious if the CEO could talk briefly about the Mendocino project.
Thank you, Chair, through Chair Jurdy. Yes, I actually just got off of a phone call with Senator McGuire and with the Mendocino District and some other partners and their consultant as well, who's writing the grant. And there is a desire by the senator and the partners to work together in an effort to attempt to have water storage, additional water storage, which I believe is what the grant is that is being written by GHD, I think is the consultant. So as part of that call, there are some additional meetings that are set up, and I will be working with Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy on this project. And so I think at this point, because we have so many players in this mix, that I will follow up with Supervisor Williams, this is his district, and Supervisor Jurdy, since this is coastal, and discuss what's happening. I would like to say that Senator McGuire has been very active and interested in helping Mendocino County in the unincorporated area of the town of Mendocino, so that we do not have a repeat of our drought issues that we've had this year. So again, I will be following up with Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy. I know we have the drought ad hoc since this is coastal, and there is a desire to have the 2 coastal supervisors working on this. I did want to bring this up and let the full board know that there is an effort. It's multiple partners will be working together on this. The board will be fully informed every step of the way. And certainly there's grant dollars being applied for. And obviously we're hoping for additional revenue. I would like to remind the board that the Redwood Valley project that we did, that was money that was brought to the table by Senator McGuire. It was a very successful project. The combination of the county working with the senator seems to work out well, along with the community partners. So our hope and our goal is to repeat that in the town of Mendocino. And again, I will be speaking with Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy after the meeting. So thank you for the opportunity to share that. Again, the meeting just occurred. We knew that we would be working on an effort together, and our hope is that it will be as successful as the Redwood Valley project. Thank you.
Okay, CEO Angelo, thank you for the update.
Yeah, so should I continue?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so not to leave out our inland area, there is a fair amount of activity happening there as well. So a lot of it has to do with, working with partner agencies or agencies that you are part of, including the Ukiah Valley Groundwater Basin Sustainability Agency, partnering for or supporting, for example, grant proposals that are being developed by the Sonoma County Water Agency to look at securing water into Lake Mendocino through the Potter Valley Project. That's as you know, a complex multi-jurisdictional concern, but there has been a submission under the Urban Multi-Benefit Program to fund some studies in that regard. There's also we're aware of the Russian River Flood Control District working on a groundwater recharge grant proposal, some innovative and kind of forward-looking activities, ways that they could flood agricultural fields during the winter to increase groundwater recharge for later withdrawal. So things like that are occurring. And we already noted the Larry Walker and Associates effort, which kind of builds, at least in the framing that I've been part of the conversation so far, builds on a lot of the monitoring technologies and techniques that have been set up for the Ukiah Valley groundwater basin, but extending those to other parts of the county where there's far less information available about the status of groundwater, in particular up around your district, Supervisor Hashak, around Willits and Covelo, areas that we heard significant concerns from the residents over the past 6 months of our engagement there. So, I think all of these combine to, represent significant, opportunities for improving the situation from last year. And I think it's very well to note that, the work of the cities, including the city of Ukiah, led by the city of Ukiah, really with their strategic portfolio diversification, which allowed them to be able to draw from multiple resources this year. Those kinds of activities are great examples to look towards for how, the county might want to position itself in the future. So, also the folks up in Willits did a pretty good job with their activities and their groundwater sources. So a lot of good work been done and more to do, but I'd say that's kind of the status of where we are at the particular moment. We have the next ad hoc committee meeting will be Thursday night from 4 to 5:30, and we'll have a little bit more on the status of these new contracts and contractors coming up to speed. I think there's a great opportunity there working with this talented team. And I look forward to offering whatever support I can provide to help them have a smooth startup and successful project. Supervisor McGordy, you have a question?
Just wanted to add two things. Is tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, we'll have a public hearing to formally submit the Sustainable Groundwater Management Plan for the Ukiah Valley Basin Sustainable Groundwater Management Agency. So that's been publicly noticed. We've completed our plan. It'll now go to the Department of Water Resources for review and comment. And so that's a pretty major milestone. And I also wanted to let the board know that things are not going smoothly with the Potter Valley project and the transition from PG&E to partnership ownership. And it's so complex that rather than get into it at this meeting, I think we're going to schedule time in January to actually talk about it as a board, because it'll need that level of discussion.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor McGordy. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. Well, I'd just like to thank Josh Metz for working on this diligently for the last 6 months or so. It's all about increasing our portfolio for water, whether it's storage or transferability of water, or, the various desalination plants. We've been looking at it all, and it has to be a multifaceted approach to dealing with the future water issues in our county. And I appreciate your work on that. I think we also need to look at the money we put aside for the transferring, hauling of water from Ukiah to Fort Bragg, and then replacing that into the PG&E fund for this contingency of disasters, future disasters. So I think that maybe it will be, when we go over the first quarter or second quarter reports. But I think that we owe it to the fund to replace it.
Supervisor McGordy.
I just want to second what Supervisor Hashtag has said. First of all, about Josh, I feel like we've made more progress in the last 6 months on water policy in Mendocino County, addressing long-term issues about reliable sources of water. And we're seeing real progress because our level of consciousness has really been raised by, first of all, an imminent threat with drought 2 years in a row and possibly a third year. And secondly, just bringing a discussion about all the kind of deferred infrastructure and maintenance of our water systems, which we managed to get by when we have plentiful rain, but now it's becoming increasingly apparent that we've got to be better prepared than we are. So I also thank the board for being so supportive of these efforts. And, we were, again, as part of a strategic plan, these will be things that will be a priority for us moving forward. And I expect that as it comes to livability of Mendocino County, having water rises right on top of everything else that goes along with, essential needs, including a health care system, access to food and access to water, and being able to drive from community to community. These are all things that are important to us. And anyway, I think that this has been a good effort this year.
Okay, thank you. I do see Transportation Director Howard Shield here. I just want to make sure he's can comment if he has something he wants to add to the item.
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you. Howard Shield, Director of Transportation. Really, I wrote it up in the agenda summary, but my part of all this was, we do have the water bank over at Fort Bragg. We have water that if Fort Bragg becomes short, that is available for the citizens. I don't have the exact numbers, and there's a really good chance the city of Fort Bragg will be able and has been able to absorb the commercial water needs so that there'll be less impact to those PG&E funds. I mean, right now, I'm hoping that we haven't had an impact to those funds of over $100,000. I hope it's less than that. So I just thought I'd add that to the conversation. That's all I have, unless there's questions.
My question, and maybe this is for you, Howard. Supervisor Hashak suggested that maybe at the next quarterly update, which would be mid-year, that might be an appropriate time to look at reallocating those funds back to a contingency emergency fund for the county. Is that a good? Do you think that would be a good time frame? Because you would, know the total cost of that project.
Well, the only thing I would say is, yeah, right now it's raining. Let's hope it keeps raining. But if it doesn't, and you start hauling water again, your grant funds are only covering the residential. And the hope is the city of Fort Bragg will have enough of their own source to where the county only has to use the grant funds that we have from the state for residential. But, you may want to keep some county money there in case we have to haul commercial. I just, I don't know how much it's going to rain. I mean, Fort Bragg water supply, Mr. Chair, better than I do. So that's my only caution.
Okay. Well, there's certainly some time between now and mid-year budget, but it might be appropriate to look at that again at mid-year budget. So is there anything else for the update from the ad hoc?
No. If I might just say a couple final things here. One is, first of all, it's been my honor to work with you all. It's been a real pleasure to be able to come back and have a hand in helping Mendocino. I will say that the work of the ad hoc and these regular meetings, it seems to me like we've built a nice rapport and kind of a routine of communication with a bunch of people who are knowledgeable and interested and concerned on this issue. And I think that sort of network and those regular convenings will be valuable for the next phase of the water planning work, and I would think ongoing. So I don't know when your deliberations would be on the question of committees or ad hoc committees or so on, but I just think there's real value in having these regular conversations about water, and I'd be an advocate for considering how that could be continued within the county's purview. I think that would be a real asset to continue. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Josh. Do we have any public comment on this agenda item?
There's no public comment on this item.
Okay, well, thank you for the update and the work that continues on this ongoing project. Great, next on our agenda is item 5G, which is discussion and possible action, including an amendment to the Board of Supervisors Agreement 17-131 with NAP Care in the amount of $3,484,000 plus for a new contract total of $19,100,000 for the medical health services for the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office Jail, with a new term end date of December 31st, 2022. And looks like we have Sheriff Kendall in the meeting and Under Sheriff Darren Brewster.
Good afternoon, and I'm sorry I can't turn on my camera. I'm away from the office, and if I do, I'm not sure that I'm going to have enough cellular data to be able to communicate well. My understanding, and my apologies, I was away on the date that this first came forward. My understanding was that the board wanted some more information on this contract. Now we've got, I believe, our NAFCARE representative, as well as Lieutenant Bednar and Under Sheriff Brewster. I worked on the contract this year, and the contract itself is for the jail-based competency training. However, it's also for the medical care for our inmates in the Mendocino County Jail. And so there's actually those two pieces of it. And watching the previous board, it seemed like we were talking more about the jail-based competency program and less about the jail medical, but it is two-pronged. So I was going to invite NAVCARE to speak on that portion of it and to bring back that information that the board wanted. Are they available?
Yes, sir, Sheriff. This is Brad McLean with NAVCARE. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, excellent. And I have with me Suzanne Moore, our Chief Operating Officer, Dr. Alvarez, our Chief Medical Officer, and Dr. Simpler, our Chief Psychologist. Are you all available? Maybe one at a time. Suzanne?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Brad.
Dr. Alvarez?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. He was not on our list, but we're bringing him in right now.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm here now.
Great.
Looks like he's in the meeting.
And is Dr. Simpler with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. Well, Chair Jurdy, members of the Board of Supervisors, really appreciate the opportunity to be with you again, and really appreciate the level of interest you have in correctional health care services that we provide to the incarcerated patients in the jail. We had some good discussions last time when we were together, and some subsequent discussions. And out of that, the concept of adding a licensed clinical social worker is an idea that's developed, which we believe would be a wonderful enhancement of the services we provide if the Board of Supervisors were inclined to include that in our contract. We are down to the wire. We have 17 days left in our contract, so we're asking for your votes to renew and allow us to continue providing services. You asked for information. We've provided some information. We have a brief kind of overview that we can go through today, and we're committed to continuing to meet your information needs and objectives. I have 6 slides. I don't know if there's a way to pull those up and have us quickly walk through those.
Clarification with the clerk of the board. Do they need to share the screen, or who needs to share the screen?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. As always, Clerk of the Board does not share our screen, and anything that would have been or is going to be presented we needed to have received it prior. So if NAFCAR has sent that to us and it was uploaded to the agenda, they're more than welcome to go ahead and share their screen.
I am on an iPad. I've been in 5 states in 7 days, so I'm on the road right now, and I can't do that. Suzanne or Dr.
Yeah.
Simpler? Great, thank you.
I can do that. Give me 1 second. Okay. Can you all see that?
Yeah, and Ms. Moore, just for clarification, I believe that what clerk of the board said is that they just need to make sure that they get a copy of anything you share on the screen. So that, just want to make sure you know that.
Yes, sir. It has been attached to the board agenda is my understanding, and we sent that last week.
Got it. Just wanted to confirm. All right, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So Suzanne, why don't you just carry forward? Thank you.
Certainly. So we did, want to put together some more data. I know that was very important, to the group. And so we did want to put some of that forward and also provide just a few slides to kind of tell our story a little bit more. So this first slide really shows how the contract is structured and kind of gives a pie example of the portion of the cost that is the medical portion versus the mental health versus the jail-based competency treatment. We wanted to be able to just show that. I know that was one of the questions, understanding the different sources of funding and the way that contract cost is broken out. And then I know one of the discussion points that was, very important last time was the addition of the licensed clinical social worker. So we did price that out and added that here. Certainly happy to address any questions that may arise from that item. And feel free to stop me at any point. I'll move through kind of quickly if no one has questions, simply for the sake of time. And then we really wanted to just provide an overview of kind of the medical care that we've provided in the last 4 years. So this is a chart that gives some information about the statistics you all had prior to NAFCARE coming on board. These statistics came from the RFP presentation or the RFP information that we went through when we took over the contract. And so we went through and compared the number of health assessments done prior to NAFCARE, which was 2015, to the most current full year that we have on record, which is 2020, and really looked at the volume of care that we're providing on site. We looked at things like the health and physical assessments, the provider sick call, the number of psychiatric contacts, and then the number of mental health professional encounters, which, as you can see, is a great deal of increase in on-site volume. And what really happened as a result of this is the number of days that patients stayed in the hospital decreased by more than 40%. So from 29 days in 2015, prior to NAFCARE taking over, down to 12 days in 2020. And that's really always the goal of our proactive care model, to do much more care up front during that intake process and during those first few days of time in the jail, hopefully to prevent as many offsite trips as possible. That's always our goal, and so we wanted to really show what that looks like for you all.
Ms. Moore, I'm seeing a hand raised by Supervisor Williams.
So this looks like an absolute count. Was the jail population the same? In other words, can we treat this as scaled?
Yeah, so the jail population has actually gone down some in the last, in 2020, certainly with COVID. And yet, even though the jail population went down, our care still went up compared to 2015.
So what was the population in these 2 years?
I thought we had added that. Here, we do have that information. Or no, we don't have 2015, but I can pull that. I think we did have that at one point. On this next screen, we do have the jail population for the years that we were in place at the facility.
I just want to, I'm curious, is it an apples to apples comparison, that chart? Yeah. It's the total number, but based on how many potential patients?
Right. I believe, and we can go back and pull that number, but I believe in 2015, the RFP, at that time, I believe the population was over 300, but we'll double check that. And then this document, I know, you certainly wanted to see some statistics. And so this gives kind of an overview of just care details for years 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. As you can see, the number of medications administered is a very, very large number, as well as the number of patients receiving CEWA and CALS monitoring, which is the detox assessments that we do for those patients that are suffering from substance abuse.
And if I could just jump in for Supervisor Williams, the average for 2015 was 302.
Thank you.
Supervisor Heshak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. So with the lab tests completed in COVID, does that take into consideration COVID test or not? Probably not, I would assume.
Yes, sir. Dr. Alvarez, do you want to speak more to that? I believe it does not.
No, it usually does not. So the lab tests are going to have anything that went out through our lab. And for the most part, a lot of the COVID tests across the country have been done by different public health agencies or with on-site tests. And on-site tests won't end up showing them as reflected in the values of labs.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor McGordy.
How are the mental health evaluations initiated? I see you do screening, but how about the actual mental health evaluation?
Dr. Sempler, you want to take that one?
Certainly. We actually use our proactive care model. So people who are coming into the facility at the point of booking are screened for mental health issues. If they flag positive for current symptoms, a history of mental health treatment, any reported issues going on right now, then they are automatically scheduled for a follow-up with a more thorough mental health evaluation that tends to be a comprehensive evaluation and assessment.
And what does that assessment consist of?
That is primarily, it is a clinical interview, but it also is a records reconciliation. So when available and we have historical data, we're able to pull that forward. If they've been in the facility before, we're able to look at prior records that are retained within our system. If there are public or community records available, that we get a release signed, that goes as part of the review. We review for medication history using a SureScripts program we previously discussed, but I'm happy to talk about again. And anyone who, after going through that comprehensive mental health evaluation, is in need of additional mental health care, then they would be referred to a psychiatric provider.
Okay, and kind of what is the nexus between mental health care and people who have come in addicted, who are often self-medicating?
Sure. We definitely understand that population of the dually diagnosed. We've seen a lot of trends across the country with this population. As you mentioned, sometimes people are self-medicating for psychiatric symptoms, and other times we've seen the reverse trend where individuals who are using illicit substances can induce psychiatric conditions that look like schizophrenia or other disorders on the schizophrenia spectrum. When we see those individuals, a couple of things happen. happen? I mean, first and foremost, we're going to be looking for issues related to potential withdrawal and the need to apply our detox protocols and keeping people safe. We've learned that individuals who are withdrawing from things like opioids and benzodiazepines and alcohol are at a heightened risk for having an adverse outcome. And so first and foremost, we're going to stabilize those issues. If someone comes on the other side of withdrawal and detoxification and they're still presenting with symptoms, then we start to look more of the etiology of those problems, and certainly applying more aggressive forms of mental health treatment if that is appropriate. Oftentimes it's much like an emergency room when they are booked in. They present with a number of conditions, and it's a matter of identifying the ones that pose the greatest risk to their health and their safety within the facility and treating that first, and then managing the other subsequent conditions as we stabilize that individual in the facility.
And how do you deal with inmates who feel like something's wrong and they're requesting help from a mental health professional?
We respond to those. I mean, we certainly take requests from patients. We also take requests from custody staff. We take requests from other NAF care staff who observe something that may indicate that this person is suffering from mental health symptoms. We certainly do become more aggressive with our treatment when there are things that are along the severe mental illness spectrum. So people who are presenting with symptoms of psychosis, mood instability. We know that those individuals tend to have a greater risk for an adverse outcome within the facility. Individuals who come into the facility that without a history of severe mental illness and may not present with signs or symptoms of severe mental illness, such as, a lot of people report sleep disturbance when they come into jail, rightfully so. It's a very loud, noisy place. People report increased feelings of stress, transient symptoms of depression. And those are things that we're going to triage with our mental health team. And as appropriate, we would refer them to the advanced provider for further treatment of those conditions.
Okay, I've received some correspondence from NAMI, our local chapter here, about an inmate that is requesting care and has been denied. And I was just curious how you handle that. And it seems like it's important, obviously, when someone says, I'm not feeling well, I'm depressed, I've got issues, I don't want to be here forever. I just wonder what's the possible treatment for them and what's a positive outcome.
So there are a lot of different treatment options. And one of the things that we have to balance is the veracity of that report. Oftentimes, it is not uncommon for some of our patients to deliberately seek medications to alter their mental state. For example, we know that there are combinations of medications that will induce a high, if you will, a euphoric feeling. And so we have to be mindful when a patient comes in and requests that they be prescribed a certain combination of medications or that they dictate their treatment in that way. There are some medications that are highly addictive and that are contraindicated for use in a detention facility. They are prone to abuse. They can be toxic if they are diverted and hoarded. And so we have to be mindful of all of those. And that is one of the ways that mental health care deviates from the care that you may receive in the community, is that we also have safety and security issues to balance with that. But we're not going to outright deny someone treatment or services. And certainly that may be the perception of what has happened if someone is repeatedly asking for a narcotic medication or a controlled substance within the facility. And certainly how that information gets presented to a family member or someone else in the community. I definitely think it's worth an opportunity to investigate that case on a situation by situation issue to make sure that all the pieces and all the facts are known before we jump to conclusions about someone absolutely being denied services.
No, I understand that. And I also understand confidentiality of the patient is also critical. So we maybe will do some follow-up on this.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I assume the board has seen my questions attached to the item. The clerk attached it, hoping we could save time in the meeting. And last time we met on this topic, I had asked our Dr. Miller, who's our ranking behavioral health expert, whether she felt confident in this plan, whether she could put her name on it. And I think she indicated that she hadn't fully reviewed it and didn't have access to the data. And so part of the direction we gave was for her to look into the data, review the plan, and so that when we reconvened, she could give us her assurance that she feels confident that we're doing everything necessary to meet the appropriate standard of care. Is Dr. Miller available to join us and share what she's learned and her confidence?
So Janine Miller, Behavioral Health Director. I am here, Supervisor Williams, and I did talk with both the jail and NAF Care and did get some data from them. I know there's one of the items that I have recommended prior and I will recommend again, and I know that NAF Care agrees that the only way I could approve this contract and is with a mental health clinician being added to this contract. When you look at NAF Care's contract, it's a very small portion of what it says they're going to do mental health wise. So we've kind of limited ourselves because we have a contract that really limits what they do mental health wise. I mean, if you really look at it, it's not as in depth as I would like to see for the mental health side. But I think one of the things we do need to add, we need a mental health clinician, whether it's a licensed health practitioner, we can call them a variety of different things, that needs to be added to actually feel that we're providing mental health services at a level where I would feel comfortable. That is a need in the jail and it's needed on a lot of levels. So, I think there's more data. I've made it clear with NAF Care and the jail for me to really get on board with their contract. I really need to audit. We need to do audits. Both NAF Care and the jail have agreed they would be fine with behavioral health doing a quarterly audit, working with NAF Care and the jail to look at their mental health services, their prescribing practices, and make sure that we all agree with the mental health services that are being provided in the jail. But I do want to just make sure we know, and the board is aware, there is a need for a mental health clinician. If we want adequate mental health services, we're missing a key component to that. And the contract does have a very limited mental health section. I think it's only like maybe 4 or 5 paragraphs. So, if I was going to do it, I would be adding the clinician and giving more details of what we would like to see that clinician do. I know that they're coming forward and are willing to offer that clinician. They have let us know what the cost would be for that clinician. And it is a needed position to do adequate mental health services.
And Dr. Miller, did you have a chance to look at the questions that I have attached to this item? Do you think those are the right questions to be asking?
I did look at the questions. I'd have to pull it up. I know that I went ahead and I know one of those questions was regarding cost. And I just wanted to note that I went ahead and pulled the county's cost for a licensed clinician. And we run about $145. So NAF Care is not too far off. And I just want to know our clinician costs are low in the county. I can actually pay other staff that are not licensed more than I can pay some of my clinical staff. So we have a salary issue on our clinical side that we know about. So I think pretty comparable, that 157 is pretty comparable to the county at about 145. So I just wanted to let you know, I did run those numbers.
And then last, Dr. Miller, from time to time, I get calls from family members and I have no way because of the dynamic. I'm on the board. I can't look at the patient records. I don't know if what's being claimed is true. And I don't have another consultant with an audit report to rely on. I'm relying entirely on your assessment. Do you feel confident today in approving this contract that we're doing everything we need to protect both the patients in our jail and public money? Are we completely in compliance and providing a level of care that meets standards?
So without a mental health clinician and expanding mental health clinical services in the jail, no, we're not. So if we are going to approve this contract with adding the clinician, we'll be closer to where we need to be mental health wise. And I'm only speaking from the mental health side because I really didn't evaluate their medical side. That isn't my expertise.
we need the mental health clinician. I will be working with them to do some audits, will give me more input into their system. I do know what I can say is that if we get a report that there is an individual in the jail that has made statements that they may not be getting services, we will usually, either I will reach out to the jail or NAF care and ask about the individual and try to get an understanding what's been going on with their care, or the patient rights advocate for the county will get involved. And so in most cases, I either have staff in there talking with the individual, or I'm talking with NAF care in the jail.
On the medical side, do you recommend we have a medical professional provide that assessment of audit?
Yes.
And so a number of family members have called me over the time I've been on the board, and they've I've asked, can they write it up and submit it, and let's find the problem and see who can resolve it. There's almost every instance there's been hesitancy, a worry of retribution about if they complain, what will happen to their loved one. What is that? What is the answer aside from an independent audit that wouldn't single anybody out? And again, no fault. It may be without merit. I have no way to evaluate it.
I think that audit's the only way. I wish I had another. We do get grievances on the mental health system of care throughout the county. So the especially mental health system of care, we do have to investigate them. We have a grievance and complaint process in behavioral health, and there are times we have to do them confidentially, which actually is us reaching out to the individual, getting the information. And asking the provider for information without noting who the client was, because that happens in all system of cares, right? Some people are just nervous about not wanting their provider to be upset with them or feeling like it will impact them. So there are ways through grievance and procedure processes that could be established if that's something the board wanted to look at, that allows, we have it in the special mental health system, that allows the county to do a separate investigation that can keep people confidential, their identity confidential too.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. And then for NAF care, when we met last, I had made the request, how many mental health patients are in solitary confinement for how long? Can we review that data? Do you have a chart?
We do, and Dr. Simpler, we have a very lengthy chart, so Dr. Simpler, you may need to help me find where that is. We have a lot of data here.
So it's probably not going to be in that contract summary. That specific database was provided to the sheriff's office, but does contain PHI because it was the identity of all the individuals who were placed in segregated housing or isolated housing, restricting housing. But we do have the numbers available to that. We were happy to sanitize that document, but I don't know that it is appropriate to release all the individuals and their level of care within the facility. What I can tell you is that as of today, right, we ran these numbers again this morning. We had 305 patients within the facility. So 305 individuals were booked into the Mendocino County Jail. 120 of them were currently on antidepressant medication. So almost half of them are receiving some kind of pharmacotherapy. We had 111 of those individuals had a mental health evaluation outside of that intake process. So I know that that was one of the concerns that you expressed, is that they weren't being followed up after their intake and that they may have been misrepresenting or not being truthful at the time of intake. So more than a third of them had a subsequent follow-up for mental health evaluation outside of that booking process. And we know that about 58 individuals in that facility were on antipsychotic medication, which I know you have some strong feelings about, but we do recognize that that is the first course of treatment for schizophrenia spectrum disorders. So you're looking at about a sixth of your population who are taking antipsychotic medications. In terms of those who were in segregated housing who presented with mental health concerns, those data show that about 46% of the individuals over the history of our contract who had been in isolated housing also had some kind of mental health issue. And I believe...
So is it possible to look at a chart of how many in the last year or whatever time frame you have mental health patients have been in solitary confinement and for how long?
So we don't maintain the data on housing.
So I would think to look at how well are we treating our people, I think we would want to look at, well, how many of them are ending up in solitary and for how long, and what are the steps? And it's not a criticism of NAFCare, but overall, if the board is responsible for these people, we need to minimize or have confidence that we're minimizing that experience so that their conditions don't worsen. Who has that data? How can we review it and see if additional services are necessary to remedy it? Because the reason I bring it up is I get family member after family member saying their loved one was in our jail and they waited months to get out of solitary. They were out every other day, middle of the night, didn't see light. When it's a one-off story, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard it enough. I believe it's a pattern.
So what I can explain to you, Mr. Williams, is that we do round on individuals who are in segregated housing. And that is part of our policies and procedures that we are frequently having contact as medical providers. We do not make any determinations about housing or classification. That is outside the scope of medical services, and that responsibility lies with the sheriff's office, and I'm sure the Sheriff Kendall would be happy to address that issue. What I can say is that when isolated housing or restricted housing is contraindicated, we do communicate that to custody, and where it goes from there, again, is ultimately up to the sheriff. But looks like Sheriff Kendall has raised his hand.
Yeah, Supervisor Williams, I believe that Lieutenant Bednar has stats, data on that. Just exactly what you're asking. If we could allow Lieutenant Bednar in, I believe that he probably has that for us today.
Lieutenant Bednar?
Chair Jurdy, members of the board, Lieutenant John Bednar, Sheriff's Office. I don't have the specific stats for the last year. I have it overall from January 2018 to current. We've had 1,572 persons cycle through administrative separation. That's what we refer to as, or what you're referring to as isolation or lockdown. It's been called a number of different things. Of that population, about 53% were found to have some degree of mental health issue. Of that 53%, 42% went on to other housing within the facility. Only 11% remained on administrative separation. Of those that are mentally ill, about 19% of those are considered to be seriously mentally ill. 65% of those go on to other housing within the jail, with only 35% remaining on administrative separation. It equates to about 55 people over that January 2018 to current time period. The seriously mentally ill offenders make up about 10% of our overall administrative separation usage from January 2018 to current, but only about 3% overall remain in administrative separation during their incarceration. Some of the things that I'd like to add is our classification staff do weekly reviews of all of our persons placed on administrative separation. As part of that review, we have an administrative separation meeting, which includes our classification deputies, or our classification sergeant, jail administration, NAFCare, mental health, RNs. And the purpose of that meeting is to go through each of the administrative separation inmates, talk about how they're doing, discuss their housing options, whether they're choosing to come out for recreation and showers, and their cooperation with medical and mental health staff. We also try to identify their needs and address how we can best satisfy those needs. Some folks, one of the things that we see a lot with some of the mentally ill people is they don't want to come out of their cell. So we try to incentivize it. We change the times around, and we've even gone so far as to give treats and things to try to encourage people to come out, get out of their cell, and enjoy some recreation time outside of their cell. It's also important to note that no one's placed on administrative separation for being mentally ill. Persons remain on administrative separation based on their outward behavior, things such as being violent, threats towards others, including staff or other inmates, or they may be placed on administrative separation because they have been or potentially could be victimized in a general population setting. So basically our overall goal, though, is to provide a safe environment for staff and for those incarcerated in our facility.
Okay, if there's no other questions right now, is there more to the presentation?
That is all of our presentation slide deck, Chairman. Yes, sir. We can certainly go through any other statistics on the statistical report that we have if anyone is interested in that level of detail on the data.
So I'd like to just follow up with Dr. Miller. So Dr. Miller, you said you, to feel comfortable, you need to see the mental health clinician. I'm trying to understand, is that part of the option that was presented at the beginning of the presentation?
So yes, part of the presentation that's in this slide deck is that we add a licensed clinical social worker to the NAFCARE contract so that they can actually do mental health services. I would recommend that, not today, but I would recommend that you add the clinical social worker, and then at some point the sheriff and NAFCARE could maybe expand the mental health section a little bit more to detail what that clinical social worker would offer, because the mental health section is literally 4 sections. So we want to be clear about how that licensed clinical social worker is being used. I know it's going to take them a little bit to probably hire someone. We know finding clinicians in our area is not easy, but it is a definite need for the jail to be able to do the adequate mental health services and do thorough assessments and really work with clients. It's definitely needed. So, but yes, it is part of their presentation.
Okay, so to clarify, it's not part of the drafted contract, but you're recommending that we have an amendment to the contract, perhaps, I don't know, in the next 60 days that would be negotiated, that would include the licensed clinical social worker to provide that service, as well as maybe further clarification about some of their other mental health services that would be better defined in the revised contract. Would that work?
So yeah, I think that would work. I think that it needs to be something that's approved and move forward. It needs to be in part of their agreement. That's my opinion. I would just add in that maybe defining the mental health section of how that clinician would be used would be important as part of their contract. I wouldn't want that to hold up their contract, because we know it does terminate on the 31st and the jail can't go without medical services. So I don't want to say that we should wait to get that in. We really can't not have medical services in our county jail. But it would be something I would definitely want to see in their contract.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
I support that. Could you also work in an independent audit of the medical services so that we can feel confident that we're doing everything that the inmates deserve? I think Dr. Miller indicated that she can't she can't ascertain. And I don't know that we've had anybody else review.
Okay, Sheriff Kendall and Dr. Alvarez, if you have maybe follow up on that.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Jurdy. One of the things that I've been working toward is getting another contract monitor. We had Rebecca Craig for several years, who was just an incredible assistance to us. And one of the things that she had discussed with myself and with Dr. Miller was just what Dr. Miller spoke about today, was the licensed clinician, and then also the work with Dr. Miller's group regarding some of the prescriptions and things like that could be audited on a quarterly or a biannually basis. And Rebecca explained to me that would kind of be the gold standard for us. Now, NAFCARE has given us a couple of groups that will provide us with the contract monitoring and things like that. And I think that would be a good direction for us to go in. So we're going to be working on that over the next month or so, trying to get something nailed down on that one. But when Rebecca retired, I spoke with her, and she was kind of at a loss because most of the folks that she had worked with over the years who could have really fit the bill had retired. So we're in a little bit of a scramble looking for someone who had her expertise, knowledge, and experience. Thank you.
Dr. Alvarez?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I'm not sure if you're aware, but the NCCHC did perform the independent audit of the facility within the last 3 years, and they're due again to be on site this year to do their on-site audit for their every 3-year cycle. So just to know that the NCCHC, National Commission on Correctional Healthcare, will be in the facility sometime this year.
Thank you for the information. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. So this is a question for Dr. Miller. Is this mental health clinician that certainly sounds like we need, that does it have to go through NAFCARE, or can it come out of behavioral health?
I think it could be either. I think that's a decision the board could make. I think being connected to NAFCARE has some advantages in the sense that they're connected to their full health record. They're connected to the system. It doesn't silo the mental health clinician. That can happen. I'm not saying it would, but sometimes it can happen when you add the county and another provider. And I'm not saying NAFCARE wouldn't do everything to work with us, but they may not want us to have full access to their medical record system at a way they would allow their own clinicians to have it. So there could be some barriers if we went with county versus NAFCARE. I just want to be transparent on that. So I think it could be either way. It could be dependent on how the board would want to address that. I just know that there could be more benefits for NAFCARE because they'd be connected to their system, but we could do it either way.
So the question for NAFCARE is, would you have a problem if it were a county employee instead of your own?
I'll start out answering that. Our experience really, I agree with Dr. Miller, our experience really has been better having the full mental health staff working on our team. We have 4 contracts in Washington State where mental health is split between county, and then NAFCARE has the medical. And that can create some challenges. So our strong preference would be to have that individual on our contract and on our team. If there were a strong view to have that individual accounting employee and they're providing care to our patients, we actually would want them to use our electronic health record. And that's something in those contracts we have where mental health is split. We encourage the county staff to use our health record, but our experience has been that having that position with us is far superior to that division. Dr. Simpler, I'm sure, can speak a lot more to that.
And quite frankly, it can go either way. We would just be really grateful for the opportunity to have that additional person there, and recognizing that a licensed mental health professional has a level of expertise and training that the patient population could benefit from. So at this point, again, it could go either way. As Brad mentioned, we do want there to be a connection within our EHR, because as much as we try, we can't separate mind and body. And we recognize that health issues certainly can impact psychological issues and vice versa. And so having a uniform record where all that information is centralized is imperative to coordinating care within the facility and thereafter. So that is up to you guys, how you want that to look, but we're certainly happy to have that arrangement either way. We just want that person. And Dr. Miller and I have had conversations spanning the better part of a year of what that could look like, and certainly recognize that she is heavily connected to your behavioral health community. And we would certainly work with her to help find the right person to work within the facility.
All right, thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
You know, I think it'd be a lot less clunky to have the person working inside of NAFCARE as opposed to having someone from outside, just because all of the issues associated with, accountability and access to records. I just think it's better to have it as a package system, if that's what we're going to do, that there's really one organization that's responsible.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, it went by so quick. I want to ask again, Dr. Miller, I think you indicated the contract today does not meet the appropriate level of care. Is that correct?
I would say that it does not meet the appropriate level of mental health care that we would like to see that would be best practice. I cannot speak to the medical care because the majority of their contract is medical care. Only
Right.
17% is, if I remember the numbers right, is mental health care, with the restoration being, I think, about 17%, right? So it really is from, if you look at the perspective of the contract from the mental health piece, we really need a clinician to really meet those needs better. And that would be where I feel comfortable, but I can only speak to the mental health piece of their contract.
Understood. And how long has this been the case?
That they needed a mental health clinician?
Yeah, that we've been short, not providing this appropriate level of care for mental health.
I can't answer that. My understanding is the original agreement when NAFCARE came in was that we weren't going to look at having licensed mental health professionals, that it was really, the decision was to focus more on the nursing level of mental health needs, which is more of your prescribing level than your clinical counseling, therapy, rehab perspective. So I think NAFCARE could, and the jail would be better to answer those questions, but I think that was the primary focus at that time. I started talking with Dr. Simpler about, I think, April of this year. We started working out. I had asked why they didn't have clinicians in the jail and trying to understand what level of mental health services, and then really started to, we both agreed that there was this gap. They do have licensed mental health professionals and other areas that they serve, so other jails that they're serving. It's a pretty common practice for them to have a mental health professional, and this was one where they don't. I don't know if there's any other counties, but we are one county that they don't. But I know that based on their service model, they usually do.
Do any other providers treat mental health in the jail?
From the county, so we do have our discharge planner who will do some outreach and connection to services as they're getting ready to discharge. Redwood Community Service is asked to go in and do crisis assessments every once in a while on individuals that are in custody, and they will do that. I know that every once in a while there's a request for a mental health assessment, actually a thorough assessment, which a NAFCARE cannot provide a clinical assessment at that level because they don't have the licensed mental health professional. And so outside providers will go in. I know that the jail, the courts recently let me know that they're having to, find individuals, licensed professionals to go in and do assessments when they need it for diversion because of because it's not available in the jail. So we do have different providers that go in to do assessments so that individuals can get assessed for diversion or behavioral health court and for other means. And then we also have substance use treatment in the jail.
And then for the board, this strikes me as a liability, and I don't know that we can afford to wait 60 days for a next step. I think we certainly need medical services in the jail. We can't let a contract lapse. But I don't think we can kick this down the road. I think we need to really address it yesterday. Any thoughts on how to fix the situation so that we are meeting the appropriate level of care for mental health?
The suggestion for 60 days was to try to be practical and pragmatic. So I guess I looked at Dr. Miller and NAFCARE in the sheriff's office to let us know what would be a realistic time frame for an amendment to the contract, because I guess I'm presuming that it can't be amended with satisfaction today.
I believe that we've already began an amendment to the contract after myself and the undersheriff met with Dr. Miller, I believe a couple of weeks ago. I can speak with Dr. Nguyen, our contract person, and with Juanita on that, but I believe the amendment's already been begun.
And just from the NAVCARE perspective, we did draft an amendment that does go ahead and add that position, so we can really move as quickly as you like. Given that you have a contract extension in front of you that's mostly executed, it may be best for you to execute that, and we could follow up and try to get that subsequent amendment to you for your next meeting. But I guess it's a procedural question, but theoretically, from our perspective, you could add that position today. It would take us time to recruit, and we move as quickly as possible.
So for clarification, Dr. Miller, I think we heard that in addition to the position, you wanted to see some additional language, which may or may not exist right now, as to the work of that person. So that's why I was unclear if it needs to come back. It sounds to me like it needs if we approve it today, the amendment might come back, let's say our first meeting in January. Again, your recruitment process is going to take some amount of time regardless. So Dr. Miller, would that sound reasonable to work with the Sheriff's Office, NAVCARE, to hopefully have a contract amendment at our first meeting in January or our second meeting in January?
Yeah, I think it's literally just some basic language that if they were able to add in, and I think like Sheriff Kendall said, I think they've already started it and adding the position. So it would be just adding in a couple bullet points of what the clinician would be responsible for. What's the expectation of a clinician?
All right, thank you. Under Sheriff Brewster.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. There would absolutely be no issue with getting that amendment completed by the next board meeting. We want to do everything we can to make sure the care for the facility and the people that are inside that facility are taken care of. So we would make it a rush.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so that works for me. What about the medical review? Dr. Miller indicated that she's not professionally able to perform that assessment. And contract monitor sounds good. I would really like a medical doctor to look over the care that's being provided and give us a thumbs up. And I'm going to presume that'll be the case, but maybe there's some recommendations will come back. I think we owe it to our population to provide that review. How do we incorporate that?
I believe that'll be incorporated again this year with the MCCHC review, where they come in and do a full audit of the jail as they did. I think it was 2 years ago, and that's coming up right now. I believe that I think it's every 2 years. I'll have to check.
Okay, and then last, I'm not going to go through all the points in the memo I attached, but one of them is I understand there's a recent California Supreme Court decision that has some impact on the placement of 1368s relative to cruel and unusual punishment. Does that have any impact in current or future operations at our jail?
So it does regarding 1368 for misdemeanors. So there is a change in the law starting in January. The individuals that commit a misdemeanor offense will no longer go through the restoration process. They'll have options such as drug diversion, outpatient treatment, or looking at conservatorship. So there is a change in how that will impact the whole system. And our 1360 individuals that would have got a 1368 evaluation, which is a competency to stand trial evaluation, will now go through a different system. It will actually look very different than it does today. So that, which we do have misdemeanor restoration within the jail, but that will all be changing in January.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to check with the clerk of the board. Did we already ask for public comment on this agenda item?
We did not. We do have public comment though. So first on the line, we have Lisa Bell, who is actually no longer on the line. So we have 2 voicemails that we'll be playing.
Vivian Kumdan, NAVCARE 5G. This is to say that the village police crisis intervention team is non-existent. The mental health facility is non-existent. There are no programs. It is non-existent. The inmates in the community, in the jail, are being abused and tormented and tortured. And the facilities are not health coded and should really be investigated. You need to investigate the jail and all the employees, everyone connected with the torture that is being done in this jail. Thank you.
And one last voicemail.
Yes, hello, this is Randy Dalton from Willis, California, and I'm calling in regards to NAPCare 5G. I think it's overdue. Do not renew the contract with NAPCare. They are not qualified to be able to take care of mental health patients. The mental health system is not functioning properly in this county. We need a citizen review board investigation of the conditions in the jail. I've been told that they're starving the people that are in there. They're tasering people. Their solitary confinement is being used. People are not getting any kind of humane treatment. These are crimes against humanity. There's not supposed to be cruel and unusual punishment. Many of these people have not gone to trial, and they're being assumed to be guilty before. And they're overcrowded. There's starving the people. Their hair falling out. A friend of mine's son was tasered in the private genital area. This is unacceptable. We need nonviolence. We need training. We need education. We need problem solving. Nonviolent conflict resolution begins with me. And the amount of money that's being spent on all the tasers and uniforms and police is unacceptable. I want an accounting of where is this money going? You know, the drugs, they're being forced drugged with pills I'm not Zyprexa, with $2,000 a month for shots. This is not mental health. This is not prevention. This is not healing. This is not conducive to raising our people, our neighbors, and our children into being productive, useful citizens. We need skills. We need some nonviolent conflict resolution training. And this NAPCare needs to be not renewed. And we need to have a civilian review board, not the police policing the police. I want to see, and not the psychiatrists producing. I'd like people from the outside of the system to be able to look in, to actually see the conditions. They're overcrowded. My daughter was in a Zodiac. She's a 250, 300-pound woman. These prisons were built, and not more prisons are not the answer either. Education. Please hear, and we need some workshops within the community so that people can talk individually about conditions and what they need. Blankets. How about some blankets? How about some sewing? How about some home economics? How about some job skills development? Please and thank you. Please hear me. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Maybe this is probably a question both separately for NAPCare and the Sheriff's Office. So say if a community member is concerned about their family member in the jail, what's sort of the protocol for following up on concerns that get raised by members of the public or an inmate, either on the NAPCare side or on the jail staff side?
Well, I can talk about the jail side. I receive phone calls from parents, from friends, from family members constantly, and I discuss what's going on, with the exception of there are some things that I cannot discuss that deal directly with HIPAA and other issues that would affect the safety and security of the facility. I know that our jail commander and our jail lieutenants deal with that on a daily basis as well. We have these conversations. People are not ignored. At times we hear some pretty outlandish things that simply aren't happening, and we weed through those as well.
I'll start from a NAPCare perspective. Certainly we take very seriously any concerns that are raised about our patients, and we investigate those. And then in order for us to have a two-way, exchange of information, then the patient in the jail does have to issue a release of information. Otherwise, we can't speak to the care that's being provided because of the privacy laws and HIPAA. But where there is a release of information, then we are able to have that two-way exchange. But certainly, if information comes to us about our patients and potential health issues they have, then we receive that information and take it seriously. And with that release of information, then we're able to have an exchange. I don't know if others in the team have anything to add. I'd welcome that.
I would just say that the majority of the calls or comments that we receive actually are directed through the sheriff's office many times, or a public defender's office, or the patient's attorney. And we try to answer those as best we can, again, with, as Brad had mentioned, with a ROI if necessary. Most people just want to be heard, and they want to know that the information was given. And I usually just tell people, yes, please share. We'll take any of the information that you can on medications that might be taking, illnesses that they're suffering, and then that way we can process the information, have the patient seen. And the majority of people are reasonable and understand that they can't share the information back, but they're happy to know that somebody's heard what they wanted to say.
Okay, great. Well, we've taken public comment. We do have an expiring contract with a suggested pathway forward to amending it at our next meeting in January. Would someone like to make a motion? Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I would move that we approve the Fifth Amendment of Board of Supervisors Agreement 17131 with NAFCare Inc. in the amount of $3,484,847.76 for a new agreement total of $19,105,009.38 for medical health services for the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, with a new term end date of December 31st, 2022. Authorize sheriff to sign any future amendments that do not affect the maximum agreement total, and authorize chair to sign same, and direct Dr. Miller to coordinate an amendment to provide mental health services at an appropriate level of care, and review mental health patient statistics and report back to the board within 60 days.
I second that.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Chair Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
and Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. It's 5:30. We've gone past our original afternoon break time. I know we've got a few more items. I'm looking at the clerk of the board. Does it make sense to take a short break, 10-minute break now, and then plow through the last of our agenda?
Staff currently does not need a break.
All right. Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually am going to take a break between 5:45 and 6:30. I know that we still have a quorum either way, so I just wanted to let you know.
Okay. Okay, all right. So next we have, let's go straight into 5H, which is consolidation of, I'm sorry, get the whole thing here. Discussion possible action, adoption of ordinance repealing Mendocino County Code section 2.16.0141, adding section 2.16.070, and amending chapter 2.36 for the purposes of consolidating the offices of auditor and controller and treasurer tax collector as a single elected office. We do have a special guest, Patrick Blacklock, who is the president and CEO of Rural County Representatives. And I don't know what his schedule is. I suspect he he needs to get on to some other business at this late hour. After a quick introduction on the item, maybe he could address the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think you're asking for me to introduce. So just very briefly, this is the possible second reading and adoption. The board had previously been presented with a range of possible options on consolidation that the board had asked me to look into. Essentially, there were three possible options. One was the creation of the director of finance position. One was this option, which would be the consolidation of the offices of the Auditor-Controller and the Treasurer Tax Collector, which is authorized for a total of 6 counties by statute. There are 6 general law counties that are authorized by statute to go ahead and consolidate in that manner. And then the third option would be to continue the current structure. At that time, the board didn't make any final decision, but did go ahead and introduce and waive first reading of a proposed ordinance for this option, and decided that it wanted a little bit more time and information. I have attached a document with a little bit more of sort of the statutory duties of the relevant offices, and I'm happy to answer any questions on the legal side. But I understand your representative, the RCRC, might be able to speak a little bit more to the practical side.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor McGorty, would you like to introduce Mr. Blacklock?
Yes, I'd like to introduce all of you to Pat Blacklock, who is the CEO of RCRC, and he has experience as a CAO of Yolo County, which has gone through this process of consolidating and changing the arrangements they have for managing finances in Yolo County, and were successful at it. And I thought, as somebody who has experienced this, it would be really worthwhile for him to share what they learned in the process and how it has ended up working for Yolo County. So I know Pat for some time now and really trust his opinion and consider him to be a good source of information, like most of the RCRC experts.
Thank you, Supervisor McGorty. I appreciate that kind introduction, and I recognize the lateness of the hour, so I'll just proceed right into a brief presentation. I think maybe it was Lindsay that was going to help with bringing that up on screen, and if you want to go right into the next slide, that would be great. I'm here today, as Supervisor McGorty indicated, not necessarily on behalf of RCRC, but rather to share Yolo County's story in transitioning their financial services functions. And I recognize, I want to say right at the start, that every county is different and unique. And really what I'm hoping to do today is just share some information that can be a data point as you plan for the future, both as part of your strategic planning and as part of this item. Yolo County, when I joined the county in 2010, already had the consolidated elected office that you're looking at today, which is that the Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector was a combined function at that point in the county. And I think you're familiar that in that combined function, they have the primary responsibility for accounting within the county and distributing taxes and revenues to the taxing agencies. And in fact, that's a pretty common model, and your own Al Beltrami wrote about it when he wrote the primer that's noted there. And on page 12, he notes that in most counties, the auditor is an elected official and has independent status while still being an integral part of the overall county financial and budgetary operation. And he notes for CEOs that they will find it beneficial to develop a good and open relationship with the auditor and his or her staff so that a unified approach develops on budget planning. And in counties where a unified approach has not developed, much duplication of effort and information has evolved. And it's that last point that I want you to be mindful of as I talk about the next steps in Yolo County. Because when there isn't harmony between the auditor's office and the CAO's office and departments, the net result is duplication of financial staff. And in fact, in Yolo County, even though there was harmony, the history of it was such that the CAO's office had finance staff, the auditor's office had finance staff, and departments had finance staff. And there didn't need to be 3 sets of finance staff in many cases. And so here we were in the heart of the Great Recession, facing a 25% layoff, knowing that we needed to consolidate across departments. And we had a unique situation that we had an absolute superstar of an elected auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. And so we wanted to look for opportunities to invest in that department, but we wanted to be mindful of Al's words about the potential for disharmony in the future, And so we wanted to create a model where good succession planning could ensure that that investment in a consolidated financial services department could be maintained in the future. If you could go to the next slide. And so we looked not just nationally, but internationally to find what was the best practice in public agencies for financial services departments. And we found through the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy and out of the UK, the Chief Financial Officer model that we ultimately built in Yolo County. And really what we sought to do was to have the CFO, the appointed CFO, become a key member of our executive team and lead financial management for the entire organization. So that instead of having fiscal staff in the CAO's office, I could have analysts to evaluate policy proposals, but the financial computing, the financial compiling would occur in the Department of Financial Services, what ultimately became the Department of Financial Services. And why did we move from an elected to appointed office? Well, it goes back to the need that if we were going to invest in this financial department in this way, there needed to be assurances in terms of succession planning that we could maintain it and not enter that disharmonious environment that sometimes occurs through the elected process. And we need only look that we have examples in Northern California right now, where the state is having to come in and complete audits and investigations because of disharmony between the elected auditor and other parts of the county. So we know that what's good today can change abruptly in an election environment. And so we wanted to find a way to engage in good succession planning, and moving to an appointed chief financial officer allowed us to do that. But we knew that there would be some concerns. We knew there would be concerns, particularly around the perceived lack of oversight that could occur in moving that direction. And so we sought to mitigate that at the very start by including within that model an independent finance oversight committee that includes representatives not only from the county, but from the public, from the school districts, from the cities, so that we could get more eyes on the county financial statements, for example, so that we could ensure there was good oversight. In addition, we built into that there would be each year an annual audit just of that department. So obviously counties go through an annual audit of the entire county. Well, we added to it that there would be an audit of that department so that we could build in some safeguards to mitigate against that perception that there would be a potential loss of oversight. If you go to the next slide. But that does require a ballot measure. It did require that we go to the voters to ask them if this is something we should do. And before you is the ballot measure we used. And we really remember this again was at the heart of the recession. We were looking at ways to be more efficient, to consolidate. And that was a big part of what we described as part of this initiative. Secondly, as I mentioned, we sought to address the perception that there could be a loss of oversight by putting in the ballot measure creation of that independent financial oversight committee and the annual audit that I mentioned earlier. And it passed. This was the third time that the county had tried this. Twice before I had been part of the county. And in this case, it passed with a 65% yes vote, which made it successful. If you go to the next slide. So this is really my final slide, and I just wanted to share with you what's the vision statement for the department today, so you can kind of get a glimpse of what they're trying to do. And you'll see in blue sort of some of the key words that I wanted to call out. But I think the one in particular I want to focus on is in that second line, strategic business partner. The goal of this initiative was to have departments come to financial services for help when they were evaluating financial proposals. And I would argue that they're at that point. And one of the things that always made me happy and was evidence of that when I was CAO was when a department would come to me with something and they had already engaged the Department of Financial Services, and the Department of Financial Services was standing there with next to them in advancing this request and being able to say they had evaluated the financial implications of it, and they could describe it both for myself and for the Board of Supervisors, and the department was relying on their financial analysis to do that. In addition, as I mentioned, we were able to transition the former budget compiling staff out of the CAO's office to Department of Financial Services, so we no longer had that duplication. And our smaller departments were beginning to use Department of Financial Services for their day-to-day financial functions. Some departments were so small they really couldn't support a full FTE for a finance technician, for example, but they were in the old environment. In the new environment, through attrition, we were moving to where they were using the Department of Financial Services and those functions were getting shared. And I think that's only going to continue over time. Counties don't have the financial resources to add staff every time there's a workload increase. We've got to find more ways to be more efficient given our limited revenues. And this is one way that YOLO did it. So that concludes my presentation. And just Supervisor McGordy asked if I would share the story of what happened there. Again, happy to do it as a data point. Happy to respond to any questions, both now and later. Don't hesitate to reach out, and I will stop there.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I don't know if Supervisor McGordy had a chance to fill you in on Mendocino County and our thought process and what's in front of us. Do you have any advice?
Well,
Based on what you know of us, are we headed in the right direction, or any red flags?
I think obviously there are challenges when you have the political environment in the midst of all this. It's easy for me to say that the best practice is this consolidated model, that the best practice is to have to focus the financial functions into that consolidated model. You've got to balance that with your local political considerations. I totally understand that, and I can't weigh in on that because I don't know them for you. I can only share that the best practice will be found both nationally and internationally supported the route that Yolo County took.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jordy. Hi, Pat.
Hi, John. Good to see you again.
Yeah. How long did it take you to transition from the old model, which you already had a combined, office? So how long did it take you to transition that to the CFO?
The short answer is a couple of years, but the longer answer is it's still ongoing because they're changing the culture of the organization to support this consolidated function, and that takes time. But I would come back to, we really had a superstar auditor, and he was really the linchpin, and he worked with us collaboratively to put together work groups to develop the organizational structure, develop the policies and procedures to make sure that this wasn't just a change on paper, but it was true organizational or culture change, I should say, to support this model that we were talking about. So that took a couple of years to put all that in place. And he ultimately became the first CFO for the county. And then he retired a couple of years, and it worked exactly as we had intended, where through good succession planning, that model was kept moving forward. And to this day, they're continuing to advance it.
And I think one of the things you were saying when we talked the other week was that it was important to have that community oversight committee.
Yeah, I do think that's an important component. There is an understandable concern that when you move from an elected office potentially to an appointed office, that there will be a loss of oversight. And that is real. I have worked with elected auditors at points where they needed to push back on something where maybe they wouldn't have the same comfort doing it if they were appointed. So we sought to mitigate that again by putting in place that oversight committee so that you could have, and I would argue we took it one step further, even past what an individual was providing in terms of oversight. We broadened it out now to a group of folks from multiple disciplines, from multiple organizations. And in this era of transparency, it only seemed like the right way to do it. And they meet several times a year. They meet directly with the county auditors. They follow up on potential audit issues. They are a venue. If someone were concerned and wanted to take an issue forward, they could take it to that committee. So I think that too has worked as intended, and in fact has probably enhanced oversight.
All right, thank you.
So Mr. Blacklock, thanks for the insight into what Yolo County did. But as you know, the ordinance that's before us today for a second reading is not for an appointed, but for an elected position, a single elected department head who would be supervising, I guess it's 23 employees rather than two different department heads, one managing 12, the other managing 11 employees. And speaking with the elected auditor-controller treasurer in Sonoma County, he said that he feels that this is that the model they have in Sonoma, what's contemplated here in Mendocino County, is a good model for small and medium-sized counties. So are you aware of a county that adopted a consolidated elected auditor treasurer and then later went back to two elected department heads?
I'm not aware of that off the top of my head. All of the examples I'm familiar with did what you're doing or considering doing today, including Yolo obviously did that. And what we talked about with Yolo wouldn't have been possible but for doing that. And so the examples that I'm aware of are consistent with what the Sonoma County Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector said.
Okay, thank you. So they did not have regrets in going from two elected offices to one.
That's what I'm aware of. That's my familiarity.
Okay, thank you. So this again is our second reading. And again, the process for this is if we adopt it at second reading, we of course have our budget process for next fiscal year. And we would of course be working with the two existing departments to properly staff them in the upcoming fiscal year. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
We do. We have 4 public comments and 1 voicemail. First on the line, we have Carrie Shoddick, followed by Devin Bower, Estelle Clifton, and Ron Edwards. Carrie, you can begin speaking when you're ready. Carrie, you can begin speaking when you're ready.
Sorry about that. I didn't realize I was muted. Good evening. I'm Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to start by saying that Supervisor McGorty slightly misspoke about Mr. Blacklock, stating he was representing the RCRC and that he is an expert about the subject of consolidation. Mr. Blacklock stated he was not representing the RCRC tonight and that these offices in Yolo County were already consolidated when he arrived. My main concern with this department's consolidation is if the CEO office absorbs yet and again more departments, including the auditor, who will be auditing the executive office? No one. This is obviously part of the plan. Mr. Jurdy was obviously very disappointed at the meeting when this vote was moved to this future meeting. Why? Aren't you all in support of transparent government? This is not what I see, as well as many others. She's already the purchasing agent with no oversight. Also, how can the county afford to give raises such as county council while there is a major concern about the county's budget? Our county is effectively following other government agencies supporting big government. I'd like to know also where the Board of Supervisor 2022 calendar is posted, and why is the board doing meetings only twice a month instead of every week like other counties? Will this continue into 2022? Having weekly meetings would help meetings not be almost 9 hours long. Thank you.
Next on the line is Devin Bower.
Good evening, Board. Devin Bower, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. We submitted a written comment. Make sure to reiterate some of the concerns brought up in that written comment. So following the action by the board on November 15th in relation to the consolidation of the Auditor-Controller and Treasurer Tax Collector positions, Farm Bureau received inquiries from several members regarding the proposed ordinance. For this reason, Farm Bureau outreached to County Counsel Curtis to clarify the intent of the ordinance. That was specifically in relation to whether this is going to be consolidation of duties or consolidation of offices. And then our Political Action and Education Committee also met with the current Treasurer Tax Collector and Acting Auditor-Controller. From these additional efforts to become more informed of the board's actions, Farm Bureau concluded that the proposal to consolidate the offices has been rushed. It is assumed that this action is being pushed forward based on lack of incumbents and the upcoming election deadlines in 2022. There has not been substantial review of the potential ramifications or benefits from consolidation. It was also disheartening to see that the board was moving forward with this action without an extensive conversation with the two department heads to provide an analysis of what a consolidated financial office would look like. In addition, our membership expressed concern that combining 2 elected offices to 1 would not only reduce public input, but would also seemingly reduce fiduciary checks and balances for the county. For these reasons, Farm Bureau requests that the board does not adopt the second reading of this ordinance. Farm Bureau feels that there has been insufficient review of the proposed action, and we do not support the consolidation of the offices at this time. The board should take the time to fully analyze the consolidated action and not rush a decision that could have impacts on both the county and its constituents. As Mr. Blacklock stated, YOLO went through this several times, it sounds like, before they came to a conclusion, and it can be assumed that there was a more sufficient and significant input process by both elected officials, department heads, and the public. So again, we encourage you to not rush forward with this consolidation and have a better conversation. Thank you.
Next on the line, we have Estelle Clifton.
Good evening, supervisors. I hope that you were able to read some of the letters and comments. My letter didn't get in till late. I didn't see it on the agenda, but I did email it to you all. And I am really would be really shocked if you guys go ahead and vote tonight based on the thorough letters written by the office holders to express the concerns with rushing consolidation without a proper planning process, especially in light of the current, the software update that's been in the works for years and takes years to implement, and that they're in that process now with staffing shortages. It's very compelling reason why you wouldn't go forward without fully understanding with a plan, the resources in place, and all the pathway that would how that would work. Obviously, there'd be more resources towards this process, and there's no plan presented, and the staff report previously was lacking, or was just basically here's how you would do it, not this is the way we would arrange the staff. The way, I mean, we'll have this vacancy all through next year. The people who have dedicated themselves to this job, both the Auditor-Controller and the Treasurer Tax Collector, those departments are in good shape. They're being led by people. They're both wise in their capabilities and understanding of those departments, and to leave them out of this process. And when they have chimed in to try to support the board's understanding of where they're at, they've made their compelling case to both the public and to the board. And so I would say that when you're dealing with something that's outside of your area of expertise, you look to the experts for that. And so if the board, not being fiscal experts, wishes to go ahead with a plan to change the fiscal arrangement of the county, the way it's being handled in this is very careless, I would say. And I would hope that you will all vote no tonight, and that this would be, not your legacy, that you are making potentially what could result in a bad situation. So, yeah, let's have good government and good planning. Thank you.
Next in line is Ron Edwards.
Good evening, board. It's been a long day, and I'm not going to repeat what some of the previous speakers have said, but what brought this to my attention is that it seemed that when this issue came up, that we were talking about the legacy hand down of departments, of where someone retires, appoints their underperson, and I thought that was what discussion would lead to addressing, but it has turned into combining two departments. And it brings me back also to today's conversation about the strategic plan, about the feedback from staff, of having staff feel like they have ownership. And we have heard from these two department heads that they don't feel that this is a good way. And I think that when you are approaching something like that, if your department heads don't have full buy-in, then maybe we should do this at the next election period to when it's on the ballot. And that way the citizens of the county will actually have some feedback onto this. And in all these conversations, the last meeting, we were comparing it to Sonoma County and what they did. And tonight we're comparing to Yolo from department heads. But what I haven't heard is about staffing levels. Is it what type of staffing did they have? What percentage of staffing were they at when they made these changes? And I don't feel that we have the staffing levels to make this easy transition change. And that really has not been addressed. And I think that these are important things. And you are hearing from really wise people in the county who have experience with these two departments. And, you know, we had citizens calling in about transparency and oversight of the sheriff department. And, you know, if you were going to establish an oversight committee first, as the RCCP person had suggested, we need a lot of framework to go in. And I'm just afraid that this is going to be one more situation to where it's kind of like, let's just get this over with. It's a pain, and then deal with the fallout later. And so I would just encourage you to, let's put the brakes on this. Let's do some more work on it. Let's come back next year. Let's evaluate it. And even maybe at the end of the elected department heads' terms. Thank you.
Next, we have a voicemail.
My name is Elizabeth Swinton, and I am speaking to item 5H. I am a member of the Housing Action Team on the North Coast. And on the North Coast, the community conversation is dominated by the lack of workforce housing and the problems of short-term rentals. There are many complaints about the short-term rentals, including noise and being overrun with them, and that we don't have workforce housing because there are so many. As we've learned more about vacation rentals, one thing cities and counties reported once they began to find ways to locate their actual versus reported vacation rentals, that there were 20 to 50% more vacation rentals than their counties had on their tax rolls. So just yesterday afternoon, HAT put up an interactive Google map on our website, and we are inviting the community to participate in locating and confirming vacation rentals and reporting to us using the map. The map is based on the county tax rolls, and yet there are already in 24 hours roughly 10 unregistered non-paying tax vacation rentals reported. That map does come directly from the tax base and should be current, but there are many that are not recorded. For the county, unregistered vacation rentals as well as unreported income means this already economically stressed county government is not getting the tax money that it should. The housing stock needed to keep the county workforce housed is being used as businesses that do not, in many cases, pay their share of taxes.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, looking back to the board, I do appreciate all the public comment we received. It's not a tremendous amount, but we have received some, and it actually reminds me in a little bit of a couple years ago, we were consolidating two department heads, the museum director department head with the library, and people who were passionately, in support of our libraries or the museum were opposed to consolidating, and were afraid the sky would fall if one person oversaw both departments. I think anybody who looks at the museum today and library, neither the library suffered by having a single consolidated department head, and the museum is actually thriving like never before. Although certainly some people were asking for caution, it seems to me that that those same words of caution were, I think misguided on the museum library consolidation, and I think they're misguided on this item. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I move the recommended action number 1. Second reading.
I'll second that.
Okay, go to second, first and a second. Supervisor Hashak.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Jurdy. I think, Pat Blacklock's presentation about what happened in Yolo County is kind of like the first we've seen of how it actually happened and how it would pan out. I talked to some people at the CSAC conference about what they did in their counties. And, I think Napa did a 10-page white paper on what the implications would be, the pros and cons, what a real analysis of how this combination would work. And maybe we do need to go to a CFO model down the road. But, so far, it was presented at the last meeting without any kind of data, without that analysis. And all we got was, well, the legal description of what could be done by county council. And we got that at this meeting too. This presentation we saw this evening was like the first time we've really seen kind of the nuts and bolts of how it would fit together. But that's from what happened in Yolo County. It's certainly not Mendocino County. And when I think the comparison to the consolidation of the library and museum was that, then we had the librarian and the museum directors in collaboration. Now we're seeing that these two elected offices are against this proposal. And so, I would like to keep moving forward, but I also need to have the information and analysis done by, maybe an impartial person who knows how these systems work. Because to go forward with opposition from the two elected offices, then that just seems a little too, not taking into consideration what they're saying. And I think that we really need to analyze this a lot more than we've done.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hashak. Supervisor Williams.
So there's also a risk to inaction. And this has been discussed by this board since 2006, I think. So Chair can correct me. And in an ideal world, if we had sufficient funding for everything, maybe we would consider a different model. I tend to think we'd consider it a Department of Finance. But I see real problems with the status quo. And, with all due respect, Supervisor Hashak, the opposition I've heard has been from people with what most would consider self-interest. I haven't heard employees in those departments express concern. I haven't heard other departments express concern. I've seen misinformation floating around the county, what looks like campaign information, some of it with Mendocino County letterhead. Some campaign information suggesting that the board is going to have politically appointed positions instead of elected officials. That's not what we're discussing. We're discussing, we're a small underfunded county. How do we make the most of what we have? Could one elected official run the combined functions and have more efficiency and have better staffing level? And, the chair brought this idea. I know he's been watching it for a long time. It's been under consideration. I think the risk of not acting is greater than the risk of trying a combined approach. So if there isn't any more discussion, I'd love to call a question.
Okay, Supervisor Hashak and then Supervisor McGorty.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I think that talking about our underfunded county and everything, certainly, we do have issues, but I haven't seen any kind of analysis about how this will save money and what the efficiencies will be from it. I have heard from the two people running those offices that there are certainly concerns. And I have heard from people in those offices that are concerned about this combination too. So certainly there's self-interest involved, but at the same time, I believe that people are concerned about, they have that expertise in those offices. And when I hear from the treasurer tax collector who's been there for 30 years or so in that office, that she's, can't take any more on, and to combine all that into one position would just be overwhelming. I think that we do need to take that into consideration and listen to what these people are saying. So that's what I have to say, and I'll probably be voting no.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Hashak, for making your position clear. Supervisor McGorty?
So there's a couple things we should think about historically. If we look at the biggest disaster economically Mendocino County ever incurred, it was the result of our retirement system being run by these two elected offices. And this is part of the problem, is that we end up holding the bag as supervisors when things go south. I think we're also in a situation where we've heard about taxes not being collected. We've heard about when we want information. For instance, Supervisor Williams requested information about the cannabis program, and it took a very, very long time to get info. So a lot of this liability ends up on us as a board. If these offices are not functioning well, if we're not a cohesive economic unit, which I don't think we are, taxes left on the table, these are all things that really, really concern me, that makes me want to find a more efficient way of doing it. I don't think that this is a truly democratic process based on the history of how people are brought into these positions and elected. The typical pattern is that someone gets elected, they retire, they appoint somebody. And in some cases, they come back and they train them, and then they run unopposed. And if you take a look at Humboldt County and what's going on with them right now, and the situation that they're in, because they elected someone highly dysfunctional in the role, and they're in a major problem economically, running their county government, collecting money properly. Most large organizations have a centralized financial system, and this one doesn't. It's kind of siloed into multiple areas that I think would benefit from efficiencies of consolidation. The other thing that I noticed that is reimbursement for travel. It takes months. It shouldn't be months. That should be days or weeks, the way it is in more efficient operations. So I just see a need for improvement. We do have to manage this in a way that makes sure that we don't have a collapse as we consolidate the two offices. And I think it would be prudent to bring on some help. We can do that. Regional Government Services has people who specialize in assisting in financial operations, and in some cases, they've actually run finances for small departments, small counties. So it's not like we're saying, gee, let's just see what happens. I think that we can make a plan to make this work. And so those are some of my concerns. And in the end, it comes down to, when things don't go well, the five of us are held accountable, as it did with the retirement system. I think this is a way of trying to get around that and improve it. And certainly it's what I'm committed to, looking at a system that's more efficient. The outside audit, I think, is also critical, and having an internal auditing function is also not a bad idea as well. So I like the suggestions that Pat Blacklock brought to us from Yolo County, and I think that's something worth taking a look at as we make this system work.
Okay, if we have no new comments, can we have a roll call?
Chair Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Hashak?
No.
Supervisor Hashak dissenting?
Okay, there is a companion item, and that is to assure that whoever runs and is elected to this elected position will collect one salary, not two, because it will be one position, not two. And it's an enhanced salary, but again, it's one salary, not two. And this is being brought forward by Human Resources and County Council to provide for an appropriate salary for this elected position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only thing that I was going to mention was what the chair has already pointed out, which is that if you fail to adopt a salary, the consequence is that the person who elected the office draws both salaries. So I would recommend that you have some sort of salary in place before the beginning of the year when there potentially be an argument as to vesting. And I believe Human Resources may be on to speak to the particular number that was recommended.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Jurdy, supervisors, and others. My name is Johnny Cranmer. I'm a Human Resources Manager. This item today is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution establishing the compensation of a consolidated elected auditor and controller treasurer tax collector at $176,267.30 annually. And the recommendation is that you adopt the salary and authorize chair to sign same. This item and the accompanying resolution to establish the compensation of a single incumbent, single position, auditor controller, or treasurer tax collector at a salary of $176,267.37 annually. And it is, of course, as earlier stated, contingent upon the previous adoption to consolidate the offices. And I'm available for questions, as I believe Mr. Curtis is as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy.
Also, what are the requirements for the position going to be? Is that set by statute?
If I may respond through the chair, I did attach the item, the relevant statutes that do talk about the minimum qualifications for the particular positions. Now, those have been adopted by the board via ordinance without local. The way the statute works is that there are minimum qualifications. However, the board essentially has the option of not adopting the minimum qualifications in statute, which may leave only sort of the basic residency requirements. The requirements of the two positions are laid out in the statutes that I attached. And I did want to correct one thing that I misstated at the prior meeting, which was that my understanding at that time was that there may not be a review of the qualifications by the elections office. The assessor clerk recorder did correct me that the elections office does in fact review the qualifications, and if there are questions as to the sufficiency of the documents, they do ask counsel for advice as to whether or not someone is meeting the minimum qualifications as set forth in statute.
Supervisor McGordy.
So in this case, is everything additive? Are we asking, if you look at the two positions, would the person have to have everything that is in those two present positions?
Yes, I believe there's some overlap, and there's a number of different ways to meet the qualifications from the different positions. But yes, for a consolidated position, the requirement would be for both.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this supplementary agenda item?
We do not.
So we do need a motion, so whoever is elected does not draw two salaries, so they draw a single salary.
I would move that.
I'll second it.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got one major substantive item for today left on today's agenda. I'm going to look to the clerk of the board and the board members. Do we continue or do we take a quick break?
This is Atlas Pearson, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Staff are requesting a 10-minute break.
Okay. All right. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 6:25.
Welcome back, everyone. Chair Jordy, we're here and ready to begin when you are.
Okay, thank you, Atlas. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a clarification. When I talked about how our retirement system had a problem, it was not under the present leadership of the auditor, controller, or treasurer, tax collector. This was many, many people ago. And that's why MCSO eventually was created. I just wanted that clarification. And actually, you know, we do appreciate the hard work of the people in those two departments. It's not meant to impugn them by consolidating the positions, but it just seems like eventually we need to take a look at how our finances are organized for the county.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So next on our agenda is item 5J, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution making Government Code section 641.56 applicable from January 2002 through January 2000. Well, 2000. It says 2009, but there's an amended resolution. And applicable code 31648.3 from January 1st, 2005 through March 31st, 2011 to conform with Mendocino County Employee Retirement Association plan documents to plan operations during those periods of time, and thereby subject to Internal Revenue Service approval, authorize formally and ratify purchases of service credits pursuant to those sections of as previously permitted by MCSO. We have some information and a presentation from the Mendocino County Employee Retirement Association's current plan administrator, Doris. Doris, could you start off discussion on this item?
Thank you very much, Chair Jordy, members of the Board of Supervisors. Doris Rentschler, the Executive Director of the Mendocino County Employee Retirement Association. The Retirement Association is requesting adoption of two optional provisions of the County Employees Retirement Law to conform MCSO's plan document to its past practice. During an audit of accounts, MCSO identified service purchases subject to the optional code sections, but was unable to locate documentation that these code sections had previously been adopted by the Board of Supervisors. Adoption of this resolution will conform MCSO's plan document to its past practices and thereby authorize the service purchases that have already been completed. The attached resolution was updated to modify the applicable dates for the two code sections. The dates were expanded to encompass the dates the existing purchase agreements were completed rather than the date that MCSO had stopped processing new requests. The recommended motion should be changed to reflect those revised dates as in the resolution. Adoption of this resolution would not add a new cost to the county. The liabilities associated with the service purchases are already reflected in contribution rates, and the service credits were included in the annual actuarial valuation data. However, there is the potential for foregone savings with the adoption of the resolution authorizing the purchases. The attached actuarial study was performed using a sample of the affected population. While the exact amount of the long-term savings are difficult to estimate without more data, the potential savings for fiscal year 22-23 is $190,000. The full actuarial impact would be spread out over 18 years. Any potential savings would also be offset by the refunds that MCSO would have to process of the contributions paid by members to purchase the service with interest, and those refunds would be offset by any overpaid retirement benefits received by the member. Adoption of the resolution making Government Code sections 31641.56 and 31648.3 applicable will amend MCSO's plan document and will only apply to those service purchase contracts already completed during the period referenced in the resolution. Ongoing application of those sections is not being requested or considered, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'd like to add a little more. Since 2014, I have served at the support of the Board of Supervisors as essentially their designee on the retirement board. And so I take really seriously the role that I have to represent the public and the board on the retirement board. And what I've seen at the Retirement Investment Board is progressively more professionalism and good stewardship of the funds and the plan at the Retirement Board. And I think when you look back at it, it really, its current management really had its beginnings in around 2005 when the Board of Supervisors pushed to professionalize and enhance the staffing level at the MCSO. Prior to that, the plan was managed by 1 or 2 employees in the elected treasurer's office. And over time, even though it is only a staff of about 4 or 5 people, it's really provided much better management of the plan. And a number of financial reforms have been put in place, especially since around 2011. And during that time, the retirement plan has made more cautious investment projections. So the plan is no longer based on an assumed rate of return of 8%. A couple years ago, we had dropped it progressively down to 6.75, which is, I think, by most people's account, much more realistic. And we've also reduced, sped up the time by which any unfunded liability is paid off. Since 2012, you can see that the years in which the investments failed to meet projections, the assumptions, are basically offset by the years that it's exceeded projection, the estimates. So I say with a fair amount of confidence that at this point, it does look like the plan is more or less working as it's supposed to. While acknowledging that, the good, hardworking people at the retirement board staff have identified some mistakes that were made in the past, or practices like this one where there was no documentation that was confirmed in a search for records, incomplete though they might be. And so this item does need to go back from the retirement system to the Board of Supervisors. So again, this item would not add to the unfunded liability, but it does propose that the Board of Supervisors, and I support this, adopts policies to the past that would conform with the practices of County of Mendocino employees who worked in the Treasurer's office, and some instances in the later years, again in the past at the Retirement Association, where they accepted payment by county employees who were employees of the County of Mendocino, but had dipped down below 80% employment, oftentimes because they were mothers working at home or taking care of their kids. And so they had dropped it from full-time to something less than full-time. And there is a provision in state law that would have allowed them to purchase the time as took place. But this action today would put it in the record that the county had adopted that policy, although retroactively. Supervisor McGordy.
So thank you, Chair Jordy, for explaining this, and you know, I support the idea of us straightening out legacy problems. And is this an example of a legacy problem from the days when the retirement system was run through the Treasurer, Auditor-Controller's office?
Yes, it is. The dates that I was provided as far as when this issue began was in 2002, and MCSO was a department or a division underneath the Auditor-Controller, I believe, at that point in time. So the issues did predate MCSO becoming a separate entity.
So this is an example of what concerns me, and I'm glad we're fixing it, is that we have 2 other elected offices that, you know, we don't have control over, but we're responsible for. And this is, I'm glad that we're stepping up and fixing this, but it's exactly why I want to see our financial system tightened up here in Mendocino County.
And just to clarify, Doris, because you weren't here at the time, it was a part of the elected treasurer's office. Supervisor Williams.
So I don't like anything about this. And unfortunately, this board today has a mess that we have to clean up, and every option forward looks unsavory. I think this looks like the best of the available options. I appreciate the chair for giving us a rundown on how we reached this conclusion. I would like to have a better understanding of why the IRS is mentioned in the resolution. Is that really necessary?
Yes.
Why?
MCSO filed a voluntary compliance application with the Internal Revenue Service in May of 2020. Part of that correction application laid out a methodology that MCSO would use to correct these issues and other errors that had been found. We are now needing to go back to the Internal Revenue Service after having been granted a compliance statement accepting the proposed correction methodologies in the application to see if the IRS would accept this correction methodology of conformance of the plan to satisfy the corrections required.
Chair Jardy, do you concur?
Yeah, and it is essential that the IRS agrees to this. Supervisor Hashak?
Thank you, Chair Jardy. So has this been done before in other counties who've had similar situations?
Do you mean retroactive adoption of the provision?
Right.
Yes, actually, Fresno County recently adopted section 3164.1.56 regarding deferred status purchases earlier this year. I don't remember the exact date. I want to say it might have been May, but they did that because they ran into essentially a similar issue and corrected it via conformance of the plan. They had not filed an application for voluntary correction with the Internal Revenue Service, so their process might have been a little bit simpler, or at least that's my understanding as far as the Fresno process, but it was adopted there retroactively.
Okay, so this is kind of we're following the footsteps that Fresno did and to rectify this issue. And
certainly, we're looking at all of the options, and this is an opportunity for us to minimize the impact on our retired members, former employees of the county, by finding a way to ratify and authorize these purchases.
Right. So these retired members, or some people who are still working, possibly, that bought this kind of time would, bought it in good faith, and it's all part of the system right now. The funded liability, the unfunded liability, all that is part of what they bought into, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you.
And I'd like to clarify for the board and for the public that these 67 individuals, county employees, either current or past, 54 are currently retired, and 60 and the remainder are either still working for the county or working somewhere else, but not yet collecting retirement. And of those, they purchased time for time that they did work for the county. There's about 5, I believe, who in the second provision were laid off by the county for less than 12 months. And they, under that particular provision of state law, could have purchased service credit for the less than 12 months that they were laid off, but came back to full employment with the county. The main point I want to make is that we've probably all heard of, say, state employees or employees of other agencies that purchased up to 5 years under state law of service credit that they never worked. And that did not happen in Mendocino County. As unfortunate as the situation is that we're correcting errors of the past, I would say. At least we can say that at least that did not take place. No one here purchased 5 years or up to 5 years of service that they did not perform. This is, I think, really a different story where someone in most cases dropped down to less than 80% full-time for some short period of time. When they came back to full-time status, they purchased, maybe they would work half-time and while they were taking care of some kids or a family member, and they purchased that half-time credit when they came back to full-time status. So I think that in my mind, this is a very different situation than what we often have heard about with other agencies. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, for the benefit of the public, so they can understand why we're having to do this. Who's responsible for the mistake for not following our own rules for such a long period of time, of years? And why wasn't it caught by audit? And why isn't there an insurance claim to be made for the lack of catching this during audit?
Well, I was not here at the time. I believe there was some misunderstandings. I do not believe that staff intentionally, violated the provisions of the plan document, but I believe there were some misunderstandings in that. I wasn't here at the time. I can't speak to some of that. The second part of your question.
Do we have a record of audit? Who did the audit and why didn't they catch it? And are they insured?
We do have an annual audit of our financial statements. They do not look at the audit of this procedure. So there was no internal or external audit of the plan provisions that would have identified this sooner.
Is there an audit going forward to ensure that we're following our own rules so that we don't get in this predicament in yet a different regard?
We are working on implementing a number of changes over the past several years under my predecessor, Dr. Will Banks, and that has continued. We do not have an audit process in place right now, but it is on the list to address once we finish this correction project.
So one of the problems is the retirement board is independent, but these types of corrections are being paid out of our county general fund. That's where the impact is. Whether, no matter how you calculate it, you could say this is revenue, this is net zero to us. Well, it's because if we weren't to make the correction, we would have more money in our general fund. So once we approve this remedy to clean up what happened in the past, what's to guarantee the retirement board doesn't skip audit, creating another problem that we have to clean up with general fund at a future date?
Doris, if I could just maybe add a little bit to that. So maybe it's helpful for the public and for the Board of Supervisors to just be aware of the automation system that MCSO staff has transitioned to. So much of the paperwork that was in the past, well, much of the documentation that was done in the past through paper documents has been migrated over to an automated system and to a digital system platform. And so in my mind, in some respects, there's less opportunity for human error in the current protocols that MCSO staff are operating under, but maybe you could add to that.
If I could, Chair Jurdy, thank you. In 2016, I believe it was, MCSO went live with their first pension administration system. That system is actually programmed with all of not just the benefit formulas, but also the provisions that are allowable, like what types of service can be purchased. So now the system that has limitations in it that it defines what is permissible and what would be allowable, where that didn't exist before they had a pension administration system.
So, and then last, I want to note, nobody here is responsible. This all happened before all of us. At least.
Well, it happened before all of this. It sits on my shoulders right now.
Yeah. Well, thank you for trying to help us clean it up. It's unfortunate, but I just want to make sure the public is aware that this is not any of the current representatives. This is a legacy problem.
Okay. Looking at the clerk of the board's office, do we have any public comment on this agenda item? I know we've received correspondence on it.
We have one voicemail, and I'm going to play that for you right now.
Yes, my name is Patrick Higbee, and I'm calling on behalf of SEIU Local 1021, the Mendocino County Chapter. And I'm calling to voice our support for item 5J to correct the service credit error for the Mendocino County Employee Retirement Association. I'll be brief. We support this resolution. Employees purchased these service credits, in some cases almost 20 years ago, with the blessing and in some cases direction of MCSO. It's unclear if the board ever formally authorized these service credit purchases, but you can fix that today by formally approving these service credit purchases and allowing the employees who in good faith invested their money in that time. It's at no cost to MCSO or to the county. So we would appreciate your support for this resolution. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Supervisor Williams.
Move the recommended action.
Mr. Chair, I would just suggest a clarification since there has been a change to the recommended action with the updated resolution, whether that would be the amended resolution submitted earlier today.
Yes, recommended action as amended earlier today.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
Gertie,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
and Supervisor Hashak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Doris. And once again, it's a long slog, but I actually am very optimistic at this point with the retirement system and the way it's performing. And so in spite of these hiccups that we're encountering at this point, looking at the past, looking in the rearview mirror, I think looking forward, the retirement system is now finally performing as it's supposed to.
Thank you, Chair Jordy.
Okay, I do want to bring to the board's attention, we need to revisit a consent counter item 4C, and that was the contract for county council to ensure compliance with the Brown Act. The board needs to revisit consent calendar item 4C, and that is approval of employment agreement between the County of Mendocino, Christian M. Curtis, to serve as county council for the term of August 9th, 2020 through August 8th, 2024, including compensation effective December 26th, 2021, in the amount of $192,436 annually, and authorized chair to sign same. We inadvertently skipped one item in reporting as to this item. In accordance with Government Code Section 54953C3, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I'll briefly summarize the compensation and benefits for the public and for the board before we re-vote on this item. The compensation is $192,436 annually, payable on a biweekly basis. Additionally, in December 2022 and December 2023, the county will adjust the salary to ensure county council's compensation tracks 15% above the assistant county council's classification pay range, but shall not exceed 15% of that range. The county council's benefits include enrollment in the county retirement plan and same benefits provided by the department head MOU, and is eligible to enroll in the county health and life insurance benefits. Public comment has already been offered on this item, and with this additional information read into the record and stated for everybody with hearing impairment to understand, do we have a motion to approve item 4C?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call?
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Gertie,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we're just about finished here. We have the CEO report. Can I ask, is there, unless the CEO wants to highlight, we can all certainly read it if we haven't already. Does the CEO want to highlight any portion of the CEO report at this time?
Chair Jurdy, this is CEO Angelo. There's 2 items that I do want to highlight. I realize it's a late hour, but I think it's important for the board and the public as well. The full CEO report you have, and it is available to the public. However, I have added as an attachment to the CEO report, the Miller report from Dr. Miller out on the coast. And as everybody knows, Dr. Miller writes a report. I'm not sure if he does it every week. I think it is. And it's actually very informative. The reason that I've included it today is, one, it does cover items on the coast, and it is informative. And we include, there are many attachments to the CEO report, but really because we are working with the coastal community on the Sherwood Oaks facility. And since this is public, and I know it's already gone to the hospital board and the Fort Bragg City Council, there is an issue with the Sherwood Oaks facility. Supervisor Williams has been involved with us on this. They are extremely challenged with a lack of staff. There are always problems in nursing homes with a lack of staffing, but particularly with COVID. And additionally, there are 36 people who are at Sherwood Oaks. It's not enough for them to keep their doors open or to cover their operational costs. So we have been working with them. When we found this out yesterday, Dr. Corin has called the state. We have asked the state to come in and assist. The assistance we would like from the state is to provide an administrator, as their administrator is retiring and leaving this week, and to also provide nursing staff. As of January, they will no longer have registered nurses to work the night shift. So this is a critical situation regarding Sherwood Oaks. There are 36 people that are living there, who obviously need care. And so again, Dr. Corin is working with the state. We're doing everything we can to assist this facility. I want to thank Dr. Miller for his work. And actually it was Dr. Miller who contacted Judson Howe at Adventist Health, who called the county. That's how we got involved. So more to come on this. By our next meeting in January, I'm sure we will either have state staff there helping to staff it and provide nurses at night, or we won't. And we will be in the throes of moving these 36 residents. And that's the biggest challenge, is if we can find nursing staff, get the assistance from the state, help for a few weeks until either we can stabilize or develop this methodical approach to transporting 36 people. But finding another facility for 36 people isn't that easy. So we have emergency medical services involved and teed up to assist us. And then of course, we're working with the state. So I wanted to make sure that the full board was aware of this. Certainly the public is aware, and that's where we are. And we'll know more in a week or so. And then the only other item that was added was from Kristen Nevedal, the cannabis program, the local equity program. And this is here because at the last meeting, the board did ask Kristen for an update. So at this time, Chair Jurdy, I would like to ask Kristen to spend about 2 to 3 minutes on this and update the board per your request. Thank you. And where is Kristen? She's coming in now, I think. Muted, but we'll get her teed up here in a minute. There she is.
Hi, good evening, Chair Jurdy, supervisors, and CEO Angelo. Very brief update on the local equity entrepreneur program. We have run into some bumps in the road trying to get monies out this year. Each direct grant agreement is required to be processed as a contract through the county's cobblestone system. This requires approval from no less than 10 departments and departmental units. So while we have incredible support from the executive office, county council, risk management, the auditor's office, the contract department, and various other folks who are, or departments and units that are looking at these contracts, It is a pretty involved process. To complicate things further, we erred and thought that the board had approved direct grant funds to be utilized for tax filings for local tax purposes. We thought that that had occurred during the October 5th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting. However, as we started to process the first two grants, both of which had funds set aside for local tax purposes, County Council asked us to review our interpretation, and upon review realized that that is not an appropriate use of direct grant funds. So we've had to alter those first two grant agreements, further adding to the length of time to process those grant agreements. So where we're at today, we did miss this week's check batch. We are hoping to get these two grant agreements into next week's check batch, but that is currently the update I have for you today.
Any questions of Kristen at this time? Okay. Do we have any public comments on the CEO report?
We do. We have Ron Edwards on the line. Ron has disconnected from the line, so we have no more public comment.
Okay, I think, oh, no, it looks like I see him in the meeting. Ron, are you there?
Yeah, I'm trying.
He is back. All right. Ron, you can begin when you're ready. Ron has disconnected from the line.
No!
You're there, Ron. Go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to apologize. I did not know this item was going to go so late. So rather than make an uninformed comment, I will hold off. Thank you.
Okay.
You can begin when you're ready.
All right. Okay. So if there's no more comment on this item, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, just I think this might be the last meeting of the year. I wanted to thank you for being chair and all the extra work you put in for us this year.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Mulhern.
Well, that's very nice. I agree. I did want to comment on the directives. We had a general government meeting yesterday, and we had several conversations today on our agenda items where really the board needs to take maybe a more proactive role in making sure that department heads are being held accountable for making sure that reviews are done, that employment opportunities are submitted to HR, that the directives are updated. I just wanted to comment very briefly that I hope that moving forward, we'll be watching that a little bit more closely to make sure that, that those processes are happening.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to conclude that my own comments for the year, that I really feel good about the direction of the county government. I feel like we have a path forward to bring more fiscal sustainability to this organization and to better deliver services to the public. And I think we're on the right track on a number of things, and I look forward to 2022. Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for your leadership and for your willingness to always talk about things offline, and the extra work you've done with MCSO to try to make them a functional outfit. And I appreciate your service. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hashak.
Thank you, Chair Jurdy. I wanted to thank you, for your leadership this year. And, I think you really led us in a good direction. So I appreciate the way you were able to find pathways through thorny issues. And I wanted to wish everyone, staff and the board, happy holidays and a great new year.
Thank you, Supervisor Hashak. I think that's a good way to end our last meeting of the year, is wishing our community a good and prosperous new year. With that, we're adjourned at 7 o'clock on December 14th.
Thank you, everybody.